Hello everybody, and welcome back to another Final Fantasy XIV stream. So, today we have a... Things. Let's turn down the background music. I feel like it's a bit too loud on my end at least. Yeah. Today the plan is basically the following. I have 3 things, I believe it was, that I want to do that are sort of more the like minor sort of things, I guess, and then one big thing for the stream. But yeah, I guess we can just take those in the order that I want to do at the minute. So we'll just do that. So first thing that we're going to be doing today is something here in Kugana. That is regarding mounts. I have been able to get all 7 of the Kamui mounts, aka the dogs from the Extreme Trials. So that is basically from, I'm forgetting the names of them, also Tribute Extreme. I basically placed them in the order that they are on the list here. So Kulso Tribute Extreme, Nation, Sinrio's Domain, aka Minstrel's Ballad thing, this one, Minstrel's Ballad, Tsukuyomi's Pain, this one I didn't actually get from doing the Minstrel's Ballad, Tsukuyomi's Pain, because that one's fucking hard to do. That's a difficult trial. Also, I just remembered I basically planning on also jumping into this voice chat, since I'm basically semi-doing that from now on during the Final Fantasy and Elden Ring streams. So that some people might jump into it, I don't know yet, who knows. But yeah, the one from Tsukuyomi's Pain, aka the Lunar Kamui, I bought during the last what is they called again? Tombstone event. Great Hunt doesn't matter, that's a different mount. This one from the Jade Stoa Extreme. This from Hill's Gear Extreme. This was actually the last one that I got. And then Wreath of Snakes Extreme. This one. And once you get all 7 of them, no matter which one or which way you do it or order, you can come over here to this News Hawker. Also, I've had these mounts since like last weekend, so I've been kind of excited to basically do this. But basically find the News Hawker, and he has a quest called A Lone Wolf No More.
Good
Let's
day.
get that one.
This may seem rather out of the blue, but are you by any chance the Kamui Whisperer?
I don't know who you are, and you're scaring me. That does sound a bit like me, I guess, since we do have 7 mounts that are Kamui.
Perhaps it is you. You see, I've been asked to find the one who has tamed the 7 Kamui of legend. If the information I received is accurate, I believe my search has come to an end. Should I locate the Kamui Whisperer, I am to direct said person to Nemahi, where a bard dressed in crimson robes awaits. If you are indeed who I think you are, I am sure the trip will be worth your while.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna meet the Yoshi insert character, the bard guy that we have found a lot of times. I believe his name is usually the Wandering Minstrel. Because we did also meet him during the Brambleborn mount and Heaven's Ward versions of them. Okay, and yep, Wandering Minstrel. It is in fact him.
I have been expecting you, Shauna. My prediction that you would indeed be the one to gather the 7 Kamui has, much to my delight, been proven correct. After all, 'tis not the first time you have managed a feat of this nature. You have formed an unbreakable bond with these mystical hounds, but what you may not know is that there is another, said to surpass them all, majestic and fearsome to behold. Do you have any inkling of whom I speak? Why, 'tis none other than the Kamui of the Nine Tails, an Auspa said to have once soared across the skies of Doma. Many believe it to be immortal, able to overcome death itself, yet doomed to witness all it has come to cherish wither and fade from existence. Its howls echo through the valleys as it searches for one it considers to be its equal, that it may find a companion with whom to share eternity. While I cannot comment on your longevity, I dare say you otherwise possess the necessary credentials to be granted an audience. All that remains is to play this fife to summon the beast. You need not concern yourself with where I procured such an item, only that the Kamui of the Nine Tails will heed its call should you be judged worthy. So, what say you, my friend? Will you place your trust in me and embark on this quest to befriend a divine being? Naturally, I will be close at hand to observe, as I have in the past. I could not possibly miss the opportunity to bask in such a glorious spectacle. Will you permit me to attend? Splendid. Fortunately, I have already ascertained a suitable location, not far from here, where the view of the One River should provide the perfect backdrop. Once you arrive, take the fife in hand and let your soul pour forth as melody. Try not to let the fact that a professional musician is paying extremely close attention to your every note put you off. I am sure it will be an unforgettable performance.
Okay. So I guess I just need to head over towards the One River then. Oh, goes that way. Actually, also kind of nice that we had to go to Yangsha, because that is kind of close to where I need to go next. After we're done with this. This. I think there's a ether current up here only. I seem to remember that being the case. Okay. Fantastical flute that, when played, is believed to summon the Kamui of the Nine Tails. And there's all 7 dogs.
Such radiance, such magnificence. The Kamui of the Nine Tails, most revered of its kind, is come. Its days of wandering alone across the realm have come to an end. Indeed, you have earned your place alongside this divine being, my friend. Ah! To witness the warrior of light joined by the Kamui of the Nine Tails and its brethren before my very eyes. 'Tis a moment that must be preserved in verse for future generations. Ahem. Trailed by tales of 9, soaring across moonlit sky, restless traveler. Summoned home by heroes call kindred soul, adventurer. Yes, yes. I think I shall name this piece A Lone Wolf No More. It shall serve as testament to the friendship between two great beings favored by the gods.
I feel like whenever the minstrels end up being like, hey, it's time to make a sort of verse or something like that, the text-to-speech just ends up being like even worse at like constructing sentences correctly than it is normally. So I'm guessing it just doesn't know how to actually do it correctly.
That you are able to earn the respect of such heavenly creatures fills me with awe. You certainly seem to have a talent for it. My retelling of today's events is sure to enrapture souls the world over. And perhaps they too will one day be fortunate enough to glimpse the two of you racing across the sky. Farewell, hero.
Okay. And fabled Kamui 5, or however you pronounce that. The lonely song of this stout flute said to summon a long-lived auspice, Kamui of the Nine Tails, barely glimpsed by mortal eyes. There, and let's see how it looks. I feel like this mount is pretty cool. It at least looks more interesting than the Reborn reward for getting all the mounts, and I feel like the Firebird, it looks cool, but it's kind of it isn't as unique compared to this one, because if you look at the Reborn one, it's Kirin, it's a golden horse. Firebird, it's a golden bird. They aren't that interesting in my opinion. Like, they look cool, both of them, but they just kind of not as interesting to me. But the Ninetales, or Kami of the Ninetales, looks more interesting at least. Plus, it's also literally a Fate boss you can fight it here. I think it's, what is it, like down here-ish? They can sometimes spawn. So, yeah. So cool. I feel like it's also not as common as the previous two, because this one you can't really farm the mount solo.
All are free to try.
Turn that off. But yeah, you can't farm the Stormblood mounts as easily as you can with the Realmborn Heavensward, because Realmborn, that's easy as hell. That is extremely easy to do. The Heavensward ones, you do need somewhat higher level in order to actually do it, but it's not too difficult. But yeah, Stormblood ones, you need a group in order to do it, because I don't really think there's any of them that you can solo on your own. As you might have guessed, we are heading to Bastia, because I got my rank up a little bit. I had originally planned that I would only return to Bastia once I actually had reached rank 25. I haven't done that, but I'm basically thinking we can do some of the quests so I can unlock the next part of Satnor, so that I can have access to more the skirmishes, I believe they're called. Oh yeah, also I managed to get Dragoon to level 80 or 81, I guess. So that's now the class I'm doing or using for station stuff for the Arcasadora or Arcasadara, simply because Paladin reached level 90 as well. And I also got the Red Mage to 90 or 70 here earlier today, so that's very nice as well. But yeah, we're gonna quickly do 2 or 3 quests, I think. I can unlock the second part of Satnor, so I have access to, as I said, more skirmishes. Because, gotta say, there's not a lot that spawn in the first part. At least when they finally spawn, it's not that often. Looks like there's actually a decent amount of people there. And there's two that have spawned here. Huh. Basically want to unlock the later parts. I'm guessing there's probably like 3 or 4 parts in total to the area. Yeah. Oh.
Certain decisions made during the course of this quest will affect the story in subsequent quests. These decisions cannot be changed once this quest is completed.
Oh.
Please note, however, that these decisions will not affect rewards received upon quest completion.
Okay. So I get a bunch of metal and some fragments of history, rage, and ferocity.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Shauna. We have finally found a suitable location for the Ironworks device. And you will be pleased to hear the DAMs are ready to go. Some of our finest work yet, if I do say so myself. Once in place, Badges Algen has asked we redirect the ether currents to the newly secured outpost. I will mark on your map the location where the device must be set. When you have finished, contact us via this link Pearl and we shall handle the rest. I shall pray for your safe return, Shauna.
Okay, so head to the designated location, which is up there. I believe this is the quest that is for rank 16. And I think rank 18 is basically what unlocks the next outpost, which is over here. So let's do 3 quests in total. Could be wrong though. Just need to like slowly make our way through the area over to our objective. Hopefully avoid combat if possible, because I don't really want to try and fight things here. I want to try and avoid that because some of these enemies are actually pretty damn strong. I seem to remember some of those airship enemy things hitting very hard. It's hitting very hard when you don't have any buffs and you are playing as tank. So, yeah. Let's see. Shoot. This. It's gonna go into the ground, like usual.
The DAM is ready, Shauna. Readying transmission protocols now.
Yep.
All systems appear to be normal. Can you confirm the DAM has burrowed into the ground?
You're looking for a short while because you're very EP. Okay. Fair cryptid.
Then everything is as it should be. You're free to return to camp.
Okay. I don't really feel like doing that one. So just use return to get back to the start. Oh, I could also just leave Satnor, go up again, and that would put me back there, I guess.
Welcome back. The DAMs appear to be working as planned, though it will take some time for the diversion of the ether current to be complete. We will continue to monitor the situation from here. Should the DAMs be in need of fine-tuning, however, we may have to call on you again. Sensors indicate faint traces of ether drifting toward the designated location, and the energy signature is growing stronger. Before long, we'll have made a brand new current leading straight to the outpost.
Guessing something's gonna happen during this cutscene because it's way too animated to not have something special happen. There it is.
Mikato, no.
That's how she falls off the ship, I guess. And we're down on the ground. Spot her. Okay, so that whole thing is more clear what's happening. Last time we saw Envision, she was just falling, I believe.
Mikato? It's another vision, isn't it? And you saw it too, didn't you? What is it? What did you see? It's nothing, Lilia. Really. Just a dizzy spell, is all. I will be fine after a short rest. Mikato, there's no need to put on a brave face. You said before these visions of yours can't be changed, but that doesn't mean we can't help. That's very kind of you, Lilia, but I promise you I'm fine. For now, let's all concentrate on the task at hand. All right. But if you ever need to talk, I'll be right here. I understand your concern, truly. But even if we were to tell the others, there is nothing they can do to change what I saw, what we saw. No battle is won without sacrifice, and I have made peace with what is to come. I imagine Moonbrida was very much the same in her last moments. She never turned her eyes from the truth, the inevitable, no matter how harsh it may be. It is a quality you both share, and one I strive to emulate.
Has she mentioned Moonbrida before? I don't remember that thing she's done. To be honest, this has also been a thing that I've been slowly working on for the last few months, so it would be understandable if I had forgotten a few parts of this.
Come now, Shauna, let's not assume the worst. After all, we know not of what happens before or after that brief glimpse into the future. Thanks again for your help with the DAM. Once the new outpost is secure, you can be certain we'll get to work right away on erecting a barrier. In the meantime, perhaps you'd be willing to share what you and Mikoto saw. On second thought, forget I said anything. Like she said, it's all fine. Let's get back to it, eh? Speaking of getting to work, I think Badges Algin was asking after you. Probably wants to talk strategy before their next mission.
Blade Majula. Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you about Misija. As you may recall, it was my intention to have her stand trial once the IVTH Legion was routed, and Bozja's lands made secure. But there are those who demand we make an example of her, and the cries for her execution grow louder by the day. It is my belief that we must first establish a rule of law, where those convicted of crimes may be given due process. In the case of imperial captives, an exchange of prisoners should be considered a viable alternative. I do not deny that the crimes she has committed are grave indeed. Yet the fact remains, Misija was a soldier, working under the orders of Gabrinth and the IVTH Legion. I am hesitant to carry out so harsh a judgment when it is her superiors who should be held accountable. But such is the nature of war. Soldiers forced to perform terrible deeds at the behest of a select few. As commander, I know all too well the weight my orders carry. The day may come that I am made to answer for the acts committed in my name. But today, it is Misija who stands accused. Gabrinth has yet to be brought before us, and the people demand justice be served, one way or another.
I'll not deny she has a troubled past. Were up to me. Put her to death. I agree with you, Badgelson. Badgelson. The blame lies with the Menenius and Gabrin. It's not my place to give counsel on such matters, but I trust you will make the right decision. Okay, so either say yes, she should killed. No, it was her commanders, or I'm not the one who should be basically the judge of this. Think my mindset is basically, yes, I'm helping the Bosnians, but I'm not part of the Bosnians. So I feel like I should not be the one who decides what should happen, because I'm assuming if I pick one of these, things might change regarding the story. I'm not entirely sure. But if I pick this one, I am not the one who specifically decides that, oh, this is how the story is going to go. It is technically them, the resistance. Since I think they should be basically dealing with their problem on their own, since it is the person from their country that has essentially betrayed them. And it's basically their war with the Guardians, so I'm thinking this one. Let's go with that.
When the time comes, I will keep your words in mind. Thank you, Blade Majula.
It's she has some blame on her, but I don't think she deserves to be killed because of it. Because as far as I could see, she kind of had her own plans But she did work for the Guardians, and her commanders did probably set her up to do certain things. So it's kind of both at the same time. But I don't think she deserves to be killed, at least.
Why the furrowed brow? Was it something Badges Algin said? Sorry, I shouldn't pry. I'll get back to work.
The next quest can be accepted.
Okay, so I can get the next quest. But I kind of want to quickly appraise these. That's just a bunch of lodestones that I got in there. Stones cannons bursts, look like. Rampage, stone skin 2. Same stuff. Did I get anything new? Yep, lost burst. Stone skin 2. The difference between these two seems to be this one has a shorter cast time. And a single target. This one is single target. Shorter cast time gives a higher shield. 5% shield that lasts for 60 seconds. This one is an AoE that hits yourself and all the targets around you. It's slightly smaller shield for 30 seconds instead. Okay. And I got more of these, which are just like returns basically. Okay. Char.
Blade Majula. It's good to see you. As always, news of your contributions to the resistance precedes you. We've just received word that the barrier over our new outpost is complete. At last, our front line can finally move forward. An unattainable feat without your assistance, and that of the Ironworks. If you are ready, I've been asked to escort you to our newest encampment. I would also strongly advise you to attune to the Aetheriad here if you have yet to do so. Now if you'll follow me, the camp is due west of here.
Okay. Just need to head over there then. Sounds, from what I can see in the chat, it looks like maybe some people are inside of the castrum in Southern Front. Like if that basically affected. Otherwise, they're inside the Talyada. Possibly, because I can see that some people are talking about like top and bottom are like, and apparently top or bottom is like done, but top is apparently still going, which I'm assuming is like kind of how some of that works, like the two bosses at once you need to fight, one at the top, one at the bottom, sort of thing. But I could be wrong. I have no idea how the one here in Sadnor works. So the reason why I was about to hit, or almost about to get into combat with that enemy, was because I had to cough really quickly. And basically semi-alt tapped out of the game. Although technically I actually didn't need to do that. I'm just getting annoyed when I like click some of the keybind's mute, and it does sometimes click in the game, or it makes noises whenever it's like the whole invalid target thing. Yep, we get the next space.
You'll find all the essential facilities are in place, including an aetheroid for ease of travel. Badge Suljan intends to seize yet another outpost as we continue to push the front line forward. Of course, this will likely require more work securing ether currents to power yet another protective barrier. Even so, with you here to aid us, I have faith the resistance will prevail in the end.
Okay.
The resistance front line advances, allowing you to participate in new skirmishes and critical engagements. The next quest can be accepted by speaking with Mikato after reaching resistance.
Okay, resistance rank 20. To the Ethernet shard.
You have attuned yourself to an additional
Yeah, okay, so we now have Serptic Point. So I'm guessing that the next point might be up there, and then what's that one? Guessing that it's probably the same amount as in Southern Front. Light curtain. Erase. Assassination. Chain spell. Those two. So your light curtain. Grants the effect of Lost Reflect on self. Reflects most magic attacks for 10 seconds. Let's see, it's an instant cast lasting for 10 seconds. Is that compared to Reflect? Even unlocked Reflect yet? I don't even remember if I have that or not. Don't actually have Reflect yet, necessarily. I was just curious about the effect comparison. Anyway, then we have Lost Re-Raise, grants the effect of Re-Raise to self or target player, grants an 80% chance of automatic revival upon KO, lasts 180 minutes. So there's something similar, or is that... Must be misremembering. I'm guessing this is just like you cast it on yourself and you then have a high chance of basically reviving if you die. Lost Chain Spell. Temporarily eliminates cast time for all spells for 30 seconds. Additional effect, Magic Burst. Increases spell damage by 70 or 45% while regenerating MP cost. Okay. And you have Spirit of the Ordained effect, or Ordained on. Raises Magic Burst, spell damage increased to 100% and nullifies additional MP cost. Oh wait, it doesn't make it so that you regenerate MP, it just increases the Magic Burst effect, just makes it so that it costs. If you have Spirit of the Ordained, it's basically just deal a lot more damage, and it's the same amount of MP cost. And if you have Spirit of the Watcher on, you basically have it triple its like duration from 30 to 6 or from 30 to 90 seconds. Lost Assassination delivers a close quarter attack with a potency of 350. Chance of instant KO when attacking from the rear. Increases the lower the target's HP is. Spirit of the Beast grants the effect of Lost Font of Power to self. Lost Font of Power effect increases damage dealt by 30% and increases critical hit. And it also increases critical hit rate by 40%. But it only lasts for 18 seconds. This action does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Furthermore, the recast timer cannot be affected by other actions. Okay, and it has instant cast and has a recast timer of just under 15 seconds. And you can use it 99 times, so I guess this one is a good one if you have some enemies that are somewhat low in health. Can't do any more here, so let's just leave. Okay, and then we just need to do the third thing that I was thinking of doing before we get started on the main thing for the stream. Although I don't know how long that main thing is even gonna take. But yeah, I think I basically also showed it earlier, but the Akasadara, I basically hit max reputation with them again. So we have a new blue quest, leader to leader, and I think this is the one that's gonna unlock sworn reputation with me, or with them. Leader to leader.
Shauna, am I glad to see you. Haven't made much headway on our Gajasura problem, but let me tell you about the rest of it. Like I said, no tearful reconciliation or nothing, but having folks at the Mayhanes been giving us peace of mind. Between our little outfit and Kankana's contacts, we've got every sort of adventurer you could ever need. Ogul's been stopping by when she can, too. She's gotten mighty good at riding. I think she's got the instincts of a racer.
Once Ogul finds her groove, she's unstoppable. As a fellow adventurer, she makes me proud to say so. That one.
There's no doubt she's been setting a great example for our recruits. So much so that even the Radiant Host's been asking us for guards and lookouts to patrol the roads. Works out in our favor, seeing as we'll be the first to know if Akala ever decides to. Boss. Right on cue. We just got word, a whole mob of Gajasuras closing in on us. And I don't think it's cause they got wind of our deal on Lassus or nothing, neither. They'll be here any moment, boss. What do we do? Geza, go and find Ogul at Palaka's stand and have her report here. Then, I want you to make the rounds and tell folks in this area to be on the alert. I've got a hunch Akala's only after us, but just to be safe. Maru, I want you to keep up your maintenance on the carts. No need to panic, but if matters should run awry, I want everyone ready to leave, understand? I'm going to relay the situation to our friends at the Mayhane. As for you, Shauna, I'd like you to go and graciously welcome our Gajasura guests. Any fights picked with you, you've got my permission to finish. But I don't want no blood on your hands. Don't mean to make things complicated, but that's how it's gotta be. I'll owe you one. Report back when you've a handle on things, yeah.
Finally got that fucking little fly that was flying around. basically had like a very small insect just flying around my face for like the last, I don't know, 3-5 minutes. I got the chance to actually kill that little fucker. It's one down. And then it's just the last spot. That's either an A or S rank. I'm not really sure which one. Don't think I've gotten any messages in the chat regarding like sensing a powerful enemy or something like that, so like someone's knocking on my door. Give me just one quick second once I have this fight. Just a quick check if there's actually someone knocking on my door. Couldn't see anyone out there, so I'm wondering if someone in the other apartments are just like knocking on something. No clue if that's actually the case or not, but yeah. Couldn't see anyone at least. Also not really expecting anyone to show up right now.
As you can see, we're at a bit of a deadlock with our favorite hippo enthusiast here.
This is hardly the time to be glib, Chernay. But rest assured that I am prepared to do all that is necessary in self-defense, even if that should be a swift and decisive offense.
Hold on a moment. I'm angry, Ogle. When I think about what Akila's stolen and who he's hurt, I start boiling like afternoon soup. But skewering him ain't gonna solve the bigger issue. I say we talk, first. See if we ain't so different after all. You too weak for Akila. Leave. Leave hippos, go. You want us to leave Svarna? That ain't an option, and you know that. But if you've got such a hankering for our hippo cards, there is another way. You could always join us. Me and my associates, me and my people, we built this place to welcome us when nowhere else would. So there ain't no version of this where we simply up and leave cause you demand it. But you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? You know what it's like to have no place to welcome you. To need to take care of your people, no matter what. That's why I don't want to fight you. Your people no place for home. But you protect people. You, same as Akala. But Akala hit your people. Tell truth, you forgive no Akala. Like I said, I'm angry. No one messes with my family and gets away with it. That's why I want to settle things with you, leader to leader. Fair and square. Bae ha ha ha. Akala hit stronger than weak you. Akala win. Sure keen on violence, ain't you? When I say settle things, I'm not talking about a fight, I'm talking about a race. On hippo carts. If I lose, I swear on my honor as a racer that I'll agree to your terms. But if I win, you repent for what you've done, and you join us. Peaceably. Deal?
I hear them knocking again, but I think it might be one of my neighbors. It's like maybe hanging something up and are like knocking in nails or something. It is weird considering it's like what, 7 in the evening? Seems like a weird time to do that. Who knows, I have had like times where they've been like drilling or banging on the walls for like hours on end, like from somewhat early in the morning to like somewhat late as well. So who knows, maybe they're just doing that.
You, fool. Akala win race, take hippos, take wagons. You can try. We'll start the race from that harbor town right there, and ride the high road all the way up past the quarry further on. Agree. Akala wait at town. But Akala wait not long.
Well, he was more reasonable than I expected. But lest he decide to perpetrate any knavery, I shall keep a sharp eye over him.
I ain't gonna go back on what I said, but I really shouldn't have called Akala out like that. Not cause I think I'll lose, not on your life. But we had to crawl our way up from being nothing but reckless misfits, and now that we've made something of ourselves, I'm gonna ride the high road and blow whatever respect we earn to the wind.
Now I can hear some sort of like banging, not through the walls, but from like the stairway. Way fucking louder. I'm kind of wondering what the fuck someone's doing out there, because that is a lot of noise.
What's done is done, I guess. Now we just gotta focus on keeping things fair. Don't want Akala working a traverse around us, not when everyone's futures are at stake. Damn it all. How are we supposed to make this work?
With the race, or sanctioned event, invite a crowd to watch. Akala is not likely to work anything then. Speaking of an event.
That's genius, Shauna. An official hippo race between the Arkazodara and Gajasura. That'd be, well, legendary. If we do that, not only do we stay legitimate, but we'd be hosting an event that everyone can enjoy, like a festival. I know I said our racing days were over, but this is going to be one for the chronicles, Shauna. I'll show you a race you'll never forget. Alright. I'll have Ogle smooth things over with the Radiant host while my associates spread the word about our upcoming scurry. Come and meet me in Yedlamid, can't keep Akala waiting too long.
Okay. So, you just speak with Akala? Is there going to be a cutscene that I see, or do I actually have to be the one racing? Wondering about that.
You not ready? Akala ready? Akala no patience. Keep your armor on. We've gotta wait for our audience to show up. Don't wanna start without our kinsfolk cheering us on, now do we? Kins. Race, battle. Not show off. No kins. Come on, Akala, our kins are going to make sure both sides play fair. Besides, if you win, they'll officially be your kins, right? Fine. Akala accept kins. Speaking of which, I've got a proposition for you, seeing as this race is gonna determine the future of both our peoples, I'd like to declare it a cooperative effort. Only the two of us'll be riding the track, of course, but my team's gonna be backing me up from the sidelines. You're welcome to do the same, if you'd like. Battle, Akala win alone. Akala strong. Is that so? Alright then. Shauna. Let's talk.
Okay.
I think it goes without saying that this race ain't just about the hippo riders. The whole island, and all the people on it, are counting on us to win this. So here's my plan, I'm gonna give you a link pearl, like the ones me and my associates use. That way we can be in contact during the race. I'll have Maru and Geza standing by at key points along the track so that they can give you updates on our progress. I want you to use that information to advise me during the race. Sound okay? Not to lay on the pressure, or anything. I take full responsibility for how I ride, but just in case I lose my head, I want you to keep me focused.
Chief Strategist reporting for duty. Think I already lost my head somewhere. I'll do my best, though if you insist. Chief Strategist reporting for duty.
Thanks, pal. I'm counting on you. All that's left is getting Zorya ready to run. Then there ain't nothing stopping us. She likes those bright colors. What do you reckon the chances are of a rainbow conveniently popping out of nowhere, Ed? If only. Ha, ha. I made it. Boss, Maru. What are you doing here? And sweating like a gull in that gadge ahead. What happened? What's the matter? Nothing, boss. I brought you something for your race. Zorya goes wild for bright colors, right? So I used some of our leftover gulal to make a rainbow. Just throw this, and she'll perk right up for sure. If this ain't a sign from the divinities, I don't know what is. Maru, you hams ahead, you really came through. We're gonna win this thanks to you. I'll save this for just the right moment. Can't hit the ground running too hard after all. Keep that in mind when you're coaching me. Passing is important for a race this long. Anyway, go on ahead to the goal post over by the Giant Skull grounds. I'll see you when I bring home a victory. Maru, I want you watching the high road around the great work. I'll fill you in on the details by link pearl.
Almost kind of shadowboxing and cowering in fear. Like, okay, so I need to head up to the finish line. Is all the way up near the top of the area. Just fly there, because I mean I could also teleport to Pakistan, but it's not that far. Also, I accidentally held in Control while I pressed space there, which makes me go down. Because I was basically like trying to display this, and then I want to go over that thing, but yeah, missed out a little bit with the keybinds there, I guess. A little annoyed that you can't actually get up to that giant rock formation up there at the spear or whatever you want to call it. So I can give it a name in the game.
I really hope Trina wins the race. From what teacher says, if the Gajasura end up taking over Thavnair, we're all in trouble.
So are we actually going to be doing something during this, or what?
Teacher, we're already over here.
Okay, that's a pretty cool, like, transition thing between places. Like they've done something like that before.
It seems that preparations at the goalpost are complete. Racers, are you ready? Citizens of Thavnair, I welcome you to the very first Hanish Hippo Hustle, representing the Arkazodara and our very own Hippo Riders, Chernay. Representing the Gajasura, the mighty, Akala. Racers, take your mark. Get set. Go.
Akala win. Run, run. Conquest for Akala.
This hippo is gonna get tired out, I'm guessing. Nicholas.
That Gajasura bastard. Pushin' our precious hippo that hard, I'm so mad, I'm sweatin' blood. The boss is eatin' dust, but the road's not looking too good up ahead. What's your call?
Don't lose that bastard, full speed ahead. Save your strength, the road's looking rocky. Maybe... save...
Right. We'll hold fast.
Wanna try and risk stuff? It held on that for a while if you like.
They're passin' by the great work, and it looks like Akala's hippo might be reachin' its limit. Not surprisin', seein' how hard he's pushin' it. Chances are good Akala's not goin' to take much more of a lead, but it's your call.
I think probably we'll stay until the final spurt. Guessing it's between conversation things we can do.
We'll bide our time for a grand finish.
Assuming this is probably going to be the best option.
You. Fast, more fast. Run, run, run. The two hippo carts are hurtling towards the goal at breakneck speed. Give your final piece of advice to Trina for the win.
Boss, give it anything you got. Unleash the rainbow.
Hiya hiya. Been waiting for this. Get ready to see lightning. Sorya, let's go.
Low in the eyes.
Who won? Who was it?
Gotten really good at making cutscenes, even for like these like small tribal quests.
Akala win? By a hippo's nose, the victor of the Hanish Hippo Hustle is TRNA.
The Final Fantasy jingle. The victory jingle.
Akala lose. Why? You trick Akala? No, we didn't trick you. We just know our hippos, that's all. What they like. How much they can take. Hippos are living, breathing creatures, same as us. Having to run that hard, for that long, all while pulling a heavy bloke like you? No mystery why your hippo melted its grease. Hippo slow because grease melt. Akala understand. And I did say that your people could support you during the race. But you insisted on riding alone. They're your battle brothers, ain't they? I bet they would have loved to help. I might be in charge, but if I've gotta rely on others to protect my people, I'm not hesitating. You can only do so much by yourself. By yourself. Of course, trusting folks enough to do that didn't exactly come naturally to me neither. Me and my people, we used to be nothing but a bunch of misfits. We didn't really belong nowhere, and no one really wanted us around in the first place. People like us ain't got a lot of options. You either scrape by on the outskirts so that you ain't a bother, or leave for someplace new and hope that you can prove yourself somehow. But it ain't gotta be like that. You can be you and still build trust and contribute something positive, however small. Misfit or no, at some point you realize that none of us are really so different. So I believe in you, Akala. I think if good racers like us can turn things around, you and your people can too. You ain't gotta conquer nothing to protect your brothers now. A deal's a deal, right? Join us. Become a hippo rider and see where the cart takes you. Akala, your words understand. Akala, you, not different. But Akala Gajasura. This bad. Our tribes may have their differences, but as for you and me, that's just a race and rivalry now. And everyone watchin' saw how hard you were trying for your people. Might take some time, but I think you'll find a place here. So, what do you say? Come back with us to Svarna? Akala, accept.
Okay. Let's just head back to Varna. Talk with the. Oh, actually, just gets in here and join the Tarna.
Thanks for the stellar advice. Couldn't have done it without you. Ain't no way I was losing, but I'm glad this didn't end with Akala's people being chased off the island. It got a little tense when a bunch of Gajasura came walking in, bold as brass, but I explained the situation and everyone's being good-hearted about it. It's like I said, none of us are so different. But enough about that, people love the race. When was the last time I rode like that? Wind against my face, crowds cheering me on. Heh, now that I think about it, might have been a first. Next time the Hanish Hippo hustle rolls around, we should start it from Svarna. Or finish it? Or both. Think of the traffic we'd get at the Mayhane. Who knew thinking up new ways to excite other folks would be so, well, exciting. All of this, is thanks to you, Shauna. I can't thank you enough. Alright, let's get to it. Our brand new racing gate ain't gonna build itself, after all.
Okay. Guessing they have constructed a new thing. Yep. New gates. And it's more festive around here as well, with the like colors and also up above.
In commemoration of the historic race between the representatives of the Arkazodara and Gajasura peoples, and the peace thereby achieved, a gate has been erected in Svarna.
The Hippo Rider's reputation has soared to legendary heights. Backed by their diligence and hard-earned skills, Cherne and her associates will continue to spread joy throughout all of Thavnair.
I think there's some more reputation we need to get.
You have achieved sworn reputation with the Hippo Riders. You will receive an experience point. You now have access to a
have access to that. Yep, there is still more rep I need to get. I also don't get the bonus thing of additional rep or additional quests, so I'm gonna have to deal with that. We also got the Hippo Hero tile and also Hippo Tamer. Nice. We'll try it. Vendor, or not vendor, player. And you can get the Hippo card horn. Nice. That was just that. Okay, I believe from getting to Bloodsworn we get access to the Orchestrion role for this place. But this is still probably the most exciting things. Get our own Hippo card. Hell yeah. And we also get these things we can throw. We have red, yellow, blue, and rainbow. Ooh. That's cool. Would be kind of cool if it basically got the like glowing eyes. Yeah. I got this one. Okay. Well, that was around a little over an hour. I spent on basically the 3 things that land that. And there's just the final thing, which is something where we need to head to the first. Because I'm basically thinking that we are gonna work on the crystalline meat, which is also part of the title of the stream. Basically, I have crafted almost everything that I think I need for that whole thing. I'm also hoping I can do all of it today. But yeah, I basically have to craft a bunch of items. I still don't have everything fully. I'm still missing the things that are needed for the what's it called? I just went into Discord because I alt-tabbed. I just noticed that Chun Chun has apparently changed their profile picture on Discord. And I recognize that picture. That's something related to some not safe for work stuff. Ah. Bubble. Or handsome man. Thank you. But yeah. What I'm still missing regarding the crystalline mean stuff. Also, I should maybe make it so that this program that I'm opening, or rather website, doesn't take up as much space because I can't look at that. We basically still have some, or rather I have some things I still need to gather for that, because some of it required fishing and some of it is just gathering things. And let's just say I kind of decided to do this like 3 hours before the stream ish, so I kind of ended up not having a ton of time to do this. I only managed to basically get the materials I need to craft stuff, so I haven't gotten the fish or the gathering things fully completed yet, so I think we can go ahead and do that. So let's see here. Not entirely sure though how to actually spot those things. Ah, there it is. Okay, so I have 2 animal droppings. Actually, is there actually no way for me to? Nope, I was kind of hoping I could just go like, hey, search where I can find this thing, but I guess I could also do that. Okay, so I either get it from mining in that spot or over there from harvesting. Harvesting is close to a aetheryte, so we're gonna go with that. I said we're gonna go with that because it was just applying the additional effects from the macro that I've set up. Didn't fully do it. Basically need to get a total of 18 animal droppings, 18 megafauna leftovers, and megafauna trace as well. Plus a few other things, but yeah, I don't really know if I can even get those things currently. Basically just need to gather a few things, and then I need to catch a bunch of fish as well. I have made sure to basically have hopefully enough bait for those things. That should hopefully not be a problem. I need I need 6 more of these. That's 6. Eyes are burning. Need some. Also will be so lurk till you can see something again. Okay, it's fair fumble. Okay, so got all the droppings. Then I need to get thing open there. Megafauna leftovers. That is found in Ilmeg. It's either there or there. That doesn't matter too much, but harvesting is still closer to Uran. I'm entirely sure how to pronounce that. That location, basically. I'm basically thinking get the gathering things first, and then I can try and get the fish outwards also. Like Aether Sand, I can't get that anywhere, and Ancient Animal Skin is not available either. Those basically specific or special things I need to gather at some places. That stuff is in Artiga Great. Either there or there. Okay. So that should be easy to gather. All the leftovers. I need one more. See, I'm just gonna. I don't really want to run around with like multiple additional ones, so I'm just gonna. Some water crystals, and that one gives. Just give me one. Nice. Maybe I should actually check something here. Where catch these fish? Okay, there's one in Lakeland. I forgot the name of it for a second there. One in Colusia. And one in Ilmeg, which I might as well try and go and get. Okay, so according to the map, it seems to be up here. It's apparently a place called the Spoiled One. Like, according to the map, it looks like it's right here, but I don't remember there being any water up there unless it's this, but I'm sure that's just a ledge unless it's that water? Ah. Might be in water. This stream. See, I need to switch over to Fruit Worm. Yep, you can fish here. Okay, so it's a light tug that this one has, and I need to get 6 of them. So yeah, I'll just get started fishing then. Okay, a cerulean loach. Not the thing that I need, but still. More fish the catalog, I guess. It's also something that I kind of want to just slowly do, because I Where was that? Just under fishing. That achievement is. Yep. Catch 1,140 unique fish. That is definitely gonna take some time. How many am I currently at? Oh yeah, three. Okay. Right, more clam. That is the thing I need. Okay, let's do one of these. Try to catch another one and try and use double hook to see if I can get multiple of that. Let's get me multiple of them. Oh, that just gives me one. Damn it. Well, need to get 4 more of them. Because the different fish I need like 6 of each. Except for 2 of them, but I think those are like special ones. I'm not entirely sure though. Like, there's 2 of them that I just need 1 of, but I don't know really if there's a specific condition for them. Guess we'll see. Because there are also technically some things that haven't crafted yet, but that's because I don't have the materials for them yet. So what is actually available at this spot? How many fish? Only 5 fish. Let's see, this one has no special condition. This one. It's only this one, which I have the tome needed. But I'm guessing it has weather, time, and spatial conditions. And I have no idea what those are. At some point I might actually go ahead and try and maybe do a fishing stream where I just go around and try and catch as many fish as possible and try and like keep up with the rare fish that can appear from like in different places, or rather the special fish. It's like kind of like the one that requires the tow, like special time of day and so on, because some of those are a bit of a pain, and I might not be able to actually stream during some of those, but it could be fun. Try and get some of them. Although from what I understand, some of them are also a pain in the ass to get due to like spawn conditions and so on. So that was a gray skipper. That's that one. Okay. So let's just need one more bright mirror clam. Go. All 6 of them. Kind of thinking this. One of the fish I need to get is located. Actually, that would be faster. I need to go to Fort John. One of the fish I need to get is like up here, which is the 8 Eyes Eel. Which also requires the fruit worm. So let's try and get that one. I kind of wondered why I can't open up the baits while I'm on a mount. A bit strange. Okay, it's just here. Yep. It was a fruit worm. You actually eat down there. Try that. If that's the case. Could be a kind of 8 spots, just sit and fish. I think I can try and check once I catch this one. Rhino Cayman. Okay. Yeah, we can actually get down here. Cool. Okay. Art candy. What? Rift of Sights. 6 fish. One that is special. Albino Cayman. Don't think there's any special conditions for this fish, other than just using the fruit worm. There it is. 8 Eyes Eel. And for the monkeys that run down each side of its head. Although its circular maw lined with the serrated teeth is perhaps more worth of attention. Or worthy of attention. What does that other fish say that I caught? Where? There it is. These rare bivalve mollusks are harvested more for their shells than for their meat, as their inner nacre can be used as a form of natural occurring mirror. Okay. Basically, I might as well just read the fish descriptions. So the loach, this bright blue fish can be found in aquatic environs throughout Ilmek. At the grey skipper, this variety of skipper is found all across Ilmek, where this paradoxically stands out a sore thumb due to its dull color. Albino Cayman, a naturally pure white cayman. Okay. A glossy ball of moss found in Lakeland does not, in fact, taste like candy. Waterball, a rotund, white, freshwater fish found in Lakeland. And abyssal snail. This gastropod sports an unusual purple shell. I am not getting a lot of those eels. I've only gotten one so far. Hoping I get the catch the fish before I out of bait at least. Just got away. Apparently in my FC chat someone is talking about how they apparently drank pilk in the voice chat, it seems, and it apparently made their tummy hurt. And then another person is being like, I'm a disown you, I swear to God. Disown you as my sister. Apparently they're sisters, I guess. Call each other each other's sister. Ocean milk? Yep. Pilk. Good old pilk. I have never had it. And I probably never will, because that stuff sounds absolutely disgusting. At least I'm pretty sure it is Ocean milk, because I believe that's what it's supposed to be, but it just sounds absolutely disgusting. Another one of those. Thinking about it, I should actually have been using identical cast a bit during this, because that would have sped up this. Can't really use double hook or triple hook it seems, but can at least have tried using identical cast, get it a bit faster. That's not gonna be an eel, because I believe the eel is only the one with exclamation mark ones. Get me an eel. It's an abyssal snail. That's not what I need. I need an eel. To get a fisherman hat with all the lures for my model, so I have a fishing and chill stream with a lot of topics. That could be kind of fun. I just don't really know how to actually make a fishing hat. That's the main problem. I could maybe make one in Blender, but I am not good at that program, so that would be kind of a scuffed hat. Because I have technically made a hat before in Blender that is actually already tied to this model, but in my personal opinion it looks kind of bad. But then again, I don't really know how to use Blender well in any sort of capacity. The more scuffed the better. True, like the more scuffed anything is, the basically a certain charm, but in my case it just ends up looking kind of boring, I would say, the ones that I make. And that's mainly just because I don't know how to do stuff really in Blender, so it kind of just ends up being boring in a way, especially when it comes to like texturing. Like that I have no clue how to do. Mainly because most of the things that I've been able to find in terms of tutorials have been either way too advanced, not for the right version of Blender that I'm using, or it just ends up being something where it's like, oh yeah, do this, and then when I try and do it, it's like, yeah, it doesn't work. Even though it works for them, but for some reason it just doesn't work for me, and I have no clue why. Just would have thrown an image in OBS and over your model layer. I can actually do a slight different thing. I don't need to throw it in OBS. I can actually just throw it like directly on my model and just have it like sit there, because I kind of did like how I basically had a sprout on my model for a long ass time, at least until I lost my sprout in game in Final Fantasy. Though I didn't always remember to do it. Pretty sure I had. True. I just need to find a fishing hat then. I could technically try and do that. Well, if I should just need to up, or try and search for a fishing hat. So as soon as they open up, browser, I end up in YouTube, and then I'm just like, I really need to add some of these videos to my daily playlist. So who's... Yeah, I just got a video from a person that I haven't watched a video from for like in over a year because they haven't posted anything. Jesus Christ, I forgot I was subscribed to this person. What the fuck? Ah. Oh, give me a second, I just need to videos and playlists. Okay, there we go. Okay, Picture had PNG. Let's see if we can find a sort of good one. This one work? Oh, that's a fake PNG. That's a... It's a JPEG that's called a PNG. Damn it. Okay, let's remove the PNG part, but have Google basically add the transparent sort of tag to it and hope that that actually finds things correctly. It's the same one as I found before. It is. God. What about this one? Because that's kind of the same one. Oh, that's a JPEG, even though it says that it's apparently a PNG. Basically just one that has a like the weird background thing. I want one where it has the tackles on it. You'll walk your dog and get some food since the eye drops are not working straight off the bat. So you'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay. I'll try and see if I can find a hat that I can put on. In the meantime, the only problem is just some of them have like, I don't know what's called them, strings that I don't really want necessarily. So maybe they could work. Just need to be located in the right spot. It's one. Let's try this one. It doesn't fully seem like it's an actual PNG. And it's not. Why? I don't understand why some things are uploaded and called like, oh yeah, this is a PNG, but then it's not a PNG. Like, seriously, don't call it a fucking PNG if it's not a PNG. And don't have it like on a transparent-esque background if it's not actually transparent. That it's fucking annoying. It's like an extremely annoying thing to do. Like, just don't do it. Never do it. Like, you can do it for the meme. Don't fucking upload a picture though and call it like, oh yeah, this is a transparent PNG when it's not. Can I just find one that actually looks decent that actually also isn't drawn? So I'm not like semi-stealing a, I don't know, picture that someone drew. Let's try this one and see, is this one transparent? Of course not, no. Not either. Why can some people just not upload a fucking transparent image? Why do they need to have the like, oh yeah, this is the transparent as background thing, but not have it be fucking transparent? The dick move. I just want a fishing hat, like tackles and shit, but can't seem to find one. It's one where it's also like actually transparent, because when I like I'm basically searching it right now. Fisher hat tackles PNG, and then under images on Google, tagging or clicking on or the like tag things that they have, I guess, transparent background. It's literally giving me ones that are not with a transparent background. Like, Google, get your shit together. These are not transparent. They are literally the opposite of transparent. There is nothing transparent about them. Oh my god. Why does this have to be such a piece of shit sometimes? And it's the same, like, several sites seem to have the same fucking hat that's just not transparent. God damn it. Just upload the proper one. It's not that hard. Okay, let's try and see if I can find one that doesn't have tags then. Okay, that website just straight up doesn't want to load. remove the tackles part of this search. Click on transparent. About this one. I didn't really think of this one. Nope, that's not transparent either. God damn it. How come finding a transparent fishing hat is like such a difficult thing to do? It should not be this difficult to find a fucking hat. Like a simple PNG. How come none of these, like this thing is, like this image that I just found is from a website called pnghot.com. It's not a PNG. What the fuck are you on about? It's not a PNG. How are some of these websites so absolutely stupid that they can't figure out that, oh yeah, this is not a PNG. We shouldn't be displaying it on our website. I think I actually finally found a fucking PNG. Jesus Christ. You know what? Fine. We'll go with this one. Okay. Just need to see here. There's gonna be a few things popping up right now. Give me a sec. Also, I'm gonna freeze because of me clicking through shit here. Okay. I should be able to just do this. Okay, that's resulting in some clipping. Yeah, that's probably the best I can do in terms of that. Let's just go with that. Now we at least have a fishing hat of sorts, not a like the actual hat that I would maybe have wanted, but it's fine, at least for now. It works, kind of. So maybe it would actually work better if I just threw it in OBS. Let's try that, actually. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, if I then jump over here. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. I clicked there. Ah, there you go. Yeah, that kind of works. Is it perfect? Not really. I can over it over a bit. That's fine. Just move it down to the layer. Yep. And we can continue fishing. Just need to get that one last eel from this place, then we can move on to somewhere else. To get a fish in Amarang as well. 6 rather. And then there's another one in Little Meg I need to get. And one in the Tempest. I feel like getting this 8-eyed eel is a bit of a problem. Oh, just give me another eel. That's all I really need from this. Wondering, is there actually any... Oh, there's no uses for any of those fish apart from bee synthesis. Or I guess also painting. But, eh. There we go. Finally got that. Last eel. Okay, so let's see here. I need to get some stuff from Tika Greatwood. It's like I don't know, might be the best one. Or at least it's the one that's slightly closer. Not necessarily better, but just yeah, closer to Slither Bow at least. Let's basically head down here-ish. And get 18 megafauna traces. It's just from these deposits. There we go. Might as well grab one of these. Okay. Those. And let's see, I might as well just get the last few fish. So we need to go to Lucia and Amaring, because I don't know if I can actually get the other fish right now. Just quickly check. They both need some different bait. So let's see, we need to get some creamy oysters, which I found all the way out to the west, past the right. Get 6 of those, and then we need some amber monkfish as well. There you go, look to the stream. Currently, I'm currently trying to just gather some stuff that I need for the crystalline mean, I believe it was called, quests. It's basically just the crafter quests in Shadowbringers. Gathering a bunch of things that I need for that. Which also includes fishing, which is kind of why I basically put this hat on, because Fireball was currently out walking his dog. He suggested that, hey, since I'm fishing, I should put on a fishing hat. So I've tried looking for that. for several minutes. Had some trouble because most of the yeah, I forgot to switch paint. Most of the pictures that I found were PNGs that weren't PNGs, but were actually just picture or JPEGs with a background, like with the transparent-esque background, or PNGs where they had that background thing for some reason. So the good old fake PNGs. Which got a bit annoying because some of those sites were like, oh yeah, this is a website for PNGs. Like, why are your pictures not actual PNGs then? I got a bit annoyed by that. So basically, I ended up finding like several pictures where it was all from different sites. All those sites were called something regarding PNG. None of them had the right pictures. We're currently trying to get 6 creamy oysters. So we need that for the crystalline mean stuff. This is actually say here. While the texture of many species of oyster could be described as creamy, there is only one specifically named for this quality. A Colusian flounder, a flatfish living off the coast of Colusia. Okay, looks like I am getting absolutely spammed right now by follow bots. Let me just turn that off. Huh. Just change the settings really quickly so I don't end up having any troubles. In case whoever the fuck that was decides to basically spam hateful things. Yeah, I basically just like disabled the, or made it so that the game, like the overlay with chat and everything basically doesn't show, so yeah, that's why the chat disappeared there. So yeah, I don't want to really have that spamming the shit out of like having those notifications constantly spamming. Great, now I need to basically clean up the entire follow list. Because I just got like, I don't even know how many fucking follows, all from bots. Oh my god, that's gonna take forever to remove. Whoever did that, fuck you. Especially because most of those are apparently like something free followers, like advertisement shit. Twitch, fix your shit. Make it hard for people to basically make bots. It's fucking annoying for us. Instead of doing shit like, oh yeah, let's remove or make it harder for people to basically live off streaming because we're gonna change the payment stuff or something like that. Like, I feel like Twitch is just making weird, like doing weird things. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to make, or yes, maybe it would be a little bit hard, but like, it shouldn't be. They should be able to come up with some methods at least. I mean, I'm thinking of like preventing this amount of bots. At least make it so that it's not as easy to make like this amount of bot accounts. This is fucking insane. I've got to use the identical cast thing to get more creamy oysters. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, I'm thinking once I'm done catching creamy oysters, I can try and turn on the overlay again and see if it's done basically spamming the shit out of that. Okay, what else do we got here? Shell, fractured kelp. This variety of leafy kelp grows to incredibly size of the southern coast of Galusia. Here's a fish. This tiny saltwater fish swims with its head facing down towards the depths. And South Galusian cod. This common saltfish is a staple food for Galusian locals. Okay, let's see, is it done spamming? Looks like it has also been 4 minutes since I turned that off. Jesus fucking Christ. I need to refresh the overlay in the stream element system. Maybe, I mean, it isn't spamming anymore now that I turned it on again, so that's at least something. But, yeah, I'm kind of wondering why the fuck they did that on, like my channel. Like, I can understand maybe doing this sort of stuff on, like, big channel. Why the fuck do it to someone who has, like, 2 viewers currently? Or something like that. Like a fucking nobody. Like, why? I'm assuming maybe it's because they're trying to be like, oh yeah, you can try and buy followers on our site or our service. To which I'm just like, if anyone is stupid enough to do that, yeah, I don't even know. Like, if you decide to buy followers, you're a fucking idiot. That's basically all I have to say, because, like, you're not basically gonna get anywhere in terms of, like, streaming if you do that. Okay. So do it because they want to try and make some streamers look like they are buying followers. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, basically go through and just remove all those followers then that I just got. Might do that, like, I don't know, tomorrow morning. I don't feel like doing that shit tonight, and I don't, like, the only way I can think of doing that is using the I'm forgetting what his name is now. What is that website slash guy's name again? Let me just pull there. Commander Root, that was who it was. Combine that list for you. Thank you. Yeah, Commander Root. Like, his program is, like, or website is really useful for that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, it would be kind of nice if it was sometimes faster, especially when it comes to, like, the whole banning all known bots sort of thing he has, but as I've also been told, doesn't really work that well because they can apparently just, like, spam create new new bots. I'm just trying to think, like, what could you potentially do as Twitch in order to reduce the amount of accounts that can be made, or at least slow it down. It's like, I'm thinking there's probably ways you could do that, like, I don't know. Some ideas would be like having very specific things you need to type in when you're making your account in order to actually make it, like, be created. Set a cooldown on account creation. That could be a thing. Then you would have to basically do it, like, on their IP, I'm guessing. But then again, you could maybe get around that with like a what's that called again? A VPN? Maybe? Depends on how Twitch's system easy to take that sort of stuff. But yeah, like some sort of personal data can also be used in theory. There's just that I don't really know what sort of personal info it would be, because it kind of depends on, like, from country to country and what you could actually type in. Like, Denmark, you could in theory use, like, your CPR number. All the problem is just that not every single, not every country has that system, and it doesn't really work necessarily for that. Phone number doesn't really work either, because then someone could essentially just use your phone number to just create an account, and then you've just lost your ability to use your account or your phone number, basically. Yeah, like, I guess the easiest way would basically just be maybe make something where it's, yeah, as you said, set an account or limit on the like a cooldown account creation. Will allow the ability to follow streamers if you have a verified email and F2A. That could also be it. Basically also make it so that in order to actually, for the account to even be actually functioning, you need to like go in, accept it on the email, and then maybe have it so that it needs to like, yeah, maybe you need like a special code that's been sent to your email you then need to type in, like basically make it so complicated or such a pain in the ass for the bot people that they don't want to have to deal with that. Like that whole process. Like that could be a possibility, just make the whole process of making like an account a absolute pain in the ass. So that people that need to do it for botting, it would basically be too much of a headache. Would be nice. So, I mean, most people don't really make multiple bot or multiple accounts. They only make one and then use that one. So, most, like, if a person had to maybe like do that one time, it would be fine, I guess. That's the one that I need. They could also limit bots to require verification on the chats they interact with. Maybe. There's probably several things that Twitch could do. Some things would maybe have some drawbacks, but basically, if they want to interact with a chat, they have to be accepted in a submenu that don't show up on the stream. So basically, their message would maybe show up on stream, but only for people that actually have like the ability to like the mods and the streamer could actually see that message, but it wouldn't appear anywhere else. You can click on the name and then basically select whether or not they should be allowed to chat. I'm guessing it's something like that you're thinking of. Like how there's basically a menu you can pop open by clicking on a person's name. Also, I just opened up the small like sub menu for you, and for some reason I saw that it says that timeouts 1. I'm just like, when did you get timed out on my like in my stream? I have no memory of that. Look at back bubble like that. Thanks. I ended up just throwing it in OBS because it was a bit, I don't know, it looked a bit scuffed in the easy phase. The catch, I've been able to catch the fish that I needed from Lakeland and from Calusia, so now I'm just trying to get some amber monkfish, which I still need 2 more of. You think you posted a link? Maybe that could have been the reason why. The reason stop spamming caps automated. Stop caps automated by Nightbot. Ah, that's what it was. Okay. I don't really know necessarily what it is you spammed though. Fabo, you missed the fact that I got apparently spam followed by bots. By like, I don't know, 50 bots or some shit like that. You're like, what? 15 minutes ago? I basically had to turn off the sort of stream overlay so that I didn't get spammed with all of the notifications. And Uko is apparently now like creating a list of all the accounts so I can use Commander Root's websites, basically just remove all of them. So yeah, that was a bit weird. Suddenly have that sort of spam happen. But yeah, got all the fish now. Well, almost all of them. We're still missing 2, but I don't know if I can actually catch those right now. Actually, try and look that up. So maybe I can find some information online if it's available. Right now, or only during the quest. You need to have the quest. Okay, that's what it is. If the bot created a If it's a bot created account, they can't interact with chat, only read. Streamer, if that bot is supposed more than read only, go into a bird submenu and click this bot, read more than read only. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I need to head back to Crystarium and get started on different quests. Because I can't really progress any further. There's like 6 items that I need to craft still, but I can only get the items if I do want to get the quest, I think. And there's still 2 fish, 2 gathering items that I need to get, but I can't get those unless I get the quest. So let's head up to the crystalline mine. And hand in a bunch of items. Get some quests. Kind of thinking that I'm probably gonna try and get through the quests in like steps at the same time, so do the first step for all of them, then the next step, so on and so forth.
In order to make deliveries, you must be... Thankfully the injuries he sustained were minor. The poison, however, is another matter entirely. It has to be flushed out of his system, and soon.
I don't remember anything regarding any of these quests. Okay, so I guess we need to... and then these things. Some crafter scripts. Some gil and XP.
There you are, and not a moment too soon. At a glance I can tell this is of exceptional quality, but I'll leave nothing to chance. After I've tested its efficacy, I'll begin administering the antidote right away. With each delivery you make, Bethric will come to hold you in higher esteem. Deliver the items Bethric needs, and deliver them often to learn more about him and the Amaro.
Oh yeah, it was Amaros that he had to deal with, that had been attacked and so on. And poison, I believe.
It looks like Skip is going to pull through, and it's all thanks to you. Ah, you weren't here for that, were you? He may reside here at the Crystarium for some time, and we thought it best to give him a name. Being a skipper from the Barubi region, we thought Skip to be a suitable moniker. We're not quite out of the woods yet, but if we continue treatments, the poison should be gone from his system soon enough. Though I must say, I did not expect you to be such an accomplished apothecary. Indeed, the antidote's effectiveness has exceeded all my expectations. In my experience, such exemplary work only comes from one deeply concerned for the well-being of their patients, and it certainly shows here. Truly, you are an inspiration. Would that I had met you in my youth. Perhaps then I could have, or perhaps not. Pay no mind to my ramblings of the past. We can but focus on the present. That being the recovery of our dear Skip.
Get some food and a scroll that I have absolutely no need for.
Bethric is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you an Amaro enthusiast.
Okay. And there's Skip. It's a quest, but we're gonna wait that for a little bit.
In order to make deliveries, you must be...
And I have to switch over so many fucking times during this.
Many fishers avoid waters known to contain 8-eye seals, like the Rift of Sighs, but the nutritional benefits they offer are worth the risk. And by that, I mean the risk of them cutting holes in your flesh and drinking your blood.
More fishing? There's still 2 fish we need to get, but it's gonna be a little bit before we do any more fishing.
I say. This one must have been quite the bloodthirsty glutton, in a very literal sense, before you managed to reel it in. Furtheric's esteem for you has grown. Deliver the items Furtheric needs.
I just need to do some of these quests before I can do any more of the fishing.
Thank you for your hard work. I believe we have a sufficient number of 8-eye seals for the time being.
Let's take the head off, then it brings bad luck for next fishing tour. Hey.
I don't think I mentioned this, but the people I used to test the treatment for shadow blindness are acquaintances of mine who work in the Cabinet of Curiosity. Old books must be kept out of the light if at all possible, so not being able to see in the dark poses something of a problem. The curators have already started eating their eels, although we'll need to wait and see if they have the desired effect. Of course, they welcomed the chance to try something different from the usual fare caught at the source. Not only that, they were extremely satisfied with the taste. Speaking of something different, I think it's high time we had you cast your line in new waters. Having said that, I'm still investigating which condition we should attempt to treat next. In the meantime, perhaps you could hone your skills in preparation for challenges that lie ahead. Furtheric is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you a fisherman's friend.
This is blacksmiths and blacksmith armor and goldsmithing.
Let's see what you can put together. Superb work. I'd like to see an Amaro try to bite through these beauties.
With each delivery you make, Iola will come to hold you in higher esteem.
I believe the quests then were cooking an alchemist guy. We're dealing with an Amaro that is hurt, basically. The fisher guy, he is trying to basically use fish to treat ailments that other people have in the Crystarium. These people, Iola and Isamon, I believe, are trying to basically save their business by making stuff with the I'm forgetting what they're called on the source now. Amalgam. The Amalgam equivalents on the first. Yuna, I don't remember what this he is doing right now, and I believe that's Keishi, yeah. Basically the gatherers. I believe they're looking for a mythical creature of some sort.
Deliver the items Iola needs.
I've delivered your gauntlets to the Zun for their appraisal. I can only hope they're as impressed as I was.
Sun that they're called.
A word with
those
you,
guys.
please.
Is something wrong?
I wish to speak with the artisan who crafted the gauntlets.
Ah, that would be Shauna, here.
First, let me say that my people are not accustomed to wearing metal armor. Our natural scales are hard as steel to begin with, and we do not like to announce ourselves with flashy adornments. We wear only what is essential. The exception to this would be our hide jackets, a memento from those beloved Amaro we would remember after their passing. In short, we have no use for bulky protective garments. They would only get in our way.
No. I should have known not to get my hopes up.
But, I'm guessing.
Ah, but then I tried using the gloves to handle one of our feistier beasts. She clamped her jaws on my fingers, and I didn't feel a thing. What is more, where I expected the material to be heavy and my movements clumsy, it almost felt as if I was working with bare hands. You tailored the gauntlets to meet our particular needs, and we would acknowledge that effort with suitable payment. That is all I came to say.
Phew, for a moment there I thought we'd made a mistake. He seemed pleased, didn't he? More than that, he was delighted. I have an eye for artisans, but I didn't realize you were this talented. I mean, you've only crafted one new design, and already my business with the Zun is off to a grand start. I might even be able to pay Esmon his wages this year. I feel like with you here, bringing back my old employees is not the distant dream it once was. Please say you'll stay and help. Keep your tools at the ready, and I'll find us some more customers to impress.
I was so happy that it was apparently going to be able to get paid this year.
Iola is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you the Iron Bellows lifeline.
Here's what is it actually I've been getting. Matcha and Beto. Yes, and then these manuals that I have absolutely no need for, because yeah, all my crafters and gatherers are maxed out, so yeah, that's just gonna get sold for 200 gil.
In order to make deliveries,
That's a little annoying that I have to like constantly switch between the crafters and gatherers.
There's a lot to do when restoring a painting, but nothing so important as the canvas. Let me know when the repair material is ready.
That's right, she wanted to restore a painting of some sort.
Thank you, Shauna. I was expecting quality from you, but this surpasses anything I could have imagined. I'll put it to good use.
Thiuna's esteem for you has grown. Deliver the item. Two days later.
Okay.
It's done. The painting is restored. Now I can finally get some sleep. Thanks to the quality of your material, the painting should prove durable in any climate. The beautiful colors and fine details will survive a long time. Now then, if you'll wait just a moment, I'll deliver it to the client. Oh, and I'll be sure to mention your contribution. Shauna. When I told our client about you, he insisted on coming to thank you personally. This is Thal.
So you are Shauna. Thank you ever so much for helping to restore our painting. To others, it may be an unremarkable work of art. But to me and my family, it's an irreplaceable treasure, an heirloom from days gone by.
From the days when Lakeland was the domain of the elves.
For generations, my family called Damp Soul home. There we lived in peace and thrived thanks to the bounty of the source, surviving war and famine alike. But the Sin Eaters came and took everything from us. In memory of his beloved home and departed kin, my artist ancestor took brush to canvas. The result being the painting you've restored. For long years we've looked after the painting, but in the heat of a quarrel with my brother, I'm ashamed to say I went and damaged it. As I was ruining my foolishness, I came to know about Thiuna and her workshop. Words fail to express how glad I am that I did. With the painting in hand, I will go to my brother and make amends with him. After all, he's the only family I have left in the world. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. You haven't only restored a painting, you've restored the bond between my brother and me.
I didn't know the full story till now, but I'm glad it ends well. And it's in no small part due to you, Shauna. Ah, but to have family.
Okay.
Thiuna is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a supporter of cherished memories.
And then we just have the iron botanist left. Just do that so it doesn't look
Have
as
you
silly.
brought me evidence of the Samuel from Omarang? Ah, the anticipation of finding a lead is so heady, I can scarcely focus on my duties.
Oh, can't carry any more white scripts apparently. Where can I spend some of those? I'm unsure. Is there trader? Ah, yeah, script exchange. That's what I was looking for. Let's see here. Is this the ones that I have some of? Yep. I think that should be a good amount to use. Basically need those to get some of the gathering tomes for Endwalker.
Have you brought me evidence of... Well now, this claw belonged to quite a large beast. I dare to hope it will yield valuable information on the Samuel. My thanks.
Cashier deliver.
Among the specimens you've brought back, one in particular stood out, a claw fragment that resembles that of no known creature out there.
Oops, that list. Yeah, I kind of noticed that I got a notification over in Discord as well. Yep. There it is. That's so many fucking users, Jesus Christ. Yep.
This is definitely worth requesting an analysis of the Hordarium. Wait a moment while I fetch one of their researchers.
Pretty sure that if I had started doing that, it would have been like, oh, this is like a 30-minute thing that I would be just sitting and I would probably just end up being like, okay, find every single, like, just go through the list of followers and just be like, okay, this is one of them, copy that, put that over in the remove from follow list thing, and find the next one, copy that, paste. Oh, that was probably gonna be how I did it, but now I can just copy it from that text file and just paste it in. It's gonna make it so much easier.
Allow me to introduce Mao Lad. He works closely with Yelena, the poor bastard, and analyzes resources for us. But most importantly, he is the researcher I mentioned who claims to have encountered the Samuel. Go on and recount your tale, lad.
On that day, I traveled to Amurang with a crew of miners in order to survey an excavation site. We were going about our work when, without warning, a massive shadow fell over us. Startled, we looked up to see what it was, only to find empty sky. Whatever was there had vanished. It didn't move away, but vanished, shadow and all. That was no cloud or bird. No, it could only be the ghost of the Samuel whispered in Mord legend.
Mao, my boy, it ill becomes a man of learning to resort to fanciful tales for an explanation.
Not sure if you did the regex right. Might want to remove those before you use it on the follower list thing, but it works on the ban/block list. Alright.
But
here, take a look at this specimen that Shauna recovered. And you'll see that what you encountered was not some ghost of the Samuel, but the Samuel itself.
this resembles the claw of a lizard, yet there aren't any species nearly so massive in Amurang. Assuming the creature it came from is a quadruped, we can project its height to be. May I hold on to this? I'd like to examine this more closely at the Hordarium.
We were about to ask you to do just that. Should you learn anything of interest, be sure to let us know. And there you have it, Shauna. For now we have but to wait. In the meantime, perhaps you'd like to acquaint yourself with other lands and the resources they hold. I dare say it would be of interest to a visitor such as you. Feel free to gather as you see fit. You're respectful of nature, I believe, and won't take more than she can give.
Kashire is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a seeker of the Samuel.
Okay, now I just accept all of the quests that these people have.
Ah, there you are, my friend. You will be pleased to hear that Mao has finished his analysis. As we had first assumed, the peculiar specimen you recovered comes from no beast we're familiar with. While we don't have conclusive evidence as to the identity of its owner, we're certain that it's a tremendously large creature. A creature not unlike the Samuel. There's just one problem: by the time you found the claw fragment, it had already lain there for several moons. This means that its owner has likely left Amurang and the trail is cold. But be not disheartened. We've practically established the Samuel's existence, and that is a Samuel-sized step in our quest. Moreover, we have promising new information. It comes from a sentry at the Accensor Gate. According to the fellow, he was out on patrol a few nights ago when he felt a rhythmic tremor. He rounded up his comrades and they set out to investigate. And what should they find, but nothing at all. Not even a lone field mouse. There was just an oddly muggy gust of wind. Unnerved by the strangeness of it all, the sentries decided to beat a hasty retreat. Do you smell that, Shauna? It's the glorious stench of the Samuel, right here in Lakeland. Time is of the essence if we are to track it down. To that end, I want you to take yourself to Sullen and look for more evidence of the creature. Not any sort of evidence this time, mind you, but its droppings. The fresher, the better. I know, Shauna, I know, but it's for a good cause. A steaming, fly-ridden pile of excrement is a veritable repository of knowledge. We just need to be willing to go elbow deep to extract it.
And then you remember that I've basically been carrying some of that around in my backpack for like hours now in game.
So please, gather as much of the brown, pungent stuff as you can.
Why did you have to
I knew I
call
could
it
depend
brown
on you.
pungent?
I await your return with bated breath, lest the stench make me queasy.
The Crystarium deliveries list.
Now we got more stuff we can deliver. No, instead of just changing class constantly, we're just going to try and spam through her stuff for now.
There is much to be learned from an animal's droppings, from its identity and diet to its physical condition. Would that I could do the analyzing myself, but I wouldn't dream of depriving Yelena of the joy of having one's nose in feces. Nor you the joy of looking for it. Off to Sullen you go, Shauna.
Is that a description actually say a steaming, fly-ridden pile of excrement is a veritable repository of knowledge? Keiji Rhea.
My, you'll have to go far to find fresher, plumper droppings. Thank you for these beauties, my friend. I shall see them to Yelena's hands while they're still steaming.
They're like dung pies in the bag.
Shauna, it will sadden you to hear this, but we have no further need of droppings. Even as we speak, Yelena is compiling the results of her preliminary analysis. Let's pay her a visit, shall we? Excellent timing, Chief. I'm ready to present my results. Shauna? I wasn't expecting you to. Don't tell me the Chief has roped you into her obsession?
Yes, she has. I'm doing this willingly. Let's go with that one.
Why,
Just try
I
to
never.
help.
Chief. I hope you thanked Shauna profusely. Remember, Shauna, you don't have to do this. You can stop whenever you like. The Chief is oblivious to the discomfort of others. You have to make it crystal clear when you've had enough, else oblivious she will remain. Right, the results. Through my preliminary analysis of the excrement, I've established that it belongs to no beast we have in our records. There were traces of the shoots of Lakeland's tallest trees, suggesting that the creature possesses a towering stature. That is all I have for now, but I will conduct a deeper analysis in order to learn about the creature's behavior. Well, you're certainly ready and willing, when it comes to Shauna. Excuse me if I'm a little jealous. And you'll excuse me if I'm not wholly fond of those who are wont to make a nuisance of themselves. Besides, if there's a creature out there that is unknown to us, it's our duty to shed light upon it. Oh ho, finally having some fun, are we? I knew you'd come around. That's not exactly my motivation. At any rate, I'll be in touch again with the detailed results. Shauna, I'm sure the Chief will pass the information to you before proceeding to send you off on another errand. Precisely. Until then, my friend, do keep your gathering skills sharp. We will have need of them.
Kashire is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a chaser of the Samuel.
thing in this, I'm assuming that the crafter stuff I need to do, I'm gonna get the materials from these, like from the people that give me the quests. I'm hoping. As for gathering ones, I believe I need to like go out and actually gather those things. I'm thinking right now, do the gathering ones first, so I can basically just, or to an extent at the same time, so I can go out, gather all that stuff at the same time, and come back, and then once all that's done, I'll take care of the crafted ones quickly.
Ah, you've come at a good time. Even as we speak, Yelena makes her way here with fresh tidings.
Okay, so what's the next thing we need to get?
Apologies for the wait. I've determined more details of the beast we suspect to be the Samuel. A deeper analysis of the droppings revealed that the creature had consumed vegetation found across all of Norvrand. This tells us that we are dealing with a migrating herbivore. Furthermore, it swallows pebbles to aid with digestion and consumes mineral-rich soil. Of most interest, however, is the fact that said vegetation was largely composed of plants native to Ilmeg. Amazing work, Yelena. Thanks to you, we now know where to take our search. But Ilmeg, of all places. That's reckless even by my standards. What? Does the name Ilmeg not strike terror into you? Wait, could it be? Rumor has it a dauntless woman recently set foot into that forbidden land. Could that individual be you?
You did the one Weaver could do. Most of them require you to either find or buy stuff. I mean, I've basically gotten all of it except for the, like, there are 2 items for each of the, like, hat or each of the, like, quest lines that you only need to make 1 of in terms of the crafters. And you can't get that material from anywhere, from as far as I could see, so I'm assuming you get that from quests themselves. But I basically crafted all the other stuff, which took some time because I basically just went around the entirety of the source and the first, gathering materials and sending my retainers out to get stuff.
Ha, that explains your utter nonchalance at the prospect of facing the Fey menace. Would you be willing to venture into Ilmeg once more for our noble cause? Wonderful, wonderful. For a moment, I feared that the efforts of the Samuel search squad would come to a premature end. But thanks to our brave captain, we may continue our good work. The Samuel search squad? You made up such a thing? Shauna is our esteemed captain, while I'm her trusty intelligence officer. You and Mao Lad are both members, of course, though I can promote you to deputy captain if you prefer.
Just mark report crashed it. Yeah, I just kind of went like, I have some hours before the stream. Might as well try and gather it. Gather all the things that I needed.
So, Shauna. This time, we ask that you venture to an area known as Timite Gives in Ilmeg and gather vegetation that the Samuel has fed on. I speak of partially chewed plant parts and the like. Please deliver what you find to the chief. That way, she'll have some actual work to keep her occupied and out of trouble. Chief, I expect you to bring me the specimens without delay. Is that clear?
Okay, so do I already have the items?
The Crystarium.
The Samuel is beginning to transcend legend and take real, physical shape. I can't wait to see what else we'll learn from the plant parts you find in Ilmeg.
The leftovers.
Oh ho, whatever bit into this was ravenous, and my coin is on the Samuel. An excellent find, my friend. I'll deliver it to Yelena at once. Thanks to you, we have all the specimens we need. Yelena is carrying out her analysis even as we speak. And though she won't admit it, it's plain she's enjoying herself.
Doing island stuff 2/3 of the way to level 9. Nice. I've basically started. There's basically someone who has made like an Google Excel sheet that kind of has a bunch of information and like tables that you can add stuff to. One of those things is basically you type in a bunch of the information from your workshop, and basically that then tries to calculate like, okay, what are the best items that you can craft for the next few days, or for the amount of days that it acts as information for, to earn the max amount of Seafarer's calories. It takes a while, but I do earn like around 20,000 a day or a week doing that stuff. It just takes like, I don't know, 10-ish minutes for me to type in all of that stuff. It's like the only problem. But I have been getting a lot of Seafarer's calories. I also have all of my all of the animals that I need, which includes all of the rares now, so doing pretty good on my island. I think I'm like halfway in terms of all the calories that I need to get all the stuff that I need, all the stuff that I want, except for the glamour, which I got to actually calculate in. That's a lot, just kind of doing it casually. Yeah, I basically just started doing that because I was like, okay, might as well just try and do some of this. But all I need to do is just type in the stuff that says in the like listings. Like there's that thing you can open where it shows a bunch of things like sufficient, insufficient stuff, and things are skyrocketing and all sorts of weird things. Just type in all of that, and then it just tells me on a different page, like, okay, yeah, for this day, you're gonna want to do, I don't know, brush, shield in terms of crafting for all 3 of the workshops, and then, yeah, that apparently makes you then the most amount of stuff, or something like that. You'll be happy if you can actually afford the bike. Fair.
And small wonder, for we stand on the cusp of making one of the greatest discoveries the animal kingdom has ever seen. Or should that be never seen? While we've found ample evidence of the creature's activities, we haven't caught so much as a glimpse of its scaly skin. This in spite of its prodigious size. I don't know how to explain it. We must think on it some more.
I think a good chunk of script are gonna say.
Kashire is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you an unveiler of the Samuel. A new quest continuing the story of the search for the Samuel is now available. Upon its completion, the Crystarium deliveries list for Kashire will be updated.
Okay, so now it's where I need to get the ancient animal skin, I think. Shedding light on the myth. Holy shit, that's a lot of high cordials. 30 high what the fuck? That's a lot. Damn. Okay.
Yes, this is truly a mystery. We know that the Samuel is out there, it's left plenty of evidence of its passage. So why can't we find it? Chief. We have a problem. Yelena, you should know better than to run at full tilt. You're an academic, you're liable to kill yourself.
This is 19 high cordials. I mean, I do also have some high cordials myself, I just haven't tried getting a whole lot of them.
Never mind me. It's Mao, he's gone off to Omeg to search for the Samuel, alone. He's what? The other researchers, they blamed him for putting the idea of the Samuel into your head. It's because of you she's chasing some fool myth, they jeered. Mao couldn't bear their barbs, and in his anger, he rushed off with little more than the clothes on his back.
Mine by accident. How do you get high cordials by accident? Did you accidentally buy them or something?
There's no time to waste. We must find him before he runs afoul of the fairies. But, Chief, what if we run afoul of the fairies?
Wait, they say fairies.
We'll have Shauna with us. She has friends among the pixies. Isn't that right?
Request and basically never using them. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I mean, I don't really use mine either. Okay, decided not to speak this one apparently. See, yes, we'd be much assured if you could ask the fairies of the Tauran after Mao's whereabouts.
While you see to that, Yelena and I will cast around by the entrance. Come and find us after you've made your inquiries. Now then, let us hurry.
Unless you think there's a quest that goes, here's 60 of them. Ah. That could be the case. Okay. Please tell me... Okay, good, we don't get hold somewhere else. Okay, time switch over here.
Ah, Shauna. I was hoping you would stop by, for I have most welcome news. The course of eels we recommended to the curators of the Cabinet of Curiosity has done all we could have hoped for, and more. Some of them claim they can even read in the dark now. At any rate, word of this treatment has spread throughout the city, and appears to have found its way to the ears of my compatriots in the facet of fishing. Unfortunately, most of them remain convinced that I'm unfit to act as their leader, so I asked the chirurgeons of Spagyrix if there are any other diseases that they have difficulty treating. They say that a lot of people come to them complaining of rashes and so on. However, a few of those patients have also taken to eating all sorts of strange things, such as coal and paper. After consulting the Cabinet of Curiosity, I learned that these symptoms often occur in those who lack meat and dairy in their diets.
Okay, weird.
At first, I didn't see any way for the facet of fishing to help, but after a little more digging, I found that these types of food are rich in zinc. Do you know what else is rich in zinc? Creamy oysters. Unfortunately, they can be hard to come by unless you go all the way to Colusia. But being the helpful sort you are, you'd be willing to go and snag some, wouldn't you?
Already have.
Splendid. I'm sure the chirurgeons will be thrilled once Spagyrix is free of paper-munching patients.
That fucking close-up of the goddamn Namasu mask. I did not expect that.
The Crystarium delivered.
I should turn that off.
It sounds like the chirurgeons can't get those oysters soon enough. The patients have taken to eating parts of Spagyrix itself. If we delay any longer, there'll be nothing left of the place. While skin rashes and strange eating habits are far from life-threatening, I imagine the sufferers are at their wits' end. We must do all we can to help them.
Go.
You certainly don't see creamy oysters like this every day. By all means, keep them coming. Well, that makes another shipment's worth. What say we deliver these to Spagyrix? Hello. We come bearing oysters.
Oh, you're just in time. The patients have already eaten their way through the last batch, and were pestering us for more. This fellow was the most persistent of the lot, although he tells me he's well on the road to recovery.
I am. Oh, praise be, it's a miracle. Before I started my course of oysters, I'd eat almost anything I could get my gnashers around. Boots, candles, even a tatty old Amaro brush. I spent goodness knows how long picking the bristles out of my teeth, and then I ate those as well. But thanks to you, I'm cured. Actually, the remedy is from an old book, so I think its author is the one worthy of your gratitude.
I'm just wondering, how the hell do you get, like, a condition where you start just eating anything? That just sounds weird. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually is a thing, but still.
Come now, Master Frithric, there's no need to be so modest. As a matter of fact, you and your scholarly pursuits have become the talk of the Crystarium. First, the curators of the Cabinet of Curiosity, and now the patients here at Spagirix. It really is quite remarkable. I wonder, might I be so bold as to request your aid in another matter? You have my thanks. Actually, I'd like to ask whether your tomes mention any cases where dizziness is accompanied by heart palpitations. These symptoms are fairly common in isolation, but cases of them occurring together have been rare until recently. Obviously, we tell our patients to rest as much as possible, but beyond that, there is little else we can do for them. Until we know what's causing it, the chances of a full recovery are slim. Please, will you look into what might be behind it?
I'll do everything in my power. This might take a while, but I have a feeling I'll be calling on your services again. Until then, keep practicing. Frithric is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you a piscatorial pioneer. I've made an incredible breakthrough. The key to curing the mysterious illness lies in the bright mirror clam. Unfortunately, they are not native to the source, so we'll have to try further afield. My tomes tell me they can be found near Long Mirror Lake, once part of the Kingdom of Bobird. These days, that whole area is part of Ilmeg, and most of us would sooner steer clear of there if we can help it. Although, considering the dangerous places you've been to thus far, I assume you're not scared of a few pixies?
Well, I am kind of in a contract with the King of the Fairies. Although mostly seems fine. Mostly. I ain't afraid of no pixies.
You know, Fia? Then the rumors of the traveler who befriended a pixie are actually about you. Am I right? Haha. You certainly are full of surprises. It seems I've found the perfect candidate to go fishing for clams in Ilmeg. There should be some in a river called the Spoiled One, if the rumors are true. So, are you up to the task? I say, you seem rather confident. Those mischief makers had better think twice before they play any tricks on you.
Saying not fish now, thinking about it, but clams.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you on this occasion as I have things to take care of. And no, it's not because I'm terrified of pixies. Perish the thought. The Crystar. I do apologize for asking you to travel into the heart of Ilmeg. If only there were a more convenient location for harvesting bright mirror clams. Well, well. It seems like your hard work has been rewarded. Your bright mirror clams are being distributed to the patients as we speak. Oh, that's right, the chirurgeons mentioned they might be paying us a visit at some point, presumably to shower you with praise.
Frithric. Shauna. The clams did the trick. How can we ever repay you?
Let's not worry about all that now. The main thing is the welfare of your patients. Just a moment, is that Lob?
Yes, he's one of many who've benefited from your efforts. Until recently, he could barely stand without experiencing dizziness and palpitations. Thankfully, The treatment worked exactly as you'd predicted. To tell the truth, he probably would have recovered even quicker if he'd spent more time sleeping instead of constantly talking about the facet of fishing. Now, I don't like to pry, but I hear there has been some discontent among your members. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I thought that if a facet member were to try one of your treatments, then... Well, I'm sure you see what I'm getting at.
I'll take it from here, if you don't mind. Frithric, I'm not one to mince my words, and I won't be starting now. When you first started spouting off about balanced diets and nutritional value, I thought it was a load of nonsense. That was until the chirurgeons cajoled me into trying your methods, without my knowledge, I might add. Anyway, after a few servings of bright mirror clam, I started to notice a difference. Only then did they tell me it was all your idea, and the scales fell from my eyes. As much as I hate making apologies, I reckon I owe you one. I'm sorry, Frithric. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you, just say the word. Oh, it's quite alright, really. But if you're feeling up to returning to work, there are a few assignments you can help with.
Yes, we could use a lot more creamy oysters and bright mirror clams. And not just for spagirics, either. If we can encourage the citizenry to include them in their meals, then perhaps some of the illnesses we've been treating will become a thing of the past.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. We'll do our best to keep the shipments coming in. It's amazing to think that the knowledge in those ancient tomes could be making such a difference in this day and age. Perhaps this will add a bit more weight to my side of the argument. Of course, if it weren't for your bravery and commitment, none of this would have been possible. Now that Lob has offered to assist us, we should be able to maintain the supply of our existing specialties while exploring new avenues. If you keep reeling in nutritious morsels, I'll see what information I can gather.
Okay, so do we have to go and get another fish then? Now time for the calico trout.
Frithric is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you an apex angler. A new quest continues.
Yep, it is time for that. And we get 30 more of these.
Shauna, you've come at a good time. Lob was telling me about a young woman stricken with a most unusual combination of symptoms. She's been having frequent dizzy spells, much like I was. But if that weren't bad enough, there's something wrong with her eyes. The whites have gone all yellow. Yes, as far as I can tell, the dizziness is due to a certain thinness of the blood, while the discoloration is a sign of jaundice. She's been like this for a long time, and she's understandably reluctant to go outside, which isn't doing her much good, either. Is there something we can do for the lass? Well, those ancient tomes might have something to say on the matter. Lob, follow me. I have a feeling we'll be needing your help, too.
Okay. Off to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Let's get the info and then we need to head off to Elmeg in order to get the fish. And that's the same thing for the animal skin that we need for the gatherers. You down here? Is upstairs. There you are.
I believe the information we seek should be in this section. Would you mind checking over there?
I feel like sometimes it would be kind of nice if the map, like the mini-map with quest icons, be a little bit more, like, I don't know what to call it, specific, so that when I'm like on the ground floor of this tower, it would be like, oh yeah, it's upward. So it's not as big of a area that you need to be in, where it like says that it's same height. That's a little bit annoying. Sometimes.
Bloody hells. So much for peace and quiet. Myrtle, what a surprise to see you here. I never pictured you as much of a reader. I'm not here for my own enjoyment. And as for you, Lob, I thought you'd have more sense than to throw in your lot with these two. Myrtle, for once in your life, would you shut up and listen? They're the reason why I'm up and walking again. Don't you see? Frithric was right. Is that so? Be that as it may, we should leave healing the sick to the professionals. They've got their duties and we've got ours. Are you fishers or not? He never was one for civilized debate, but he only wants what's best for our people. At least, what he thinks is best, at any rate. He's been around long enough to remember the days when starvation was all too real a threat. That's why Merville and the rest of the old guard are not like to agree with anything that might lead to fewer fish being caught. The younger ones will be more likely to support your cause, though. To be honest, I can't see your talk of balanced diets winning their support. But there must be a way to get through to them. I'm sure there will be time to think about that once I've found a treatment for your friend. I appreciate what you're doing for her, but why don't we have the curators look for the information instead? In the meantime, we can concentrate on getting some of the other fishers on your side. I tried that before, but they weren't interested in any of my ideas. Can you blame them? They're not culinarians or chirurgeons, they're fishers. I think they'd be a lot easier to persuade if you can prove you're worthy of being their leader. Perhaps you could try catching something they've never seen before, like a calico trout. That'd impress them. Yes, that might work. Now all we need to do is locate and catch one of the most elusive fish in the history of our art. It's no easy feat, that much is certain. And to make matters worse, the last known sighting of a calico trout was in Ilmeg, which until now, I have gone to great lengths to avoid. Perhaps you could come with me, Shauna. Since you seem to be on good terms with at least one pixie, they may decide to leave us alone long enough for us to hook our prey. Pixies. Rather you than me. Anyway, once I've asked the curators to lend us a hand with these books, I'll keep an eye on things at the mean. Someone's got to take care of the place while you're away.
Okay. There. And ask around for information. So switch over to other gatherers.
That mortal's your friend, you say? Had I known that, I would have greeted him with a shove into the lake. Tee-hee-hee. What? Immortals come here to play? Nobody told me that. That's not fair. I'm so bored. Bored, bored, bored. I want to play with him too. The man with the big ears? Oh, yes, I know the one. Was chasing him, as a matter of fact. Unfortunately, I lost sight of him west of the lake. If I see him again, I'll turn him into a cute leafman. Tee-hee. It appears Maulat is somewhere near Long Mirror Lake. Time to take word to the others, who await you at Timite Gios.
They are up here. Here, rather.
There you are. Were you able to learn anything about Mao's whereabouts? Truly? Thank you, Shauna. We could never have located him without your help. Come, let's make haste to Long Mirror Lake. Quickly and quietly does it.
On there, and then we need to go there in order to talk to the fishing one. Apparently the gathering one is like over here. I looked this correctly. At least if I do it with mining.
Shauna. I'm so sorry for all the trouble.
And so you should be. The chief alone is enough of a handful, I can't chase you down as well.
But the others, they spoke ill of the chief. I couldn't just stand by and take it. I know it was reckless of me to come out here alone, but thanks to that, I was able to find an actual part of the Samuel. There's, just one problem. In my haste, I forgot my tools. Shauna, you seem to have yours. Could you do the collecting in my stead? Lest you wonder, it's a shred of scaly skin. I spotted it in this area, Timaichios, after noticing rub marks on the trees and rocks.
Yes, maybe I can also get it from this. Nope. Oh wait, that's actually it right here. It's just ancient animal skin. Though, so I guess I can. This one. Out of the way.
So, did you find the shred of skin?
Shred by what is believed to be an ancient creature. This shred of skin may well shed light on the Samuel.
While it's a little on the shriveled side, this is indeed skin from the creature. It was likely molting. A molting creature. That's one more thing we know about it. I can't wait to see what else this specimen can tell us.
That's a fucking Loch Ness
Samuel.
monster is.
It's behind you.
Dinosaur?
I don't see anything. Me neither.
That's odd. It was there just a moment ago. And its shape, I'd swear it matches that of the shadow I saw in Amorang. I don't know how, but it literally disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shauna, you saw it too, didn't you? It wasn't just my imagination?
Truly? It was right there, and I missed it. God, of all the rotten luck. Tell me, what did it look like? What was its color? Smell? Size? Chief, perhaps we should save the questions for after we leave this place. Even with Shauna, it may not be entirely safe for us here. Yes, you have the right of it. It wouldn't do to have the fairies get their hands on our precious specimen. Come, let's return to the Crystarium.
And then I just need to head back to the crystalline being. But first, we'll do some fishing. So we can turn on this again. It's right here.
This place is a lot more pleasant than I was expecting, and I haven't been accosted by even one pixie thus far. You don't think they'd play any mean tricks on us, do you? If it's all the same to you, I'd like to catch that fish as soon as possible and get back to the crystarium. We might even be able to get this done more quickly if we make it into a friendly competition. The first one to deliver a calico trout to Lob is the winner.
Okay, dumbass decides to close down the website that I basically kept track of that stuff, which means I also kind of ended up can't really see what it actually is I need to use to catch this one. Okay, that is fruit worm. There it is. So to preserve that. That was a quick bit of fishing there. Then I believe we need to just do complete these quests, then deliver the things that we've already gathered, and then we get another quest that will then result in us finally actually being done with them. Then we need to do all of the stuff with the crafters.
So, how did it go?
Beautiful markings and coloration of this elusive species are known to cause pangs of guilt in those who catch one. Shortly before they bash it over the head and gut it. Hey.
As I live and breathe. It's magnificent. Lob. I caught one too. Of course, I'd expect nothing less from the head of the facet of fishing. Anyone who doubted you will be put firmly in their place when they see what you've caught. I hope you're right. If all goes according to plan, we'll be able to get a few of the younger members to go after the rarer species in your stead. Yes, and that'll give me more time to help here with giving assignments and seeing to deliveries, which in turn will make it easier for you to show your face down at the source a bit more often. Mervil and his cronies will find it a lot harder to ignore you that way. Once they see you're taking care of the day-to-day running of the facet of fishing, they're more likely to lend you an ear, and maybe even a hand. But before all that, there's a certain young lady in need of help. Maybe the curators have dug up the information we were after? Goodness me. I have to admit that had all but slipped my mind. I'm lucky I have you here to remind me. I'll go ahead to the Cabinet of Curiosity, but we'll send word if there is anything that requires your assistance. I shall see you anon.
So we'll just continue with you.
I found a cure. Well, a potential cure, anyway. As you may recall, Lob told us of a young lady suffering from a prolonged bout of jaundice and frequent spells of dizziness. Although we made an earnest attempt to retrieve the necessary information from the Cabinet of Curiosity, it was when we asked the curators for help that we finally struck gold. It seems that the key to overcoming such symptoms lies in the nutrition-rich fat reserves of certain fish, particularly those that spend extended periods out of water. Now, if you think that species like that would be incredibly hard to find, you'd be right. The tomes tell of the amber monkfish, which lurks beneath the sands of Amborang, around the hills of Amber, seeking what little moisture it can find. Fishing in a desert sounds like rather a daunting task, but I assume you're up to the challenge. I knew I could count on you. If the illustrations in the books are anything to go by, they're ugly little blighters. We should probably try to catch as many as possible, though. Oh, and watch your fingers. The Crystari. I think it
I was supposed to skip that.
I think it would be best to have Lob give the fish to his friend in person, since it was his idea to help her. If you bring them to me, I'll make sure he gets them.
There we go. Okay. Open those. I need to spend my scripts, I just noticed. So I only have 200 left that I can carry. I am unsure how many more of these I should actually buy. I'm gonna have to take a trip to Rostan then, or just spend those tokens. So I basically just don't end up getting too many of those and yeah, having no need for them. Then I might just spend them on getting, I don't know, materia instead. Some materials, perhaps. So I need to get these. Okay, so let's see, I got that, that one. Have that. And then I need at least 6 more.
Welcome.
Chalk, I want to buy this one. So now I need 3 times 16. Just gonna calculate really quickly. 48. What I need. Let's use these tomes while I'm at it. I have to say, I really want to get the Rotterdam music because the music here is really good, especially this part. I really like this part. See, you get a lot of scripts from this. Jeez, I should get a lot. I think I might have missed. Nope, I actually do have like over 3,000 purple scripts. Did not expect that. Okay, it's time to actually hand in these fish.
Arg. It's a monster. I do hope that Lob does something to make it look a little more appetizing before presenting it to his friend. For what it's worth, I don't think they come much bigger or uglier than this. I think that should be enough. We don't want her being overnourished. Come to think of it, I don't believe I've ever met our patient, which is not so surprising, given her condition. I take it the treatment is going well? Oh yes, she's looking a lot better. Less yellow around the eyeballs, at least. Trouble is, even after eating all that liver, she's still as limp and lifeless as a beach jellyfish. She's always been a bit of a sickly child, but the chirurgeons seem to think it could be something worse, most likely Christiosis. Oh gods. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, not even Merble. Ahem. Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna. Since you're not from these parts, you've probably never heard of Christiosis. Its name derives from the fact that it only affects those living in and around the crystarium, although the exact causes are unclear. The body gradually becomes less and less responsive and can even lead to death in some cases. There's one more thing I have to tell you. It's about the patient. She's Merble's daughter, Huriel. We all know that he's too proud to come to you, and I thought it best to keep her identity from you in case you refuse to help. But her condition is a lot worse than we'd realized, so it's time to stop messing around. Yes, we can't allow the feud between Merble and myself to jeopardize Huriel's treatment. Though I must say, Lob, I'm rather disappointed that you thought I could be that petty. Your doubts were entirely unwarranted, I assure you. Now that I think about it, the day we saw Merble in the Cabinet of Curiosity, he must have been there to research his daughter's illness. But that was when we thought that jaundice and dizziness were the worst of her symptoms. There's only one thing for it. It's back to the books. Shauna, you leave this to us. If there's a way to cure Christiosis through the nutrients in fish, we're sure to find it. We'll be needing your angling skills before long, Shauna, I'm certain. If past experience is anything to go by, we'll be sending you off to some fiend-infested bog at the arse end of, I mean, somewhere tranquil and picturesque.
Did I just get a cookie? Or 3 cookies? Is it perhaps coffee biscuits?
Frithric is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you an aquatic artisan. A new quest continuing the story of...
Yeah. Daily quest. Yep, it was coffee biscuits. They actually used to be a very, very profitable way of getting a lot of gil. Using lead quests. You would basically just make an absolute ton of high quality coffee biscuits. And then just accept the lead quest, hand them in, and then just repeat doing that, and you would get a ton of gil. Probably one of the best ways of doing it, until they basically added came out with a patch that then kind of made that not as profitable. Okay, Morsel of the Deep.
If you came to hear good news, I've got none to give. We're still no closer to finding a cure for Christiosis. Of course, people only started using this name after the appearance of the Crystal Tower, and I have no idea what people called it before then. Having said that, the ancient records speak of Noble's rot, which has remarkably similar symptoms to Huriel's illness. But as the name implies, it only seems to affect those who lead lives of luxury. Since we're not likely to find anyone like that around the Crystarium, it's hard to say whether Noble's rot and Christiosis are one and the same. The only people who you might consider wealthy are those wine-quaffing gluttons over in Yulemoor. Yulemoor. Lob, You're a genius. Am I? It never occurred to me to go all the way there, though. The chances of them being able to help are slim at best. Well, a slim chance is better than none at all. If there is a cure for Noble's rot, they must have their own way of treating it. Can I ask you to keep an eye on things here for a while? Shauna, let's head for Stilltide and ask the local fishers.
First, we're just gonna quickly deal with this.
Well, that was certainly a harrowing outing, but it wasn't without fruit, in the form of a piece of the Samuel itself. Ah, to feel the scaly texture in my hands and breathe in its mysterious smell. Pure bliss, I tell you. Alas, Yelena snatched it from me before I could have a little taste.
You're such a weird person. I also kind of like that about her.
Well, for now we'll just have to leave her to her task. I'm sure she'll have new information for us before long, so do not wander far.
Actually, I think I should maybe do is just update the climber plate so it just that doesn't continue to up every single time. That way I can just like enable it if I wanted.
In order to make deliveries,
Ah, Shauna, I was hoping you would come by. I have a favor to ask of you. I've been pondering the recent episode in Ilmeg, where the Samuel vanished as suddenly as it appeared. However it managed to do that, I believe that is the key to its elusiveness. While I have my theories, the little shred of skin you found us isn't enough to draw a decisive conclusion. To wit, we need more specimens, Shauna. As many as you can find. So, based on your and Mao Lad's accounts, we can confirm that the creature is akin to a lizard, albeit massive. From this we may assume that it sheds its skin by rubbing off the outer layer a little at a time. Having accomplished this exhausting task, it then gorges on food to regain its strength. Combining this assumption with our knowledge that the creature migrates in search of lush vegetation, we can ascertain where we're most likely to find its skin. That is, in Raktikat, the lushest forest in Norvrand. If I were a Samuel looking to have a feast, that is where I would take myself. Capable a captain as you are, even the secluded domain of the Aes ought to pose no obstacle to you. And this brings us to your next task. Set forth for Raktikat, my friend, for the blind forest of Ixmaha, and gather the Samuel's skin. Through the skin the creature has shed with, we will shed light on the creature.
the Crystarium.
Ah, to behold the Samuel with my own eyes. The skin, my friend, you must bring us more shreds of the creature's skin from the blind forest of Ixmaha in Raktikat.
Thank you for trays.
Last night, I asked for shreds of skin, but you've brought me a veritable tapestry. This will tell us many a tale about its owner. My thanks for gathering these specimens, Shauna. I'm pleased to see that the Samuel was indeed shedding its skin in Raktikat. Now, based on a cursory inspection, Yelena believes that all the specimens probably came from the same creature. This worries me, Shauna. What if this proves to be the last surviving creature? Of course, it may be that the beasts are solitary in nature. It may be that Yelena is mistaken. But it avails us not to worry about such things at this time. For now, we can but wait for the results of the analysis. Ah ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Ah, truly, the Samuel is a mystery among mysteries. I won't rest until I know everything about it. Are you with me, Shauna? But of course you are. Behind that icy countenance, your heart burns to uncover the truth. Now, tell me, my inimitable captain, why do you think the Samuel is so elusive? No need to overthink it. Say whatever comes to mind.
And uses mimicry. It's like a fairy. Change the size. I doubt we can use mimicry. It being a fairy wouldn't actually be too far off. Change the size could maybe be a thing. Use magic, but it's like a fairy. Perhaps because it kind of look like
Like
the
a
Loch
fairy,
Ness monster.
you say? Indeed, if it could employ glamours as the Fae folk do, it'd be an easy thing to stay hidden. Thank you, my friend, this gives me much to mull over. I'll be certain to share your theory with Yelena and her colleagues. You never know, it could well be the spark that illuminates the mystery. And now that we have so many shreds of skin, surely one can be spared. Yes, just a little taste. Sacrilegious. Oh, fine, then. I won't eat it.
So weird and I love it.
Yet. It couldn't hurt once Yelena's done with them, right? Speaking of which, I should deliver them to her. Rest assured I'll keep you apprised of any developments. Mark my words, Shauna, next time we will find the Samuel, and it will be glorious. See that you keep your tools honed and your steps spry.
Kashire is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a protector of the Samuel. A new quest continues.
New quest. Myth takes form.
You're here. Good. Now we may set forth. Chief. I believe it's customary to tell people where they're going, and why. Permit me, Shauna. Based on my analysis of the skin, we've identified the Samuel's primary habitat. There were traces of salt, you see, and I surmised that, for reasons yet unknown to us, this particular creature has made a journey across the seas. The question, then, is whence did it come? It did not take long to determine that Calusia is the only location remaining suited to sustaining megafauna. What's more, we understand now, my friend. We understand how the Samuel has managed to elude us for so long. Again, the secret lies in the skin. It contains the self-same matter that makes up crystals, formed in such a way as to resemble glamour prisms. Hailing from the Exarch's homeland, these marvelous objects can be used to cast illusions. Illusions, Shauna.
To conceal something of that size takes a prodigious amount of magic. Truly, the Samuel is an amazing beast.
So, the plan is to find their habitat and dispel their illusion. For this, we'll need to prepare a special powder, whose main ingredient happens to also be found in Calusia. How very neat. I'll share the details after we arrive at our destination, the mountainous, rocky part of Calusia aptly named Scree. Come, we have a meeting with the Samuel.
Very nice that it lines up with that being the place we need to go for the fishing stuff as well. The exact place, but almost. That's at Scree, and the other one was at Still Tide. It's Still Tide first. Well, really hoping that the actual quests for the crafters do not involve a whole lot of like running around. I actually know that target time is here.
There's something about the ocean that stirs the soul, don't you think? I wonder how many new species of fish are there waiting to be discovered? I've read about all sorts of fantastic aquatic creatures in the tomes, and I look forward to the day I can see them with my own eyes. Oh, I do apologize. I was rather lost in thought there. We had better start asking the locals what they know of Noble's Rot. Why don't you try that elderly gentleman over there?
There's new fish, I'm guessing. Yep.
You're not from round here, are you? What do you want? We're terribly sorry to bother you, but we were wondering if you knew anything about Noble's Rot. Ha! That's one name for it. Or as I like to call it, rich bastards comeuppance. Loads of people in Yulemoor get it, and they've only got themselves to blame. All day they sit there, filling their faces with expensive delicacies and drinking themselves senseless. That don't do your body a whole lot of good, so while their bellies grow fatter, the rest of them grows weaker. Luckily for us down here in Stilltide, the Yulmarans seem to think eating Prospero eels cures it. We sometimes find them tangled up in our nets, and they fetch a decent price. I see. Tell me, good sir, where can we catch these eels? Well, it's hard to say, since it's nigh on impossible to hook one intentionally. Normally, they'd be out of our reach, but they occasionally drift up from the depths. There's no telling how long it'll be before we snag another one. I've seen a few at market before, though. Some elf boy opened up trade between Yulemoor and the Ondo, who sometimes bring Prospero eels to sell.
I'm assuming we need to go to the Tempest.
But even they don't seem to catch many, and it's not often they make the journey here. Their merchants came by quite recently, which means it'll be a while before we see them again. It would seem we've reached something of a dead end.
Leave it to me. Those eels are no match for the power of friendship. They live at the bottom of the ocean. That's where I'll go. Those eels are no match for the power of friendship.
Haha. I shan't even pretend to know what you're talking about, but you certainly seem confident. And that's the most important thing, isn't it? Glad to hear it. I'll be back at the mean trying to find the best way to cook the eels. Apparently, it's all too easy to botch it and turn them into something resembling the regurgitated contents of a seagull's stomach, to quote the book. I'm sure the treatment will be a lot more effective if our patient can keep it down. It's a fool's errand, if you ask me, but I heard that the Ondo use moibi shrimp as bait. Might be worth a try. But if your travels take you to the ocean depths, you'd better be damned careful. I hear there are ancient creatures down there that even survived the flood of light. Beasts that old and that tough won't hesitate to snap up any tasty treats that come their way, including careless fishers. Go if you must, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Eels well that ends well.
Consider your warning well and truly heeded. It appears that the Prospero eels you seek inhabit the Tempest. You may be able to catch them at the Northern slope.
Okay. So once we're done everything here, I guess we can head there. So we need to head up Scree. Because that's what this place is called. Yep, that's this area over here is called, which I guess encompasses most of this area. Okay. What are we
So,
looking for?
the main ingredient I mentioned earlier, it's a substance called black ether sand, and it can be found in this area. If you can gather the stuff for me, I will use it to prepare the dispelling powder. In the meantime, we'll search the area for the Samuel's domain. I'm coming for you, my pretty. He 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 he.
Okay. So there's something I can gather down in this direction, it seems. That's the one. Just get a few artifact crystals. Let's see. This ethereally charged sand is a key ingredient in the preparation of glamour dispellers.
So, how fares the search? Do you have the black ether sand for me? Yes, this is sufficiently pure stuff, and an ample amount of it besides. I'll prepare the dispelling powder at once. It's ready. I must say, I never thought the little bit of alchemy I dabbled in would ever come in handy. Of course, I couldn't have made it at all without the fine ingredient you brought me, Shauna. During your short time with us, you've proven yourself eminently capable, and we could use someone like you in the facet. Might you be persuaded to officially join our ranks?
Needed elsewhere, or I'd be honored. I'd be honored.
Oh, you would? Truth be told, I didn't actually expect you to accept. And while your answer makes my day, I wouldn't dream of claiming you all for myself. I'm liable to make lots of enemies. It's no secret that you're a woman in demand. Always running to and fro, helping this person and that. Yet you manage to spare the time for us. It's more than we deserve, and we're truly grateful. But come, we have work to do. We believe the Samuel is nearby, and I want you to do the honors. Release the powder from yonder vantage point, and all shall be revealed.
As its name suggests, this alchemical concoction can be used to dispel the effects of a glamour.
There.
Just straight up normal dinosaurs, I guess, then.
Haha. Amazing. They're even bigger than I thought. They truly exist. You were right, Chief. You were right all along. Of course I was. But even I wasn't expecting to find an entire herd, and with young besides. The island must be their sanctuary, away from the volatility of the mainland. Curious that the herd can function without seeing one another. They must have some means of communication. Via cries inaudible to our ears, perhaps?
Assuming they ordinarily remain hidden, why do you suppose the creature in Ilmeg showed itself to us?
A good question. This is merely a hypothesis, but that beast, I believe, was smitten. Smitten? In the midst of courtship, in other words. In order to win over a female, I imagine that it must exhibit itself. Show that it's healthy and strong.
So it engages in reckless acts to gain the attention of the opposite sex. Just like people.
Wait. Does that mean there was another Samuel nearby at the time? And what do you suppose they do when mating? Would they reveal themselves as well? Another good question. Considering their massive frames, perhaps they take to the water. But whatever the answer is, rest assured we'll find it soon enough, along with many others. Finding the Samuel was only the beginning, my friends. Exciting days of study and research await us. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh dear, it seems we've been noticed. We should give them some space. Animals with young can be unpredictable, and it would be an impediment to our work were they to grow wary of us. Come, my friends, let's return to the crystarium. I dare say we've achieved enough for one day.
Am I gonna stay visible after this? Supposed to be like down here, I guess. It's not. Okay, so I believe that the fish is supposed to be. Yeah, it's just straight up west from the Undo area. Well, she head back on. Okay, so yes, I need to fish in this water. Fish in this. Oh wait, now I actually realize where it is. I'm supposed to go in the caves underneath. That's where it is, because I believe there's a giant lake down there. There it is. I just noticed something regarding the background music. This is the same. Like, most of this song is basically the same as the music from Seed of Sacrifice. Like, with a slightly different tempo, I guess. Of course, way different sounding, but like, most of it is basically the same. I just noticed that because it sounded familiar. I believe this is basically the chorus part. That would basically be playing now during it's being played in the music. See here, this species, native to the Tempest, is believed by locals to possess the ability to control the elements using some form of innate magic. This may, however, be no more than a ruse invented by the Undo to keep intruders out of their waters. Oh, time to remove the fishing net again. I like the fact that you can sometimes just listen to some music in Final Fantasy and suddenly, like in Final Fantasy 14, and suddenly be like, wait, this is a song from somewhere else that's like a pretty significant song in terms of like being part of the MSQ, and you're just like, what the fuck? How did I not notice this before? I just get surprised with that from time to time.
Brief though it was, I'll never forget my first sight of the Samuel. I can't wait to begin our study of the creature in earnest. Study is all well and good, Chief, but I'll remind you not to neglect your other duties at the facet. Yes, I know.
Well, Yelena, judging by your own excitement, it seems you enjoy it no less than any of us.
Of course I enjoy it. It's not often one gets the chance to study such an ancient life form. There's so much we stand to learn, from their metabolism to their behavior to their society. When light swallowed up the world, it not only decimated innumerable species outright. It wreaked havoc on the balance of nature, which led to the extinction of yet more species. That's to say, all life that has survived is a miracle, Shauna. Yours. Mine. And of course, the Samuel's. I was born after the flood, like most folk. We know only what exists now, and little and less of what came before. But I believe, Shauna. I believe that, one day, life will return to where light now rules. That the world will return to the way it once was. And so I labor to conserve the precious resources we still have. For the lives that will blossom on the morrow will arise from the seeds of today. We'll study the Samuel and protect their habitat, that they might still roam these lands in 1,000 years and beyond. Of course, we can't do this without Yelena and Mao and their brilliant minds. Humph, already trying to foist more work on us, I see. But against my better judgment, you have my cooperation, Chief. After all, without me keeping watch, you'd go off gallivanting again given half a chance.
You can count on me as well. I for one am keen to see what other mysteries can be attributed to the Samuel.
Well, Shauna, under your fine leadership, the Samuel Search Squad has fulfilled its purpose. Sad though it is, it's time for us to disband. I don't doubt that you'll remain busy with your myriad other pursuits, but I hope you won't forget about us. Should you come into out of interest on your adventures, be sure to let me know so I can sneak off to find it.
Okay. Steam contributor, fast up.
Kashire could not be happier with your efforts. She now considers you honorary captain of the Samuel Search Squad. There may be other folk in the crystalline mean who could use the assistance of a talented artisan. Ask around, and see who is in need of your skills.
Okay, and Lost World. Otherworld Seeker. Nice. You basically get a bunch of achievements regarding that, and once I'm done with all of them, I can apparently do a quest that also gives me a title.
Welcome back. In all honesty, you'd been gone so long, I thought something dreadful had happened. So, any luck?
Here's your eel.
Arg. It's repulsive. But more importantly, it appears to be a fine specimen, and is no doubt bursting with nutrition. Now all that remains is to follow the recipe and serve it to Huriel. I'll go ahead to Spagirix and tell her the meal is on its way. Let's hope she's got a good appetite. I'm actually something of a dab hand in the kitchen, but it will require all of my culinary abilities to make such a grotesque fish look presentable. It'll take a while to cook, so perhaps we can meet at Spagirix a little later?
Is it just gonna move us there? Oh. There. It might have been easier to just, I don't know, do some teleporting instead of doing this weird run around.
While we won't see any immediate effects, I'm interested to see what she makes of the flavor. How was it?
Delicious. But is this truly the key to overcoming my illness?
It's still too soon to be sure, but providing our theories are correct, your symptoms should gradually improve if you continue with the treatment.
I must say, it's a lot more appetizing than any of the medicines I'd been given until now.
You. Get away from my daughter, this instant.
Father, what's wrong? Aren't these your friends from the facet? They brought me a meal to help cure my Christiosis.
I worked my fingers to the bone to pay for her medicine, and you think you can do better? These kinds of diseases are caused by an improper diet. The dish Shauna and Fritheric put together is meant to give her what she's been missing. Yes, and this is based on our research at the Cabinet of Curiosity, where we found that Christiosis is essentially the same as a disease known as Nobel's rot. The condition is common among Ulmerans, who use Prospero eel as a treatment. That's why we brought some for Huriel to try. And you're using my daughter as a test subject for your madcap theories? There's nothing madcap about eating a balanced diet, and your daughter was as keen as anyone to try this new approach. Of course, Huriel isn't the only one suffering from Christiosis, and we'll need a lot more Prospero eels. We were lucky to have Shauna here, but we can't expect her to keep catching them indefinitely. Lob and I can't do this by ourselves. We need experienced fishers like you, Merville. Please, help us. You did all of this for Huriel, even after everything I said. And we'll continue to do so, perhaps with you there to lend a hand. Yes, of course. If you'll have me. Huriel. You'll be out of here soon, I promise. Come on, let's return to the mean. I'm sure they have a lot to discuss.
There we go. Now I can move. some reason I couldn't move to begin with, it just wouldn't let me. All of the directional buttons just didn't react. WASD just went like, nope, I can't move, just, door stuck, yep. And it's lagging like crazy. Jesus Christ. I was trying to use the teleport from Reap to like get forward, but nope, too much lag.
I'm pleased we were finally able to get through to Merville. Though if Lob hadn't been so discreet, our efforts may have seemed like a shallow attempt to use Uriel's illness to manipulate her father. He acted out of a genuine desire to help her, which will continue to be the driving force behind our efforts. Ah, Merville. How's Uriel? A lot better, thanks to you. So much so that she told me to stop fussing over her and give you lot a hand. Haha. It's good to hear she's in high spirits. As for getting on with some work for the facet, Lob has a few special assignments, if you're interested. You just try and stop me. Watch out, fish, here I come. It's incredible to think how much has changed. With everyone working towards a common goal, things should go a lot more smoothly from now on. Having said that, I can't help wondering what would have happened if you and Lob hadn't been there to guide me. I'd probably still be butting heads with Merville and the others, which hardly bears thinking about. But it's not only me you've helped, it's everyone in the Crystarium. Once they get into better eating habits, they'll be much healthier, and happier, as a result. We in the facet of fishing will be doing our utmost to follow the fine example you've set. While I appreciate that you have your own path to walk, your own challenges to face, you will be sorely missed. If you're ever in the Crystarium, we'd love to hear stories from your travels. All the best, my friend.
I say, just doing these two quests are taking like such a long time to do.
Frithric is eternally grateful for your efforts. He now considers you a warrior of water.
In terms of just time I've been streaming, I think I've been going for like 3 hours with these. Plus a little bit of gathering for the last few things that I needed, but it takes some time doing these with all the cutscenes.
There may be other folk in...
But I've also like been... Let's like go out and gather things, essentially. What is the new one? The World Angler? I'm guessing it's just something similar for the rest of them.
His recovery is proceeding apace, but there's still the matter of... Shauna. What a pleasant surprise. I was just about to go and check on Skip, as well as administer another dose of your medicine. Care to join me? The worst has passed, but he still has trouble eating on his own. Until he shows further improvement, I've decided to keep him on a mostly liquid diet. Needless to say, we've kept him well hydrated, and our flavorful fare, such that it has somehow managed to keep up his appetite. Your wounds are healing quite nicely, Skip. Still, he needs lots of rest. I'll feel better once he's regained the strength to walk. Though it still beggars belief that he's even here. An honest-to-God's Barubi skipper. Even assuming some few escaped the flood all those years ago, their domestication should have left them ill-suited to survive in the wild. Obviously Skip is proof to the contrary, but it begs the question, if they found sanctuary here in Norvrend, why would he leave? Was it a curiosity of people that led you to Lakeland? I can only imagine your horror when you realized the poacher's intentions. But enough fretting. Skip is safe now, and there's still much to be done to ensure his swift recovery. I must thank you again for that antidote. It's proven surprisingly effective despite how little we know of his breed, and there have been no side effects from its usage. However, because Skip has needed so much rest, it will be that much harder for him to regain his physical strength. Do you think it possible you could prepare dietary supplements for him? Something easy on the stomach, but high in nutrition to help restore his stamina. Truly you are a saint. I'll leave you to your work, then.
Already have some of that. I mean, it's been lying in a bag.
The Crystarium deliveries list.
Like what? Pieces of skin, sand, feces, so many different things. Fish. It's been through a lot. Bags of just silver pieces. A lot of those. Old coins. So many different weird things.
The sooner we can get Skip up and about, the better. We're counting on you for that supplement.
So what I'm hoping is that basically delivering these things is gonna a lot faster with these quests. Also, I can see I need to get some things bought with crafter scripts. Let's see. Don't really need anything regarding tokens, I believe. Don't really know if there's anything regarding materials I need either. Just going to check something. What is this used for? I've seen those things, but I don't remember what they're used for exactly. Let's see here. Those are used to make that old splitting culinarians component B, which is used to make version C of that. Make the final version. Should need let's see. To get you can buy someone like the culinarian's final material component C once it has enough ability, and when you get 60 of those final material you can basically buy a splendid frying pan apparently. Guessing is a glowing version, like the golden glowing version of the crafter tools. I'm trying to figure out something. How many of these do I need in order to fully craft one of those weapons? I just want to figure out how many I need in total, basically. Let's see here. so apparently... Okay, so let's see here. You apparently buy 30 of material A, and then you do a bunch of... you basically make 30 of component A, have max collectability, and get material B, then turn material B into component B, and so on and so forth. So... Okay. So basically just need to buy 30 of each of these. Thinking that's what I can spend my crafter scripts on. I mean, might as well just try and get some of those flowing weapons tools. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually an achievement for that, perhaps. Just don't know where it would even be under.
The sooner...
Alright. Then...
Wonderfully done, Shauna. Why, I'm tempted to sample this myself. In fact, I think I will. Oh my word, this is absolutely delicious. And no doubt full to bursting with nutrients. Yes, yes, this will do nicely. This is more than enough to see Skip back on his feet. Thank you. He will be pleasantly surprised, I'm sure. More so if you should have time to pay him a visit. Oh, Skip. Whenever I look at him, I'm reminded of my youth. Despite my appearance now, I was rather foolhardy in my day. What a time that was. Diving headlong into the thick of battle, axe in hand astride my faithful Amaro. Every job was carried out to the letter, by any means necessary. There was nothing I wouldn't do for a bit of coin. The headsman, they used to call me. But that's all in the past.
I'm guessing his Amaro ended up dying or something.
I am a veterinarian, motivated not by coin, but my love of Amaro. And as a fellow enthusiast, I hope I can turn to you again in the future should I have need of assistance. Bethrick is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you an Amaro lover. You really shouldn't sneak up on me like that. It wouldn't do to leave the Crystarium's Amaro without their veterinarian. But since you're here, would you care to join me on a trip to the rookery? I think you'll be happy to see how Skip's condition has improved.
Skip can stand at least now.
He's not yet able to fly, but it's quite a relief to see him walking again. We'll need to keep a close eye on him, and adjust his diet as his condition improves. Speaking of which, Skip, it's time to eat. Still wary, I see. He refuses to eat anything unless I or one of the stable hands taste it first. It's all right, Skip. Shauna prepared this especially for you. That's the way. Keep eating like that, and you'll build back your strength in no time at all. Would that his heart could be so easily mended. In light of his ordeal, I can understand his apprehension at the approach of our stable hands, but even the presence of other Amaro leave him in a panic. It would be foolish to return him to the wild in his present state, but to continue caring for him here would prove no less difficult for him. Every day I feed him, I tend to his wounds, yet he refuses to so much as glance in my direction.
Looking at us. It's like...
What's this? He would allow you to gaze into those limpid pools of raven black. Could it be he's finally ready to open his heart to us? To me? Come, Skip. Let's show Shauna the true strength of our friendship.
Yep, I had a feeling he was gonna look away.
Well, it seems, at least, he's regained the spring in his step. Perhaps we should return to the mean. There's still more work to be done. KHRRR.
I wonder if Skip is one of the Amaro that can actually speak.
I suspect you hear this quite often, but I cannot thank you enough for all your help. Were it in my power, I would hire you as my personal apothecary. I could finally rest easy knowing the Amaro had quality fare. That's not to say we fail to take good care of them, mind you. But there's no denying the fruits of your work. As a matter of fact, your supplements have already done wonders for Skip's stomach. His appetite has returned and his bowel function is markedly improved. Which is why I believe it is time we move to the next stage in his treatment. Having rested for so long, I suspect Skip's muscles suffer from some degree of atrophy. Which is why I need you to create a new supplement to help strengthen his muscles. Are you up to the challenge? The Crystarium
This has been updated.
It shouldn't be long before Skip is fit to fly again, and your supplements will help him recover that much faster.
Fortified soup.
How is it you make something so simple seem such a delicacy? I believe this warrants another sampling. Oh my, yes, this is fantastic. If it is as nutritious as it is delicious, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, Skip is in for a treat.
So after this there should be another quest?
This should be more than enough to see Skip to a full recovery.
And, I mean like a proper quest. I need to craft something, I just don't know how I get the item that I need to use for the recipe.
He's grown quite fond of mealtime, you know. Though I think that's mostly to do with your handiwork. You should see the way he perks up at the mere mention of your name. But I worry what will happen when you're gone, and another sickly Amaro is brought to the stables. When it falls to me to prepare the medicine needed for their convalescence.
They usually prepare their medicine, not fond of cooking, I take it. Usually do it.
A part of me hoped you would never think to ask me that. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. As I mentioned once before, I once enjoyed the companionship of an Amaro, back when I still worked as a mercenary. We were inseparable. Until one fateful day when he was gravely wounded trying to protect me from sin eaters. I brought him back here to the Crystarium with all haste, but resources were scarce, and a caretaker for Amaro was unheard of, let alone a proper veterinarian. So I took matters into my own hands, using my personal store of medical supplies. It wasn't until he began convulsing that I realized the dosage was too strong. I could only watch in horror as he thrashed about in pain, screaming, pleading for help. Then suddenly he grew still. I swore then and there no man or beast would die by my hands ever again. The next day, I traded in my axe for books to learn all there is to know of Amaro and their care.
And that must not have been a fun experience.
That said, I've always been of the belief that any medicine to be administered should be prepared by one adept in the arts. After seeing all you've done to help Skip, I'm beginning to think I have more studying to do. Speaking of Skip, there's something I wish to discuss with you, but I fear I've taken up enough of your time as it is. Why don't you come back later, after you've had a bit of rest? Bethric is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you an Amaro aficionado. A new quest
Quest? So where do I get the items from? To go and get it from somewhere, or what? Also, we get a lot of crystals there. I don't have too many on me, that's good.
No doubt you're eager to learn how Skip is doing. Well, I'm happy to report that, thanks to your efforts and the care of our stable hands at Timeno's Rookery, he's made a near full recovery. Physically, at least. The wounds of his heart yet remain. He sits about the stables brooding, avoiding contact with me, Nim, even the other Amaro. Before there can be any deliberation on whether he remain here or be released back to the wild, I must ensure he is sound in both body and mind. For that, I must once again ask for your help. I am loath to admit it, but you are the only one to whom Skip has shown any manner of affection, not that I'm jealous, mind you. Merely an observation. The poor boy barely even eats. Though I do recall he was quite willing to partake of the medicine you provided. And the way you gazed into each other's eyes as if he... Ahem. My point is, I believe he would be willing to emerge from his seclusion for you. Would you try talking to him, and see if he responds?
Okay. Hey, there's Skip.
KHRRR. KHRRR. My goodness. To simply look at you seems to set his heart aflutter. Now that you have his attention, could you assure him that everything will be fine?
Okay. Everything will be... Oh. Bit annoying that I need to like type everything out for those.
It's as if he's become a different creature altogether. He looks so happy, so carefree. Perhaps now I too can get through to him. Skip. Still he regards me with that icy gaze. After all we have done to nurse him back to health, why is it only you to whom he shows affection? There is no denying that it was you who prepared the medicine that treated his poison, and I have no doubt Skip is aware of that fact. But surely there is more to his fondness for you than that. Perhaps it has to do with the Amaro's innate predisposition to magic. It is what allows them to sense the ether of others, though nowhere near as strongly as their ancestors. Indeed, so in tune were the Amaro of Eld with their riders they were often said to be of one mind. I can but wonder how such a pairing from an early age would influence cognitive development. Or if their breeder might. Ah, there I go getting carried away again. What was I saying? Right, Skip's predisposition to magic. Perhaps he can sense your ether more strongly than ours, thereby giving him a greater understanding of your concern for his well-being. Despite the lengths we have gone to heal his body, without you, I dare say we would never be able to heal his heart. Yet there still remains the matter of whether we keep Skip here at the Crystarium or return him to the wilds. I only want what's best for him, but I fear my decision will not be in line with what he desires. Oh Skip, if only you could speak to us.
Well, if it's a talking Amaru you need, I know an Amaru that could interpret for him. Like maybe an entire group of them.
You're acquainted with a talking Amaro? Truly. Oh, be still my beating heart. There is a name for such beasts in the Ronkan language, Tupac-Amaro, the paragons of their kind. I never dared to dream meeting one would be possible. What a time to be alive. Please, Shauna, I beg you, take me now. Take me to Wolektorf, to Amaro Paradise. That is to say. We must take Skip. Yes, that we might discern what it is that he wishes to do. Of course, this means we must traverse through Ilmeg, home of the Pixies. Do you suppose they would grant us passage? Somehow it doesn't surprise me that you've befriended them. Still, I think it would be best to err on the side of caution. You must prepare a tribute for me and Skip. Please, Shauna. We are strangers to the Pixies. It is the surest way for me and Skip to appease them. Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise I'll make this up to you one day. If there's anything you need, speak with Nim and she will take care of the rest.
So, do I get the material from you? Nope, I just get that straight off the bat. Thanks. And needs to be high quality. Just use this macro, I guess.
Skip and I are counting on you, Shauna.
Offering of sweets, a variety of colorful confections to excite and delight the Fae.
Goodness gracious. I've never seen such brilliant craftsmanship. I may be tempted to partake before we reach our destination.
Yes. Now, before we reach our final destination, we need to make a stop in Litauran. Yes.
Fear not, Shauna. Skip is in fine health, and I have no doubt he would travel near anywhere with you at his side. Let's be off then, to Ilmeg. KHRRR.
Okay, now I need to travel to Ilmeg. Kind of thinking of maybe doing the other quest line, since they might also send me places. That way I can just do several of them in one go. It would hopefully speed this whole process up a bit.
Ah, Shauna, how good to see you. Give me just a moment to clean up. We're in the midst of analyzing the leftover bits of the material you crafted.
Aside from record keeping, I also excel in analysis. Impressive, yes.
Because restoration draws upon techniques from multiple fields, it's important to understand how certain materials and chemicals react with one another. Over the years, I've handled my fair share of materials, and I can honestly say that yours are a cut above the rest. There's no greater proof than the superior final products they produce. I consider myself truly blessed to be able to learn from you.
Still playing around with that floating rust ball, I see. Visitor identified as Owl of the Facet of Crafting. What is a rust ball? Why don't you make yourself useful for a change? Make something useful?
After all this time ignoring me, those are the only words you have? And we're not playing around, I'll have you know. We've served many clients already, and there's bound to be more folk out there who have cherished items they want restored. They simply don't know who to ask for help. What's more, we have a veteran artisan on board now, who prepares the materials we need, Shauna here. Her skills are at least the equal of Master Herrig.
Skills or no, it's nothing but a waste of precious resources. You'd do well to open your eyes to reality. It's all around you. What is a rust ball?
That was all. It might not seem so from that exchange, but we used to be close. We both lost our parents at a tender age, you see, and a man named Herrig took us in as his apprentices. Master Herrig was a restorer, and it was he who inspired me to become one too. When I was little, I had a doll. It was a memento of my late mother, and I treasured it like life itself. But old as it was, one day it fell apart. Back then, we suffered from far worse shortages than we do now. Everyone at the mean struggled to do their work with limited resources, and no one spared a glance for a broken toy. No one save Master Herrig. He found me crying alone, clutching my doll. "No need for tears," he said kindly. And he took the doll and made it good as new again. There are more such items at the Crystarium, Shauna. Items that serve no practical purpose, that won't help us survive, yet mean the world to someone. They wouldn't have found a place among a refugee's scant possessions otherwise. They're irreplaceable treasures, and I can't bear to watch them crumble away. As Master Herrig mended my doll, so would I mend the ties of others. In many ways, you remind me of Master Herrig. Not only are you capable, you're kind and dependable. It's a pleasure working with you, and I hope that our partnership continues for a long time. Oh, and thanks to Thal Tal singing our praises, we're seeing more restoration requests. While most are straightforward enough for me to handle alone, I have a task here that promises to be quite challenging. For this, I hope to rely on your crafting expertise.
Okay.
The client is an elderly drawn lady. She's apparently descended from Vobertite nobility.
The item to be restored is an antique Vobertite jewelry box. Formerly occupying the land now known as Ilmeg, the kingdom was destroyed by Sin Eaters following the flood.
Due to the fact that the nation ceased to exist a century ago, it's difficult to source the materials their people once used. In particular, we're struggling to procure suitable fabric for the upholstery, and that is what I would ask you to prepare. My thanks in advance, Shauna.
The Crystar.
How's that upholstery fabric coming along? Let me know when it's ready. Oh my, the quality is amazing. It could be considered a work of art in its own right. With this, I'm confident that we can do an excellent job with the jewelry box.
Three days later.
I could curl up right here and fall asleep. But first things first, I'm pleased to say that the jewelry box has been restored to its former glory. I'm especially pleased with how the trimmings turned out. They're as beautifully vibrant as the day they were made, and it's thanks to the quality of the materials you supplied. Now then, I'll see this delivered to our client. If you can linger a while, I'll return soon with word of her impressions.
Is the client is gonna come along? Perhaps. Yep.
Shauna, this is Rossini, our client. She's so pleased with the jewelry box, she wanted to come and thank you herself. Thyuna tells me your contribution was instrumental to its restoration. For that, I offer you my heartfelt gratitude. My daughter, she will wed soon, you see. The jewelry box is to be my gift to her on her special day. Oh my, such joyous news. Our congratulations. With my husband no longer with us, life has been hard. There's nothing grand I can offer my daughter. Yet humble though it is, the box holds special meaning to our family. It's been with us since before my ancestors fled Vobert. While most of them sought refuge in Yulmore, my great-grandmother and her husband chose to begin anew at the Christarium. The box came with her, laden with the memories of her lost home. It was passed down to my grandmother, then to my mother, then eventually to me. It's a treasured heirloom, our connection to a time long past, and we've taken care of it as best we could. Alas, the years inevitably began to tell on it. Now the time has come for me to pass the box to my daughter, but its condition was such that I was embarrassed to do so. Thanks to you and Thyuna, however, I can pass it on proudly. No words will suffice to express my gratitude. I'm forever in your debt. Such a special connection to have with your family and homeland. An orphan like me can only dream. I'd love to visit your homeland one day. Will you promise to take me there?
I mean, first we need to find a way to actually take it from the first to the source, but sure.
Oh, I'm merely jesting. No need to look so troubled.
I too have a homeland. Glory be to Alig. Long may she endure. Thyuna is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you a restorer of cherished memories.
And that's another one in the books. Whew. Tell me, Shauna, what do you think is the difference between repair and restoration? In my mind, the aim of repair is to make something work as intended again. In contrast, the aim of restoration is to return something to its original state. That being the case, in order to do a good job of restoring, it's crucial to know what materials were originally used, and how. This requires a great deal of research and analysis, and that is where Nada has been most helpful.
Nadi is a most helpful node.
Now, an item may bear what appear to be imperfections, be they scuffs and scratches or peculiarities in the wood grain. While we may instinctively want to remove such marks, we must be mindful that they may hold special meaning to the owner. Of course, if there is clearly damage that impairs function, we must mend it as best we can. These decisions, we make through consultation with the client. We see through his eyes the item as it once was, and then strive to recreate it. Now, it hardly needs saying, but a restoration effort can only be as good as the materials used. I hope that cherished memories can continue relying on you. Thank you, Shauna. Right, enough chatter, it's time to get back to work.
There are currently 3 outstanding tasks. Of these, 3 are urgent.
Time to get back to work indeed. Do you have time to assist me with another task, Shauna?
That's why I told you.
Wonderful. This time, the client is a Zun Amaro handler, and the item is a set of Amaro barding. A very old set. We have our work cut out for us. Before the flood swallowed up their homeland, the Zun lived as nomadic folk. Amaro were a central part of their lives, and even something commonplace like their barding may carry great sentimental value.
I saw that you redeemed the hydrate bubble. Once I'm done with this little cutscene, I'll go out and grab something to drink because I don't have anything with me in here right now.
That being the case, we must give no less than our best. Not that we ever do otherwise, of course. Now, as to the specifics. What I require from you is the material for repairing the barding's inner lining. As the part that is in contact with the Amaro, comfort is of the utmost import. My thanks in advance, Shauna.
The Crystarium delivered.
You try some sponge amateurs triangle. I mean, I'm not that dry. I believe I basically had some chicken carne for dinner, which did have a decent amount of liquid in it. Not like I'm completely dry, but I got a bit of liquid in me for dinner. Yeah, I'll go out and basically grab something so I can get some water. So I'll be back in like at most 2 minutes, I think. Yeah. I'll be right back. Clicking on the wrong buttons. What buttons? There it is. That one. Right. Okay, I'm back. I see that you two are just messing around. Asking to pull each other's fingers and so on.
To simply behold the barding, one can sense the love is unbear for Amaro. We'll do that love justice, you and I. Let me know when you have the repair material for me.
Add my drink. He knows. I can see the chat. I literally have the chat open so I can see it, even if it disappears like from the on the stream.
Goodness, but this is exemplary work. In this material alone, you can see all the marks of a first-rate artisan, and small wonder, seeing as you made it. I will see to it my restoration lives up to its quality.
Why am I still? I'm just looking at chat. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's one of the things you're supposed to do as a streamer. How else am I supposed to interact with you?
4 days later.
Mother? Is that you? Oh wow. Forget you heard any of that. Ahem. It's done, Shauna. That was one of my hardest tasks to date, but the Amaro barding is restored. In the course of using your material, I noticed the little details, the techniques you employed to alleviate the burden on the beasts. Such a thing would never have occurred to me. It reminds me how much I still have to learn. Now, we mustn't keep our client waiting. I'll be back soon. So, this has become something of a regularity, but our client wants to thank you himself. May I introduce Zengguanbei?
Yeah, that grabs it.
Thayuna was most effusive in her praise of you, Shauna, and I simply had to put a face to the name. Thank you for your part in restoring the barding.
Yeah, grabs it. Sometimes Marble might get a little bit, I don't know, tiny bit, lewd in the chat, but he's usually able to, make it, at least not too lewd. Christ alive, this is what I return to.
Allow me to introduce the fine beast who will wear it. Amaro detected. Proximity, too close for comfort. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As you may know, we Zun once lived as nomads. In that hard life, Amaro contributed as much as any man to our collective survival, and we regarded them as family, raising them as we would our own children. Sadly, full many were lost to the flood, and to this day we lament our failure to save them. The barding you restored is an honored artifact. Since ancient times, it has been tradition to bestow it upon the finest Amaro and its handler each turning of the seasons.
Kind of wondering, once you get all of your combat classes to level 80, Plumage of course excluded, I know that you get an Amaro as a mount from an achievement. I'm just wondering if that's the saddle you also end up getting. I don't see why they would add it that way unless it would be used by a player, perhaps.
It is our sole connection to our old way of life. By restoring it, you've preserved an important part of our history, of our identity. I understand there are those who disapprove of what you do. But know that you have the complete and unequivocal approval of Wizun. On behalf of my people, I thank you.
There truly is no limit to the sentimental value an item can hold. I'm glad that we could be of service to the Zun. And while it gives me heart to have their support, as Zun says, not everyone shares the sentiment. Owl not least of all.
A feathered reptile, Amaro are known to spray water from their nostrils. Water and nodes do not mix.
Okay, so what's the quest we need to do gonna involve?
Thayuna is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you a custodian of cherished memories. A new quest continues.
What is this quest gonna involve? Get some of these crystals, and I'm not at limit on those.
Whatever should I do? Oh wow. How long have you been standing there? I was so deep in thought, I didn't notice you. You see, I've been pondering whether to speak with you about Owl. That you should appear at this moment is a sign. Please hear me. As you know, Owl and I were orphans taken in by Master Herrig. We were close friends, playing and arguing with one another in turn, and together we trained as artisans. But all of that changed when Master Herrig disappeared. Young as we were then, we weren't told what became of him. But it's more than likely that, like so many others, he was slain by a sin-eater. From that time on, Owl and I drifted apart. Eventually we stopped speaking entirely. It was only when I announced my intention to open my shop that he had words for me, and they were none too kind. You don't understand anything, he spat out angrily, Well, he's right in one regard. I don't understand why he so detests my work. It goes beyond mere disapproval. He makes it personal, as if I've done something to offend him. This wouldn't be a problem, except Owl holds considerable influence at the mean. A bad word from him and we would get no more custom. Sooner or later, I'll have to settle our differences, but the mere anticipation of it is nerve-wracking. Ah, what I wouldn't give for a stiff drink.
Command received. Instruction to Thyuna, proceed to the Wandering Stairs.
I beg your pardon? Oh no, Nod is going to summon Owl. Seems it's to be sooner than later. Shauna, might I ask you to join me at the Wandering Stairs? I could use the support.
Guess we'll just go there and see. We end up getting sent somewhere for the quests. It's the one for the Culinarian and Alchemist sent us to Ilmeg. So I'm wondering if this one, which is for what's it again? It is Carpenter, Leather Worker, and Weaver, if I'm not mistaken.
Owl isn't here yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come at all.
Thyuna. So you're the urgent business that I had to drop everything for? Affirmative. Thyuna has a score to settle with you. What was that?
Nothing. Be quiet now, Naughty.
Forced shutdown initiated.
There's something I need to ask you, Owl.
Make it quick. Unlike you, I've got responsibilities.
Looks like a greased peanut. Kind of, yeah.
All right. Not everyone agrees with what I do. I understand that. What I don't understand is why you are so angry with me.
You called me here just to ask me that? Ha, urgent business indeed. How easy life must be when your days are filled with play.
What we do isn't play. We restore those items that hold sentimental value for the people of the Crystarium.
Listen well. Thanks to the efforts of our ancestors, we've come to enjoy a semblance of a normal life. But shortages are still a daily reality. Shortages you do nothing to alleviate. In the time it took you to restore a single decrepit set of Amaro barding, I crafted a dozen new ones. With Master Herrick gone, it falls to me to prop up the mean. It falls to me because Master had to go off to satisfy some vain obsession, and you had to take after him. Node restart complete. Resuming suspended operations. Owl not detected. Shall I fetch him?
No, Naughty. Leave him be. I'm sorry you had to witness that, Shauna. Owl, he didn't used to be that way. While I believe in what we do, I can't deny that there's truth to his words. But go off to satisfy an obsession. The day Master Herrick disappeared, he had ventured out to procure materials. The item he was seeking to restore was... Shauna, I hate to involve you in my personal dilemmas, but I need your help. Can I rely on you? I'm truly grateful. Let's return to the crystalline mean. I'll explain everything there.
It would be nice if you just, I don't know, took me with you so I don't have to, like, way there on my own. It's not a whole huge issue, but it saved me like a little bit of time traveling. Okay, so are you gonna send me somewhere new? Or to another area, rather. It shouldn't be easy. I mean, the thing is just that sometimes the game does it. It's not often, but sometimes it just like moves you somewhere new, but a lot of the times not really. It's a little bit annoying.
If cherished memories is to survive, we must do something to stem Owl's criticism.
Like, especially if it's for quests where it's simply you start, for example, up here, you go down to somewhere, speak with someone, and then you return to the same place. I kind of wish that they would just be like, okay, just start the cutscene, have the cutscene continue at the other place, then have the continue end at the starting place, instead of like, oh, you need to run around all over the place. An excuse to run around the Crystarium. I guess that's also true.
He's already done damage to our reputation, judging by the recent decline in business. We must win him over somehow. Convince him that cherished memories is a serious venture, and make him see the true worth of restoration.
You can relate to that since Diablo 2, you rescue Cain, and for some reason either makes a portal for you or just leaves. Please, like, go on, dude. Yep.
With regards to the latter, I have an idea. There's an item which, if restored, is bound to strum on Owl's heartstrings. But I'm at a loss as to how we might show him that we mean business.
With the criticism and let our work speak for us. With the workshop's appearance, keep the Rust Bowl in check.
Would that we could, but Owl holds too much influence. We have to do something to make him change his mind about us.
The workshop's appearance?
Now that you mention it, our workshop doesn't have much to draw the eye. Perhaps there's something to be said for looking the part.
In order to advertise their presence, shops commonly make use of signage. At present, Cherished Memories has none.
Of course. A sign. Why didn't I think of that? Shauna, would you be willing to fashion a sign for our workshop? In light of all the help you've given us, it seems only right that you have the honor. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see the finished product. Oh, and if you run out of materials, Nada will furnish you with more.
Shop sign. Yep, don't even need to go anywhere. Nice.
How fares work on the sign? I can't wait to see it.
The sign for cherished memories, masterfully crafted by your good self. That is a big sign.
Blessed night, what a magnificent sign this is. It incorporates all the techniques of our restoration work, a perfect representation of who we are. From the design to the details, everything about it is wonderful.
That took me like, what, at most 5 seconds to craft? Is that a shield or a door? It's a sign.
Not only will this sign attract customers, it will serve to remind me of my goal to emulate your skills. I can't thank you enough for it. With this, we can finally show Owl that we mean business.
It could definitely look like a shield, but I think it might be a little bit too big compared to the game, because that shield is bigger than I am, I think, or around the same height. Wait, 5 seconds. I mean, in terms of like the time that the craft happened, it was basically like 5 seconds ish. Because yeah, I basically just used the macro if I had done the crafting normally at level this is supposed to be done at, it would have taken a lot longer. To possibly up towards like 30-40 seconds ish. Remember Firefall escort missions now, they had a lot of issues where the NPC would get stuck and the mission became impossible to finish, so they implemented the NPCs. Just teleport if they had moved for a while. Escort instantly became block the NPC off with your player body missions. It'll be paid per hour, that's too cheap for your craftsmanship avatar.
I'll see to hanging the sign up as soon as possible. It's bound to be the envy of other artisans.
I mean, a lot of basically how most of the crafting is done in Final Fantasy is just done through macros, because that basically just means that you press usually 1 or 2 buttons and then it does like 15 to like 30 perhaps different actions throughout it. It basically just reduces the amount of work we need to do as players, and also reduces the amount of fuck-ups basically by basically pressing the wrong buttons. Unless it's like high-level crafting, in which case you kind of need to basically learn how to do the crafting correctly and not use macros, because that's not always possible. Final Fantasy crafting equals magics. Pretty much, I mean, we basically use like specially made, like I think it's furnaces technically, or some sort of like machine thing that essentially does stuff with ether crystals that allows us to craft stuff way easier than normal.
All that remains, then, is to impress upon Owl the true worth of restoration. On which front, there is something I would show you.
At least it's kind of... That's at least how I remember having it explained to me when I watched a video about that. Actually, why do I hear that in Mr. Bean's voice? Magic. Is that what you're thinking of?
This loot was a gift from the Exarch to Master Herrig. Since he left us, it has lain there, broken and silent. Apparently, it was an enchanted instrument whose power had long faded, but its tone was no less beautiful for it. Master would often play this lute at the tavern, and Owl and I would go and listen. Seeing how keen we were, he even gave us lessons. We loved the rich, soothing sound, and we weren't alone. Whenever Master Herrig played, the tavern was always full. No matter how rowdy the patrons were, as soon as the first chord was strummed, a hush would fall over the place. The music resonated with them, filling their hearts with peace in both good times and in bad.
Following Herrig's disappearance, however, the loot has been gathering dust.
Or macro to your crafter.
Well, that's because no one could restore it properly save Master himself. An instrument demands consummate skill. Back then it was completely beyond me, and even now I don't feel equal to the task. But I must try. Master wouldn't want to see Owl and I quarreling. No, he'd want us to join hands and serve the Crystarium and her people. As it does for me, the loot holds fond memories for Owl. By restoring it, I'm hopeful that we can reach out to him. Shauna, this time it's a personal request. I need your help to make this loot sing once more. Thank you. It gives me heart to have your support. I'll make ready for the restoration and let you know what I require. So, with regards to the loot, following analysis, we've determined the materials we require for the instrument's restoration.
Well, I wasn't trying to make a face of disappointment to your throw macro to your crafter. I actually like that one. But yeah, the expressions that I could do with the ball isn't exactly the best. So sometimes it might look like face of disappointment, but it might not be, because can't really do a whole lot with this thing.
Well, as best we could, at any rate. You see, being a gift from the Exarch, it likely hails from his mysterious homeland. As a result, it matches no loot from any culture or era I could find information on. Its shape is subtly different, as are some of the materials used. For these, we're having to make our best approximation.
That is unlikely to produce the desired blockage. Detect.
Right then, let's begin. As usual, I ask that you craft me the materials we need. Mark my words, Shauna, we'll succeed yet. We'll make Owl see the true worth of restoration.
Help me. Help. The Crystera.
So there's some more things. We're just spinning.
Hit.
And Nadia wants to be hit again.
In order to stabilize the material, we'll need this A and D. Oh, greetings, Shauna.
I need to buy more stuff because that is gonna fill up my crafter scripts. Okay, so let's see here. Those, I think it's just fast, just type it in, I guess. Okay. Just need to hand in those things, and then we should be getting another quest.
Oh, my. The quality is amazing beyond words. It will be a pleasure to put this to use. My thanks, Shauna. Now we have all that we require to restore the loot. I've never attempted anything so difficult before. I must confess to feeling not a little nervous, but I will give it my earnest best. With some luck, I'll have good tidings to share before long.
Is this message of posted bubble? Hey Ishlin, can we keep this one? I promise we feed him and love him and care for him. But though does this avatar eat blueberry pancakes? I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan of most berries, so probably not blueberry pancakes. Pancakes though I do like.
Thayuna is thrilled with your efforts. A new quest continuing the story of cherished memories is now available. Speak with Thayuna as either a carpenter, leatherworker, or weaver at level 80 or above to undertake the quest.
I accidentally skipped the like new sort of title thing. It was Savior of the Cherished Memories. That was the one. I basically ended up clicking the wrong button because I had muted myself really quickly. And then I needed to unmute and then I clicked just the wrong button. But I found a pancake, so just kind of split it. Do that. And the notes of bond restoring.
Oh, it's you, Shauna. If you wanted to ask about the loot, I'm afraid I don't have good news to share. I've finished the restoration, and the instrument looks exactly like it should. Knowing that the slightest warp in the panel can affect timber, I went to great pains to ensure that the shape is perfect. But in spite of this, the sound is all wrong. It's not because we AEs have superior hearing, either. No, the difference will be apparent to any who've heard the lute, and definitely to Owl. I can only assume it's due to the material, but I don't know what else we can use.
Get Nadia, I'm guessing, because probably has some information. God.
Hit me, Shauna. Hit me.
I forgot that I had that thing available. Oh my god.
Preoccupied with her thoughts, Thyuna does not seem to notice that the node has encountered an error.
It's tried that loot and it sounds awful. Oh my god. Push the mystery button, give a gentle stroke, give a firm whack. Push the mystery button.
Applying updates. Do not turn off your node. This may
Oh my
take a
God.
while.
Give a firm whack, yes.
Node restart complete. Thank you, Shauna. The answer lies in Herrig's final destination. He went to Colusia to procure material for the soundboard.
What? Colusia, you say?
Affirmative. There, he intended to trade with the Ondo for the material, which is found on the seafloor.
A material from the sea. If it's what I believe it is, I may actually have some in my stores. I purchased it from an Ondo merchant thinking it might be useful. It didn't occur to me before, but it might just work. Could you please analyze it, Nadia? See if it's suitable for restoring the loot?
Analyzing material. Its composition closely resembles that which was originally used for the soundboard.
Wonderful. It's almost too fortuitous to be true, but I'll accept whatever help we can get. Shauna, I'm sorry to burden you yet again, but could you fashion a modification component using this material? We'll succeed this time, I know it.
Okay, loot modification components. I actually need to do something for this one, apart from just using the macro.
I'm sorry to burden you yet again, but I can't do this without your help. Please fashion for me the component.
This modification component that you hope will make Eric's salute sing as it once did.
Oh, this looks promising. Yes, very promising indeed. I'll put it to use at once.
It's gonna be something like 5 days later. Or, oh.
It's finally done. Master Herrig's loot, precisely as it once was.
Analyzing loot. It is identical in both appearance and sound, with a margin of error of 1%. In other words, excellent work.
I don't know how to thank you, Shauna. I couldn't have restored the loot without your help. You're the finest artisan I know, and I count myself blessed to have had the privilege of handling your handiwork and growing from it. Now, I realize that when we first met, I said something to the effect of not asking you to teach me. But if you might indulge me one question, is there a tenet that you adhere to? Principles that guide you?
Pay due respect to your materials and life. The life whence they come. Understand your customers and generally wish for their happiness. Build the material, be the material, and love the material. Go that one.
I see. To reach the pinnacle of your craft, you must know your materials like you know yourself. And in treating them with love and care, we can draw out their full potential.
Can we sell it for money? Unfortunately not. I don't think we're gonna get the loot.
Thank you, Shauna. I'll carry these words with me in all that I do. Now then, it's time to present the loot to Owl. Ideally, I'd like to meet him where Master often performed. The question is, will he come when asked? He was none too willing last time.
Command received. Determining Owl's location based on previous movements. Instruction to Thyuna and Shauna, proceed to the Wandering Stairs.
What? Now, wait just a. No time like the present, I suppose. As before, Shauna, I'd appreciate it if you could be there too. Come, let's get this over and done with.
Okay. Back down here, and let's see. God, some of these loads take forever. And I think my sprint just ran out. Yep, and... Okay, and I'm guessing we get a cutscene here and then up to Thyuna up at the crystalline mean again.
No sign of Owl yet. I swear, the wait is the worst part.
Do something about this rust ball. It gave me a bloody lightning shock. It was a minimal release of energy intended to encourage Owl's attendance.
I'm so sorry. It's just, there's something I wanted to show you.
Master Herrig's loot. You fixed it?
Not by myself. I had help from everyone at Cherished Memories. From Shauna and Nadi.
This is fine work. Not even the slightest warp, and the ornamentation is immaculate. You've done well to restore this thing. But so what? Will it feed the people? Shield them from the cold? I didn't think so. If there's nothing else, I'm returning to work. I thought I heard a nostalgic sound. What should it turn out to be but Master Herrig's loot? When my brother and I lost our parents, the music comforted us, lifted us up from the depths of sorrow. After a hard day's work, there was nothing better than listening to these soothing notes while trading tales with my kin. It helped us to face another day with a smile.
Ah, I remember the day I met my husband in this tavern. 'Twas Herrig's music that drew us here, and we might never have known each other otherwise and had our beautiful daughter. Master Herrig knew, Owl. He knew how this loot could touch people's hearts. And he felt it worth restoring in spite of the risk to obtain the material. Although Master is gone, his loot may still bring hope to those who live in despair, and bind together those who are left behind.
Indeed, my former master, the Archmagus Noah, imbued the loot with a prayer of hope when she created it. Glory be to Alleg. Long may she endure.
The person who made this loot was your master? What an amazing coincidence.
All right, Thayuna. I understand now what it is you seek to do. And I accept that it's for the good of the people. I have a confession to make. The person who broke the loot, it was me. I remember watching Transfixed as Master Herrig worked on it. The way he took the battered old thing and made it gleam again. It was simply magical. But when I picked it up to take a closer look, it slipped from my hands. I braced myself for Master Herrig's fury, but he wasn't angry in the slightest. There's no need to cry, he said with a smile. What is broken can be fixed. Then he set out and never returned.
Any of us tried vegan shredded cheese? Nope. To be honest, I don't really use cheese too much in cooking.
Though I was but a boy then, I knew full well that the loot served no practical purpose. It wasn't essential to our survival. The thought that Master died in vain ate away at me. I hated myself for breaking the loot, and I hated the very idea of restoration.
So that's the way of it.
But you've opened my eyes. Master's work was important, I understand now. Though we might have food to fill our bellies and a roof over our heads, what's it all worth if we don't have hope for the morrow?
It will melt, but it tastes like paper, it looks like paper, and I think it's directly paper. Ooh. That doesn't sound good.
You have my gratitude, Shauna. Thanks to you, I've come to realize the importance of the bonds we share.
The loot has brought many people together. Perhaps one day it'll bless us orphans with families of our own too. Well, young ones, it seems to me the two of you already have family, each other. Owl may have fooled you, Thayuna, but he doesn't fool me. 'Twas out of concern for your safety that he opposed your venture. That is the very definition of brotherly love.
You really did get disappointed. I had to make a homemade pizza and the cheese is still shredded.
I'm going back to work. But Thayuna, if you ever need help with anything, be it a component you can't make yourself, you come straight to me. I won't have you die trying to do everything on your own.
Okay, so now we're just missing the smiths. Can't move again, god game. Let me move. Thank you.
Family. I suppose deep down I knew it was true, but to actually say the word. It's a little embarrassing, but not unpleasant. Come, my friend, let's return to the workshop. I'd like to thank you properly.
Game just kind of locks you in place if it hasn't loaded enough to prevent you from like accidentally glitching out of the game places. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, or I know rather that we have still the cooking and alchemy stuff left to finish up completely. That's basically just one set of things I need to deliver and 2 quests, basically. You believe that? You believe that your character's just too shy to make a scene? That could also be the thing. Still needs to finish up the alchemy stuff, and then there's Iola and the blacksmithing, armor, goldsmith stuff that I need to finish up as well.
Thanks to you, our workshop can continue doing its good work. I'm truly glad to have met you. Tell me, Shauna, do you think Master Herrig heard my playing as well? I like to think so too. And I like to think that he was happy to see Owl and I mend the rift between us. I'll do all I can to nurture our bond. And if something should cause it to break again,
Then we hit it? Hit it hard.
Now, that only works for you, not I. I'll continue honing my skills, ever aspiring to reach your heights. And whatever the future has in store for Norvrend, I'll continue doing my part to make it a better place, by keeping the people's cherished memories alive. And whenever I can, I'll go and play the lute at the tavern. As it did in Master Herrig's hands, its music can bring some comfort to the people once more. Forgive me, Shauna, I know you're a busy woman, so I won't keep you any longer. But promise to pay me a visit from time to time, all right? You'll find me right here, doing what I love doing best.
I'm getting a lot of tear from this appeal.
Thyuna could not be happier with your efforts. She now considers you a restorer of bonds. There may be
maybe more stuff that I can do. Thank you for the music. What's that achievement? Achievement called? Otherworld Artisan? Okay. So Seeker, Angler, Artisan, Smith?
Shauna, just the woman I wanted to see. It's all happening so fast. We've received orders for more of those gauntlets you crafted. As I told you, Esmond has a knack for copying existing designs, so I set him loose on the new commissions. After all, he needs to work for his wages.
makes a change from working for nothing.
And as for you, I need another crafting miracle to impress our next potential client, the Mord.
Okay, why the Mord?
Have you been to Amarang? The Mord people have a city there, founded on mining and trading.
Now that I think about it, for some reason I thought the Mord were the mole people from Amarang for a second. But now that I see that it's these guys, makes a little bit more sense.
I went myself to do some groundwork, but talking about new wares they might need wasn't high on the agenda. No, the Mord seemed more intent on feeding me worms, a local delicacy, or so they said. I could barely choke one down.
Really? The taste started to grow on me after a while. I must have eaten a couple of buckets worth while I was still waiting to get paid.
I'm so sorry, Esmond. I truly am. Well, my visit to the Mord was something of a loss, but mayhap you have some insight that we could build upon?
The Mord are strikingly similar to the kobolds in appearance. Perhaps the beastmen from the source make use of something that could prove equally beneficial to their Amurang counterparts.
Metal worm jars or bomb incubators? Bomb incubators. They need bombs.
Incubators? 4 bombs? Surely you're not serious.
Metal worm jars then.
Something to keep their squirmy treats safe? I don't know how the Mord will react to that, but I suppose it's worth a try. Make me a worm jar, if you please.
Already have.
The
Don't worry if
Crystarium
it
deliver-
has some. Don't worry if it has like a bunch of food or poop on it.
I wish I could do more to revive the bellows
It's been in my
myself,
bag.
but it's your crafting prowess that will truly make the difference. I'm grateful for your help.
They have kind of been lying in my bag for like a couple of hours now, so they might have been smeared a bit with a bunch of fish poop that I had in my bags earlier. Food, a little piglet of sorts. Yeah.
Thank you. A container of this quality should keep those wriggling morsels safe and fresh. Not that I'd ever want to eat them. Right. I've done my part and delivered your work to our potential clients in Mordsuk. Hopefully they like what they see.
And if they come to visit.
This is the forge where the metal jars were made. Yes. I wanted to talk to the makers.
Welcome, welcome. You've come to the right place. What did you wish to discuss?
For white earthworms, freshness is best. They fare poorly in sunlight. Death follows soon. They don't keep well. They do taste better fresh from the dirt, that's true.
What is it with you and worms, Esmon? I'm beginning to think you're a Mord in disguise.
We never tried to store earthworms before, but when we put them in your new jar, they stayed happy in the dark. Safe and squirming and delicious. And since the jar is made of metal, it doubles as a cooking pot. Over the fire and dinner is served. Whoever made such a wonderful utensil understands the Mord. Understands worms. If you have any more jars, we would make you an offer. We have much to trade. Coins to buy.
Another happy customer. It's almost too good to be true. By the way, are you one of these worm gourmets, too?
It has to be the white ones. They're meatier than other worms, and
You've proven your crafting expertise once again, Shauna. And thanks to the stability you've given us, I've managed to convince an old friend to return. I'm Culina. You might have heard from Iola, but I was working at the bellows until I couldn't anymore. After all Iola's father did for us, abandoning the forge never sat well with me, so I'm glad to have another chance to help the business succeed. And we're incredibly glad to have you. You can work with Esmon, crafting stock for all these extra commissions. Did you hear that, Esmon? There's plenty of work to be done, so don't think you can take it easy just because I'm back.
now, the reason the white earthworms are meatier has to do with how they survive the arid conditions of Amborang.
What is this dolt babbling about?
I want to hear more about the earthworms.
Ahem, anyway. Now all that's left is to convince Suren to return. I'll scout out a new client, and then you can amaze them with your artisanal brilliance.
It looks like he's still just talking about the earthworms.
Iola is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you the Iron Bellow's hidden gem.
I was hoping you'd pay a visit, Shauna. Those jars you designed are selling like wildfire. We're almost struggling to keep up with demand. I have both Culina and Esmon handling the commissions, though, so you and I can turn all our attention to bringing in new business. We have the jars under control. There's a worm cuisine craze sweeping through the Crystarium, and we stand to make a good bit of coin. I will never understand the appeal. But enough about worms. Let's discuss our next client, Shall we? The Ondo. They usually keep to themselves in their underwater settlements, but word from Calusia says they're willing to engage in trade. So Esmond and I went looking for them. We must have trudged along that coastline for days before we finally chanced across a group spearfishing in the shallows. Did you know the Ondo hunt with harpoons fashioned from coral? Anyway, I was relieved to find that they were quite amenable to the idea of doing business with the bellows. All we need to do now is to create an item the Ondo might be interested in purchasing. Anything come to mind?
From what Iola has told you, the Ondo sounds strikingly similar to the Sahagin. Perhaps the beastmen from the source make use of something that could prove equally beneficial to their Calusia and counterparts.
Let's see. Metal flippers. I think it's probably the tridents. It's the right option.
Wouldn't metal flippers be more of a detriment to swimming? Even as you tried to kick forward, the weight would drag you down. Sort of like how my life was progressing before you walked into it. Oh, Iola's getting lost in the bad old days. Let's hear another idea, preferably something brilliant that'll snap the boss back to her usual cheery self.
Metal tridents.
Ah, an improvement to those coral harpoons I mentioned. I think we're on the right track, but wouldn't the metal rust in the seawater? That would depend on the metal used, and I know a few tricks and treatments to ward off rust. Let me worry about that part. My dear Culina. Rough edges aside, you always did have a knack for the delicate side of ironwork. Well, Shauna, I can think of no other drawbacks to your trident idea. Craft us a three-pronged masterpiece that will have the Ondo forking out coin and Surend begging to rejoin our forging family. Culina's boisterous return has brought a much-needed fire back to our forge. Although I'm afraid Esmond now has to work twice as hard to avoid being burned. This is superlative work. The balance and weight are perfect. Why, you could take down a whale with this thing. I've delivered your tridents to the Ondo, and now we wait for their verdict. This is always the most exciting, and terrifying, part.
Is this the iron bellows?
It certainly is, good sir. Have you come to pay the balance, perchance?
So, you are the ones responsible for those tridents.
Oh no. We've angered them. Insulted their ancestors. Mocked their traditional coral craftsmanship. Not to worry. That's why you keep a bruiser like me around.
They're probably happy with them, I'm assuming.
Culina. I employ you to hammer iron, not our clients.
Listen well, landwalkers. My people dwell beneath the waves where fire does not burn, and we have no skill with forging tools of metal. But we recognize mastery when it is delivered into our very hands. Compared to our coral spears, your tridents are stronger and sharper, yet show no sign of rusting in the ocean's water. They will serve us well in the hunt. Such was our joy and satisfaction that I felt compelled to cross the seas, swim along rivers, and trek over land to heap praise upon their maker.
Then you should give your thanks to Shauna there. It is she who first proposed and crafted the piece in question.
You were the landwalker who came with Alphino. It seems your talent in metalwork is the equal of your skill in battle. Once more you have our gratitude. Here is the coin we owe you. I look forward to your next offering. Well, well. Things appear to be going swimmingly for the bellows these days. In fact, I might almost believe my expertise was no longer required.
Surend, you sneaky bastard. How long have you been there?
Shauna, was it? I managed a glance at one of the tridents you traded to the Ondo, and I must say, I was quite impressed. Your skills are on par with Iola's father, and he was a man of no small talent. 'Twould reflect badly upon my character were I to accept my former position now, only after business had taken a turn for the better, and yet I cannot pass up this opportunity to work alongside an artisan of your caliber.
Or maybe you just can't stand to be away from me. I've got you pegged, Rend.
That can be taken very much out of context. That last part.
For the moment, I shall content myself with duplicating your wares in an effort to study your techniques. I assume my assistance will not be turned away?
Indeed, yep.
This profession does seem to attract the peculiar types. Still, we should be glad to have Rend back at the forge. If you can look past his pretentious manner, you'll find a seasoned craftsman lurking underneath. Even my father put stock in Ren's unmatched speed and precision. Just look at all we've achieved. With your help, we've secured another market in the Ondo and lured back my other lost employee. I cannot thank you enough, yet I would ask that you stay in my employ just a little longer. Rehiring my artisans was a costly endeavor, and we'll need every coin your new creations bring in.
Alright, so what's the thing we need to craft the first quest? Like, promo quest.
Iola is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you the Iron Bellows ace in the hole. A new...
So, where do we have to go? Also, how... So, the amount we have, that's fine.
What to do. Oh, Shauna. I could use an ear if you have a moment to listen. Now, between your craft and my negotiations, we've managed to secure contracts with the Zun, the Mord, and even the Ondo. Compared to our previous client list of one whole customer, business has improved by leaps and bounds. It's just, after paying regular wages to Esmon and putting up the coin to hire back Kulina and Surend, I'm afraid the forge's coffers are close to empty again. I can only think of two solutions to this problem. 1, we seek out a new client with a large-scale commission and a fat purse, or 2, I start paying Esmon less than he's worth.
You're gonna turn around. Let's keep expanding your client list. Esmond, I wouldn't complain. Can't sell our worm boy short.
Yes, that's probably the best option. Thank you, Shauna. If I'm being honest with you, I actually already had a candidate in mind, the new Malaville Meg. They were supposedly on friendly terms with the people of Vobert, while the kingdom yet existed, at least. As for brokering deals, treat fairly with them and they will treat fairly with you, it is said. My main concern is the dangers posed by simply entering the domain of the pixies itself.
It's not a problem for us. Plus, we also need to go to Ilmek, which is extra nice.
What we need is an escort to the bargaining table, someone whom the pixies already know and trust. I don't suppose you know anyone like that, do you?
I've known the Numao. Numo is actually how you pronounce it.
You? I can't believe the perfect ambassador for the Bellows was under my nose this entire time. Well then, let's not waste another moment. I'll put my traveling pack together and meet you on the road for Ilmek.
Let's go there, okay. Okay, so head up to the very close to the entrance to Ilmek and go from there then. Let's see here. I also need to go there. the cooking / alchemy quest. There you are.
Ilmeg lies just ahead. The fairy folk might try to scare us off, but my will is iron. Once I've chosen a path, there's no stopping me. New and profitable clients, here we come.
Walk with her all the way up there. So that means I'm gonna switch over to Alchemist instead and just do the quest down here.
KHRRR. There you are. The Pixies were quite pleased with our tribute. They've even promised we won't have to take part in any of their games. Pixies honor, they said. Not that I don't trust them, but I'd rather not stay around over long in case they should change their minds.
Okay, and they are all the way up there. So back to blacksmith. Teleport up there. And then we need to speak with the Numo. Or, well, actually first, Yola first, her, and then probably a Numo. Over a deal. Have something. And yeah, then let's.
Arg. There's something touching my face. Get it off. Get it off. Quickly, Shauna. We have to reach the new Mao.
Go and speak with Annie. Or no, Iola in Pliny. I read the last part and didn't see that it was Iola. Wondering what it is I need to craft though.
I know you. You won the scepter from the Elder. And this young lady is a friend of yours?
Yes. I've come to trade. Your people once served the kingdom of Vobert, and I hope to provide goods on which to spend your stash of Vobert gold. You do have gold, don't you?
You desire an exchange, 'tis the new Mao way to barter one thing for another. But we will not part with our golden treasures if you have naught we deem equal in worth to the coin. Is that iron I smell? You are workers of metal? Then mayhap you have something to offer us after all. Since the fall of Vobert and the scattering of its people, we have been hard-pressed to obtain new sensors.
Sensors? We can forge sensors. Why, the Iron Bellows will craft you the finest sensors you've ever seen. I mean, once our artisans decide upon a design.
Wonderful. I shall come to you upon completion of the first piece.
Right then, Shauna, we should get straight to work. Back to the mean we go.
You can head back. I need to go and speak with someone else. Jesus Christ, it's 2 hours past the time that I had intended to basically end the stream. And I'm still not done with this. I thought this was gonna take like maybe 2-3 hours at most. Nope, did not expect there to be cutscenes constantly.
Well, it's so much more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. Lug. Why have you returned so soon? Lug. Ah, that must be Skip's true name. But wait. That would mean he was raised here, wouldn't it? Why do you not answer? Are you hurt? Forgive me for interrupting, but Skip has been in my care for some time now, and I can assure you he cannot speak. It would appear a terrible trauma has caused him to withdraw into silence. If you know aught of what happened to him, I would hear it. I see. We thought perhaps you might offer insight into what it is he wishes to do. I sense great turmoil within his heart. He has ever loved the children of man, but now that love gives way to fear. He had a companion once. Long ago. Together they left their home behind and traveled the world, and it was that shared love of adventure that led them here to Norvrend, sparing them from the flood. The light robbed Lug of his home, and the passage of time, his companion. He wandered the land alone until eventually he happened upon Wolektorf. We took him in, raised him as kin, and offered him guidance when he came of age. He has lived with us for over a century. Yet seldom does he speak his mind to me or the others. His reclusive nature has proven troublesome at times, but I know he means well. All these years and still he mourns the loss of his companion, of the lives they touched on their adventures. As to why he might have left, I can but assume he sensed someone or something familiar to him, reminiscent of his past life. I think it may have been you that drew him away from Wolektorf. Oh, Lug. You sought man's companionship, but instead found his cruelty. I thank you both for keeping him safe, but I must ask that you leave him here. We will take good care of him, I promise you. Parting is such sweet sorrow, but there will come a day when we meet again, Skip. Be well, my friend. Let's hurry back to the Crystarium. If we stay any longer, I fear I may never want to leave. KHRRR. Are you certain, Lug? You have been through a terrible ordeal, this is true, but there is still good in this world. I would hazard you understand this better than most. This is not a decision to be made lightly.
Six hours per room to stretch. Don't worry, I tried to stretch time to time, plus I also went out in some order like around an hour or so ago. I mean, because Fireball basically redeemed the hydrate and I didn't have any water here, so I at least got up and walked a little bit there. I'm thinking this last bit of the quest here shouldn't take any longer than an hour at most, I think. At most an hour, but probably closer to like 30 minutes maybe, depending on the length of the cutscenes. If you don't stretch, walking will eat your spine.
Shauna. The most amazing thing has happened. It's Skip, I mean Lug. He's returned to the rookery. Or was I dreaming? You don't suppose this could be some cruel trick of the pixies, do you? Shauna. Pray give me a moment for my heart to return to my chest. I was on my way back here when I happened to peek down at the stables and I saw him. I saw Skip. Quickly, we must go and see him. Skip. By the gods, it's really you. But why would he return? You don't suppose the Amaro of Wolektorf mistreated him, do you? No. No, they were quite nice.
He's speaking.
But I want to live here with you, Bethric, and Shauna. He speaks.
Yeah, Amaro can speak. They do require certain conditions for that, but they're able to speak. Those conditions are met at least. I had a feeling he could probably speak, but because of the trauma, couldn't.
The Tupac Amaro in Wolektorf spoke true. You do have the gift. I'm sorry for not speaking sooner. It was not my intention to deceive you. You have nothing to apologize for. Were I in your position, I likely would have done the same.
Language is that chickenish? I think it's just like, I don't actually know what language it is that most of the characters speak, but I'm guessing just common tongue or whatever. Novrandian, which is the same as Eosian, I guess. I have no clue. Or just English, yeah, or Japanese, depending on the game. Whatever other languages might be. Spanish. I'm actually kind of curious if there is a Spanish language you can play the game in. Not sure, but I'd be too surprised if it's possible.
I still can't believe you're here.
I'm sure it's possible to at least play in German and French. I know that for a fact, but I guess even Spanish could be a possibility because I know that for languages in the game, you can at least select Japanese, English, German, and French. I don't know why those, like 2 of those I can understand. I just don't know why French and German are specifically the 2 other languages, but yeah, before bad Danish stuff. Oh yeah. Oh god, they would. I'm wondering, does Denmark even have enough voice actors to actually like voice all the characters with voice lines without like having to reuse the voice actors a few times? I don't think we do. There are so many voice actors they would need to get. And yeah, it would probably be absolutely atrocious.
What exactly happened after we left you at Wolektorf? I spoke with the other Amaro of the poachers and their poison. Of your kindness, and how you nursed me back to health. Sensing the conflict in my heart, they bade me think long and hard on what it was I truly desired.
C20 NPCs lost his goals voices.
For nigh on a century I have longed for the companionship I once shared with man. Yet it was not until I encountered the poachers that I became truly aware of his capacity for cruelty. I began to think, perhaps, all men secretly harbored such wickedness within them. Then I thought of Shauna, and the food she so lovingly made for me. It reminded me of my youth, and the partner with whom I once explored the world.
Actually, let's make a bad Final Fantasy fan up. Bad Danish Final Fantasy fan up, or fan up of old Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Will be better than a professional one. I don't know if I would actually be good at that, because I don't think I'm good at voice acting necessarily. But you could probably find enough like Danish like content creators that do stuff with Final Fantasy to actually make probably a Danish dub of it. Although you would probably have to change some of the dialogue to like make it work for Danish, which would be a hell of a undertaking to basically do that. There are a lot of content creators that are good at voice acting. Yep.
It reminded me that I must endeavor to seek the good in men's hearts. And I can think of no better place to do that than here at the Christarium. If you will have me.
As long as they don't translate abilities.
I can see no reason why not. What say you, Nam? I would welcome Skip without question, but it is not a decision for me to make alone. I must discuss this with the other stable hands.
Give yourself for translated Hearthstone cards.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like just in general, I don't really like it when games specifically are translated into Danish because it always sounds weird. Like I don't like it. Don't like it when a game is translated into Danish because it always sounds weird. Like all the text and so on. Because I think it might be just because of how like I'm used to basically things where it's like, okay, like when I think of like games, I think, okay, that's in English. It's not a Danish thing. It's English. It's always in English. But then when you see something where it's like, for example, I believe on PlayStation 3, when I basically got that originally, I think it was maybe because we needed to watch a movie on that one. I had to switch the language over to Danish because otherwise it wouldn't play in Danish for some fucking weird reason. I then ended up, without changing that back, I think I booted up a game. I think it was one of the Ratchet & Clank games, and apparently they had made a Danish, I believe at least they had made a Danish like dub of the game, and I immediately closed down the game and switched languages because holy shit did that sound terrible. I'm just like, I never want to play a video game in Danish unless it has specifically been made in Danish, because otherwise it's gonna sound weird. A fast video with Doom Eternal where the Marauder first appears cutscene, just in good old Western Jutlandish dialect. Oh god. I feel like if you started using like very specific dialects of Danish, it would sound so weird. Like with an extremely heavy accent, just like it could sound so fucking strange if you start dubbing certain things.
Think nothing of it. A thought occurs to me. If you were to stay here at the stables, would you be able to tell us what the other Amaro are thinking? Indeed I could. I recall them being rather jealous of the food I ate when last I was here, though they understood it was part of my treatment.
Indeed, it's cursed. Yep.
Truly. Have they said anything about me? ERM. Why would they have anything to say of you? Speaking of foods, Shauna, is there any chance you could prepare any of the foods from my homeland? I'm sure they would love it. What a splendid idea. Nothing brings together people, or, I suppose in this case, Amaro, like a delicious meal. How about it, Shauna? Think you can prepare Amaro fare in the Barubi fashion? I will put together a list of necessary ingredients. As this is a rather special request, you can be sure your efforts will be handsomely rewarded.
Okay.
The Christ. Isn't Skip's voice simply divine? Oh, I could listen to him talk all day.
Okay, go, here are these things, and that's gonna go over in terms of that, so I need to buy more of those things that I've been buying. And 30 of these. I'm surprised if I can actually buy all those materials just by doing these things.
Isn't Skip's voice simple? You've outdone yourself, Shauna. You don't mind if I have a taste, do you? Goodness me. The Amaro of Barubi must have lived like kings. Your prowess continues to inspire.
It's kind of weird when you think about it. He has been tasting
Expertly
animal
done.
food several
I had
times.
better hurry this over to the stables before I'm tempted to sample more. You'll still go and visit Skip from time to time, won't you? I'm sure it would mean the world to him. It does my heart good to see the Amaros so happy and healthy. I would do anything to keep them safe. Though I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about another poacher attack. There won't always be a craftsman on hand to mix the medicines I require.
I'm certain you'll find a way. I never took you for a quitter. Took you for a quitter?
Ever the optimist, I see. Well, I said I would do anything to keep them safe, and I meant it. I think it's high time I began studying medicine in earnest. For Skip and the others. Speaking of whom, Nim said she wished to speak with me about Skip staying at the Crystarium. If you've a mind to hear what she has to say, would you care to join me?
Sure.
Bethric is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you an Amaro confidant. A new quest
New quest. Healing old wounds.
There you are. As I told you before, Nim wishes to speak with me about Skip staying here at the Crystarium. If you would also hear what she has to say, meet us over at the Rookery.
Okay, I'll do that as soon as I have finished up these quests here.
Welcome back, Shauna. You know, I've heard stories about the new Mao, but that was the first time I'd seen one in the flesh. They were a little more intimidating than the adorable puppy people I'd imagined.
Someone just fell from above and just took a chunk of damage, I guess.
Still, if all goes well, we stand to rake in a stack or two of Vobertite honors. So let's put together one
Oops.
spectacular sensor, shall we?
Skip that because I thought she was done.
If you find yourself needing more materials, Esmon will provide.
Okay, center. They were up there somewhere. Oh yeah, there are some stairs up that way. I guess they were up there somewhere and just jumped down and took damage.
If I'm to plug the hole I've dug in our finances, then this arrangement with the new Mao has to succeed. Bring me the best sensor you can possibly craft.
Okay, intricate sensor. A solid metal sensor of exquisite design.
Why, this is so exquisite, I'm almost tempted to keep it for myself. Our client will be pleased indeed. Now we just wait until Neymarn arrives to inspect the sensor. Fancy a game of cards?
I wouldn't mind playing Triple Triad. If you could give me some of the cards that I'm missing. I don't need to do some of the dungeons that I could be missing from.
So this is the Crystarium. So much life and commotion.
Quick. Someone pinch me with a pair of pliers. Either I'm dreaming, or that's a flying, talking pig.
I promise you, you're fully awake. It is I, Neymarn, and this porcine fellow is my familiar. We New Mao are bound strongly to the magics of Ilmeg, and straying beyond its borders is unnerving to say the least. I hope you don't mind if I inspect the sensor by proxy? The design is unfamiliar, but entrancing. And the metal construction should render it quite durable. Yes, those nasty pests are in for a smoky surprise.
Nasty pests? Are you suffering some manner of invasion?
Our home, Plane, is a humid place, and it attracts swarms of gnats and the like. So many winged nuisances, in fact, that the buzzing is distracting us from our meditations. But with a sensor like this to fill the air with scented smoke, peace and quiet will soon be ours once more. This is a problem we would have taken to the Vobertites, once upon a time. Now, we have no artisans nearby with whom to trade our shiny coins.
So, you're saying those gold pieces are just piling up in the corner, taking up room? I'm sure my forge can offer you a way to rid yourself of some of that clutter.
Your concern for our domestic tidiness is touching. Assuming you can provide more exceptional goods such as this one, then we shall be glad to feed your golden hunger. Until we meet again.
I think we made a favorable impression with Neymarn. I seem to amuse him, and your craft sealed the deal. With the New Mao as our clients, I can run the iron bellows the way we used to. No more worrying about wages. Everything back in its rightful place.
And that ring you mentioned? Thing?
Okay, maybe not everything. But I have to keep this place running for my artisans, not waste money on some sentimental trinket. We walked away when things got tough, left her to rebuild the bellows alone. It's about time we returned the favor.
Trite, but true. Mayhap there is something we can do.
I'm ready to put the next stage of my revival plan in motion. If this goes well, then any lingering fear that the bellows will go belly up can finally be put to rest. I actually already have the client picked out, but I need to make a few preparations first. I'll share the details with you soon. Greetings, Shauna. Ready to conjure up another fantastic new convenience? Look at them. Those three have certainly taken to the work with a passion, which I suppose is to be expected from such veteran artisans. Anyway, let's get started on our final project, shall we? Our client this time around is the Crystarium's own city guard. I may have mentioned this before, but they've been the only customer that's stuck with us through thick and thin, since the time my father ran the bellows. The problem is, father would accept the guard's commissions regardless of the losses we stood to make, and that hit to our profit margin became a major factor in the forge's decline. I understand why he did what he did. The guards protect us from the sin eaters, and he wanted to outfit them with the best equipment we could provide. A sharper sword, a sturdier shield, the slightest edge might help against the monsters which took my mother from us. Now more than ever, the bellows is in a position to supply the Crystarium's defenders in the way my father would have wanted. You remember Neymarn? He recently told me of a special gemstone which can only be found in Lakeland. It seems Vobertite knights used to carry such a jewel to ward off hostile magics. A talisman of sorts. Well, call it fate, but the city guard's vulnerability to the arcane was the last project to consume my father's attention before he died. He wanted to fix the flaw he perceived in their armor, and it falls to me to complete his legacy. As such, the item I would have you craft is already decided, a neck piece set with the gemstone from Lakeland. This is it, Shauna. our final collaboration. I look forward to seeing what masterpiece you devise to protect our soldiers from fell sorcery.
The Crystarium.
Just update it.
When this project is finished, I imagine you'll be off to help someone new. It's been selfish of me to hoard all your talent for myself.
By Nicholas? Or neck piece?
Thank you, Shauna. With these neck pieces, our soldiers will be equipped to face down even the scariest arcane threats. I've delivered your work to the city guard, so that's that. Our final project together is all but complete. Now we simply wait for the client's verdict. Forge Master Iola? That would be me. What can I do for you, Captain Lina? I came to discuss the new equipment you left with our supply officer. Your father always provided us with the highest quality armaments, but was never satisfied with his attempts to infuse arcane resistance. He would have been proud of this neck piece you've crafted. We in the Guard face danger on a daily basis, and I cannot overstate how much the availability of your potent talisman will benefit morale. I wanted to visit you in person, that I might properly express my gratitude. I am pleased to know you are pleased, but I can only accept thanks for the idea. The craftsmanship was all Shauna here. Shauna? A master artisan? Is there no end to your surprises? An impressive talent, isn't it? She's as skilled as my own father was. With their work as a template, I mean to keep the iron bellows producing goods of the highest quality. As such, I also hope the city guard will continue entrusting their commissions to my forge in the years to come. We would consider it a privilege. Be proud to know that the armaments provided by your family's forge serve an integral part of the Crystarium's defense. Did you hear that? An integral part, she said. I almost feel like weeping.
Guessing the three in the back are trying to get the ring?
It's been a long road getting the bellows back on track, and you've stood by me every step of the way. Rest well, Shauna, you deserve it.
Iola is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you the Iron Bellow's greatest weapon. A new quest.
And the final quest. Iron Bellows.
After sitting down and tallying up the profit from our various ventures, I'd say we have sufficient funds to keep the bellows running comfortably for quite some time. Truly, your goods have brought in a small fortune. Yet I still haven't thought of a proper way to thank you. While I'm busy with that, why don't you visit with Esmon? He mentioned wanting to have a word with you. I've noticed him sneaking about, trying to arrange a celebration with you and our clients, so I'm guessing he needs your help with the preparations. Mwahaha. Nothing gets past me. In my forge, I see everything my artisans do, or don't do, for that matter. Last I saw, Esmon was over at the Wandering Stairs. Assuming you're of a mind to speak to him.
Okay, so I need to head down to the stables. So I'll just do that by jumping down there, and then after I'm done here, I should be able to just use the Ethernet over there, onto the stairs.
You've come. Good. Before we begin, I would thank you again for the Barubi feed you prepared for the Amaro. It was most excellent, and the other Amaro enjoyed it as well. Ahem. But I digress. Now, as you may or may not be aware, Nam is the stable master here at the Rookery. It warms my heart to see you well again, Skip. I have given the matter of your staying much thought, and there is no denying the value of your presence here at the Crystarium. Then I have your leave to stay? In a word, yes. However, everyone here must do their part. To be certain that you two are able to contribute, I would have you undertake a test. A test? Yes. Two in fact. First, I would have you partake of the food we provide to the other Amaro here at the stable. Being of a different breed, we must be certain our feed is suitable to your constitution. That seems reasonable enough. I do not wish to alarm you, but the staple fare of our Amaro is the same as that used by the poachers who poisoned you. Must we really subject him to this now? It's not his constitution that concerns me, but the trauma of his experience. There's only so much we can do to accommodate a single Amaro of many. It would be impractical to maintain a separate stock of food for him alone. If he proves comfortable eating it, we can discuss the next test. If there is no other way, then I must try. I believe in you, Skip. Shauna, would you be willing to prepare the feed? Perhaps it will assuage his fears if he senses it was made by your hand. Thank you. If you have need of supplies, you need only ask. When you have finished, bring the feed to Bethric.
Just make sure it's the right thing. In style Amaro or Amaro feed. No, that's the wrong one. That's not the right macro. Stop. That's the wrong macro. I didn't see that it was the one with the number 1. That's the wrong one. God damn it. Hopefully it shouldn't too much, considering that I do have a pretty high skill. Yep, there we go. Okay, worked out. But it would definitely have been better if I made sure to have the right macro there.
We're counting on you for that feed.
But granted, I did also use culinary for the other ones, so that was the reason why. The traditional and nutritious feed used by the sun in raising healthy and happy Amaro.
Another culinary masterpiece. This looks fantastic. You are quite skilled to master our recipes so quickly. Such quality would normally require years of training. Are you certain there is no other way? Already I can feel my stomach turning in protest. You can do it, Skip. Remember, Shauna prepared this especially for you. This is good. More than good, this is delicious. I regret not partaking sooner. Thank you, Shauna. That's the spirit. And imagine how much more enjoyable your meals will be in the company of the other Amaro. Well done. We may move on to the next test, then. Yes, of course. What would you have me do? You must fly from the belt to the Amaro launch, carrying a passenger. Ah, of course. To prepare him for the work the other Amaro carry out, yes.
Feeling trying soft tacos first time. I feel like sometimes there are certain foods that you're just kind of like, is this okay to eat?
Precisely. All who live here at the Crystarium must do their part to support our community. For you, that part will be the transport of goods and people. I've not had a rider since the flood. Still, I am an Amaro. Such a task should prove a simple one. Come, Shauna. Let's be off. No. You must take Bethric. Me. It is clear you have formed a strong connection with Shauna, Skip. But you are not like to share any such bond with riders in your day-to-day work.
You think your friends have that feeling each time you cook? Is this edible? I mean, it kind of depends on, I guess, how it ends up looking when it's done, because you can essentially cook something that doesn't look that appealing but actually tastes fine. I guess technically it is also possible to do the opposite of making something that looks like extremely delicious but it just tastes extremely bad. That is a possibility. And I guessing you could be that you, I don't know if you have actually done this, but it could be that you maybe have at some point cooked for your friends. It wasn't great, and now they are just like maybe being like, is this gonna be like that time? Something like that. You couldn't have the do some like explosion. That's maybe not good.
But it's been too long since I've ridden. What's more, Skip has but recently recovered from his illness. Perhaps one of your stable hands, one proficient in such a skill, is not easily forgotten. You will ride him, Bethric. My decision is final. You may stay to observe, if you like. Perhaps your presence will settle their nerves. If you will be watching, then I cannot fail. Provided I don't make a mess of things, of course. I'll try not to let Skip down. Landing at the Amaro launch is more difficult than one might think, but I'll guide him as best I can. We'll be waiting for you at the belt.
Where's the belt out there? Okay. Head down here. Jesus Christ, that kind of gave me a little bit of a shock because I didn't expect that. Oh my god. That thing got too many apples. Oh my god. Okay, let's see, I need to switch over to Crafter, or one of the blacksmiths. Do this one.
Oh, Shauna, we've been looking for you. I have a favor to ask you.
Celebration preparations. Yes, Yola told me.
Wait, what? It was supposed to be a surprise.
Iola's head might be filled with figures and finances, but she's got a sharp eye. Should I bop her with my hammer so she forgets what we're up to?
Someone ought to bop you with a hammer, you uncultured brute. Come now, Esmon, spit it out. Was there not something specific you wished to share concerning the upcoming festivities? Oh, yes, of course. Part of our plan was to surprise Iola with a gift, something near and dear to her heart, but we're having trouble, acquiring the item in question.
A moment you were like, was that the sound of Fabo? Sound Fabo made after accidentally eating my cooking? Oh my god. Or burnt pasta. If not, you're better cook than me. I have to say, I have personally never burned pasta, which I'm happy that I haven't done. I'm assuming that would probably not smell that great.
He's talking about the ring Iola's father lost to that bastard moneylender. The three of us have been working our fingers to the bone this past while, scrimping and saving what we could, all so we'd have the coin to buy it back.
It's a Mr. Clean. Oh. Right. It's exploded or no cook at all.
Once we deemed our purse sufficiently hefty, we paid a visit to this nefarious usurer, a shifty fellow by the name of Walden. Yet even after we paid the villain his due, he refused to surrender the ring. Apparently we'd failed to account for the interest accrued in the intervening years. A patently absurd amount. We're at a loss as to what to do next. I was hoping someone as well traveled as you might have some advice to give. Am I too early? I'm too early. I don't get invited to a lot of parties with people. You seem troubled. Is there a problem with the celebrations? So you paid this man a fair price, but he did not honor the trade? Demanded more from you?
Bacon. Yep, that's a porksy.
We of the new Mao frown upon deals where the balance of value swings too far in one side's favor. This Walden fellow sounds in need of a lesson in equilibrium.
Oh, I'd love to teach him a lesson, but the only one I can think of is like to leave me covered in blood and arrested by the guard.
Let us not attempt anything rash, 'twould only add to Iola's woes. Still, I'm afraid a civilized approach has already failed to persuade that unmannered churl to part with the ring. No violence will be necessary, my friends. I have an idea. This is your moment to shine, Shauna. I'm going to supply you with some materials, use them to make a ring of finest quality, then give it to Esmon. I realize this is all very mysterious, but I ask that you trust me. Everything will be explained soon enough.
Okay. Enchanting ring. This finely wrought ring gleams with an almost sorcerous sheen. Okay. Got the right macro there. Taking me, I don't even need a macro for this because there's that one, and then that one I need to do, but a little bit faster.
I'll just stand around here until the ring is ready. Oh, well, that didn't take near as long as I thought it would. That's beautiful work, Shauna. So, Neymarn, what exactly is the plan for this ring? The materials I provided to Shauna were prepared with a minor enchantment. Walden will be so taken with our ring that he'll be willing to offer Iola's ring in trade.
What? Just like that?
I have doubts as well, but I say we give it a try. Right, then, let's pay another visit to Walden. Will you come along, Shauna? He should be lurking around Musica Universalis.
Okay. There then.
Back so soon? We came for the ring, Walden. We already paid you a fair price for its return. Let me spell it out for you again, boy, no money, no ring. You'll get naught but curses till you cough up the interest what's owed me. We don't have that kind of money, but we do have another ring you might be interested in. Care to trade? Trade. Do I look like a flea market to you? I only deal in cold, hard coin. Oh. Maybe you should inspect the quality of the goods before you make up your mind. Here, see how it glitters? Well, ain't that a pretty little thing? I had no idea such beauty still existed in this world. It's just so Precious. I had a feeling you would appreciate the craftsmanship. It ain't often I get me hands on a proper treasure like this one. You've got yourself a deal, boy. Here, take your bleedin' ring, go on, take it. A pleasure doing business with you. Hee hee. Enjoy your worthless old antique. There's only one ring I care about now.
It's precious.
The way his eyes lit up was almost disturbing. Just what kind of spell did Neymarn weave into those materials? Well, we'd best be getting back to the others. The festivities aren't going to prepare themselves.
Up there.
A strange business, that, but at least we have the ring Iola wanted. Now we can celebrate without a care. Although we should probably finish up the preparations before the guests arrive. Ahem. Iola, we have a gift for you.
Ooh, a gift. Is it flowers? Some sweet treat from the markets? Ha. As if you'd want something as pointless as that.
Indeed.
Ah ha ha ha. I'd rather a sack of coins than some smelly bouquet.
Not a sack of coins, I'm afraid, but it is a precious metal.
Oh, Esmond, are you proposing? I know I'm pretty for a smithy, but this is all too sudden. Just a damn moment. That's my father's ring. Where? How? We weren't able to stand by you when the Bellows needed us most, so we got back the thing you most wanted instead.
Fittingly, your efforts to revive the forge were the reason we could earn enough money to buy that trinket back in the first place, that, and a dash of Shauna's exceptional craftsmanship.
I don't know what to say except, thank you. I'd thought myself alone since my father died, but it seems I do have family around me after all.
And now we see the girl behind the Forge Master's mask. A bittersweet day. It's certainly been an interesting one. Speaking of which, you never did tell us what kind of enchantment you put on the moneylender's new ring. He all but snatched it out of my hand. Ah, that was not magical, his desire for the ring was born entirely of mundane greed. I knew that an avaricious wretch such as Walden would soon see the value of Shauna's craft. My contribution was far less innocuous, a little curse of misfortune, to punish his unfair weighting of the scales. That man's financial luck is about to take a decidedly ugly turn for the worse.
Ooh.
You needn't look so worried, I would never weave curses upon an upstanding trading partner such as you. Keep the balance, and all will be well between us.
I don't really want to mess with a pixie. One of the Fae. It can be queen. Then I'm supposed to head back to the start. Or can't move again. Game. We move. Here we go, finally. What is with the game just not letting me move? It's annoying as hell. Door's stuck. That is literally what's happening, just like, you know, just being like, nah, you wanna move? Nah, fuck you. I'm gonna stay here for like 15 seconds, just be like, let me move. Okay. Stuck step game. Oh god, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. None of that.
This is it, Skip. How are you feeling? Equal parts terrified and excited. It was here that I was assailed by the poachers, but as we take to the sky and fly back to the Crystarium, I intend to leave those painful memories behind.
And the poachers.
Hold on a minute. Isn't that? Well, I'll be. It's that Takanamaro what got away from us the other day. No. No, it can't be.
Don't you two move, you hear? We don't want any trouble. Just your feathered friend there.
They say the tongue from an Amaro like that can cure any illness. Should fetch a nice price from those overfed prigs in Yulemoor. Tupac-Amaro tongues have never been proven to possess such curative properties.
Well, it don't matter what we think. If they're willing to pay Gil hand over fist for a sliver of that their tongue, who are we to argue?
We need to alert the guards somehow. If they can be apprehended and questioned, perhaps we can locate their hideout, and put an end to their entire operation. It's somewhat of a gamble, but I have an idea. Skip, do you think you can lift me up into the air? No. No, not again. I can't. What's that? Best speak up now while you still can.
You have to trust us. Chin up, Skip. Get through this. Trust us.
You're right. I cannot squander all you and the others have done for me. Bethric. Quickly. Wait here, Shauna. What are you lot up to now?
Out of the way, maggot.
I mean, I could also just switch over
We're
to
having that tongue.
one of my combat jobs and just absolutely kick their ass.
You piddlin' streak o' piss. You gormless pile o' morchite. Don't you dare lay a hand on my Skip.
Jesus.
What in the hells?
Oh.
Let's go. Right.
Oh.
Ah. My legs. I can't feel my legs.
Jesus.
Out of the way, Shauna.
That seemed a bit dangerous.
Damn it all. You'll pay for this.
Thunder 3. Basically, yeah.
At last they're gone. Are you alright? The plan was a success, and it's all thanks to you, Skip. You were so brave up there. You should be thanking Shauna, not me. She helped me find the strength to cast away my fears. And now I'm ready to complete Nim's trial. To the Crystarium.
Okay. And I guess we just also need to head back to the Crystarium. Unless... According to the chat, it looks like I've actually been taken to the Crystarium. Saying that I have entered a sanctuary? Oh! Perfect location!
Skip took to the sky as if it belonged to him, and Nim bore witness to it all, from takeoff to landing. I had my doubts at first, but he has grown so much in such a short time. KHRRR. Soon I will call the Crystarium home. And after I inform the guard of our recent encounter with the poachers, I should hope that will be the last we hear of them. Let us return to the rookery.
And that's the rookery though. It might actually just be faster for me to equally speed to just do this. Oh, you're here. I can see I've gotten some green outfit now. That's a bit unusual. You usually always have like blue outfits on. So what is that class you're at right now? Ah, Summoner. I have to say that's a pretty good outfit. I'm wondering though, what's those gloves? That is. Ah, okay, it also has a sleeve. I will say the claws do seem a bit weird. Right, dress imitation from the anime, though the hat doesn't fit. Yeah, I will say the hat is more steampunk-ish, I would say. Different gloves. I will say the gloves, like the sleeve looks nice on the glove. That part looks nice at least, but yeah, I will say the whole like the gloves, like the whole bracelets stuff on the arms and the sort of claw things do seem a bit weird. I do like the whole sleeve part over here. What is that even from? That is the collar's armlets. I'm forgetting what the collar's set is. Yeah, it looks very good. I need to go in here and to these quests. Summoner class glam. Okay.
There you are. I insisted we wait for your arrival before Nam announced her decision. After bearing witness to Skip's flight from the belt, and his outstanding bravery in the face of danger, I hereby declare him fit to join the Amaro here at Timeno's Rookery. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I promise to do all I can that my gift might bring Man and Amaro closer together, as they once were in the days of Ronka.
From what you told me earlier, you were no slouch either, Bethric.
Yes, well, I'm merely grateful I had the opportunity to overcome my apprehension of riding Amaro. How fortuitous that you chose me rather than one of your stable hands. I'm not sure I understand what it is you're implying. More importantly, this whole ordeal has taught me that it requires more than knowledge to be skilled in medicine.
You had gloves that would work better, but can't die because of Eureka is required for one that can be died. Ah, yeah. Need to get the gear upgraded enough. Work better as in to as in the anime. Ah.
If I'm ever to be a truly great veterinarian, I have to let go of the past and my fears of failure. It has kept me from fully committing to the care of Amaro despite my love for them, and I suspect they could sense my trepidation. A lesson I think we all would do well to learn. Thank you again, Shauna, for all your help. And you as well, Bethric. If your intention is to be more committed to the care of the Amaro, I hope that means we can count on you to prepare our food in the future. For you, Skip, anything. What do you say we return to the mean, Shauna? The Amaro's medicines want for mixing and they won't do it themselves. The future looks bright, old friend.
I can finally go and complete these two quests. And then there's one quest left, I believe, which is basically just the end cap quest for once you have done all of these to the end. And that's gonna be where I end the stream because it's been 7 hours now. Jesus.
Oh, Shauna. You've done so much for me and the Amaro, I'm at a loss as to how to repay your kindness.
It's been 3 hours longer than I expected the stream to be. Oh god.
Skip wouldn't be alive if not for you. And like as not, I would have placed the blame on anyone but myself. That all ends now. I will do whatever it takes to ensure the Amaro never again want for succor. I have my work cut out for me, but don't be a stranger, alright? Perhaps I can even help you with something for a change.
Go for another 4 hours. Nope. Ain't happening.
Bethric is humbled by your efforts. He now considers you the savior of the Amaro.
I can feel already I'm getting tired, plus it's like 1 in the morning. Almost 1:30 in the morning now.
There may be others.
Okay, Amaro Whisperer, what does that give? Otherworld Apothecary. And what does this one give? Is that, I'm assuming it might be some like Otherworldly
It's good to see you,
Smith.
Shauna. All that excitement has left me feeling positively drained.
All that proper food has left me feeling unusually full.
So you're still eating worms, I'm guessing?
Ugh, well I feel like someone's been using my head for an anvil. Don't remember much after that 10th tankard.
Shall I remind you, then? In your inebriation, you deemed it necessary to initiate a brawl with our Zun guest. The Tavern Keep will be sending a bill for the destruction you caused to his establishment.
You might have stopped her instead of making wagers on the outcome, Rend. Tell me why I rehired you people again?
It's Friday. True. But I also have a stream tomorrow evening, and I kind of want to make sure that I'm not like completely just drained for that one.
I suppose the answer to that is right in front of me. I still can't believe you managed to prize it from Walden's grubby hands.
So technically, if you want to go by time, it is technically today. Tonight I have a stream, the Stardew Valley one, unless of course it ends up getting cancelled, but I doubt that it's gonna happen, but yeah.
We couldn't have done it without Shauna and Neymarn.
Thank you again, Shauna. You've been there for me every step of the way. From here on in, I think I can keep the bellows running under its own steam. And if there's any trouble, I have these 3 miscreants to help me deal with it. You've left us in a good place, Shauna, but know you're welcome to come and visit anytime you like. And don't forget to take your payment, you've certainly earned it.
Okay. Just have one final quest. I think it's just one quest, and I don't think it
Iola
should
is
be
ecstatic
that long.
over your efforts. She now considers you the Iron Bellows savior. You have completed all the deliveries currently available. When you have a spare moment, it seems Catelys would like to have a word with you. Visit her at the main reception counter in the Crystalline Mean.
Okay. And that's the title of the Wildensmith. Yep, I think that was the case. Catelys. For every child a star.
There I was thinking that today would be a wonderful day, and who should appear before me but the warrior of darkness herself. You've been keeping busy killing eaters and wardens. We've heard all about it and been singing your praises the whole while. Though you've not been content to make a difference that way alone, have you? You've been indispensable to all 5 facets from what the artisans have been telling me. Speaking for the Crystalline Mean, believe me when I say that we cannot thank you enough, my friend. If compliments put you off, then why don't I trouble you with a request instead? An odd but inevitable one, given that it's been a century since we've had the privilege of a proper night sky. It's great and grand, to be sure, but some of the children aren't taking to the change well. The dark is a strange and unfamiliar thing, and they see their worst fears hiding in the deeper shadows. So I've a mind to show them that they needn't fear the night. Interested in lending us a hand, Shauna? That's wonderful, because I haven't any inkling how to proceed. I myself was born after the flood, so I've honestly no idea how people used to deal with this sort of thing. Why don't you start by speaking with some of the children I mentioned? Ask them what it is about the night that bothers them, and we'll take it from there.
Please don't tell me this is gonna be a long quest. I kind of assumed that this would be a short one at least. Let's quickly try and search for that quest. Let's see, for every child a star. Oh god, it's actually one with several steps. Fuck. Nine steps. God damn it. Well, time to go and find those people. 6 hours later. I hope not. I hope that's not the case at least. So I'm curious, can I do these quests without being a crafter? Because it didn't seem like there were any crafting steps. It was just like talk with people steps. Nope, I need to be a crafter. Damn it.
What is it, miss? I don't know. The night sky is pretty to look at, I suppose, but I have my own room, you see, and when I have to go to sleep in it by myself, it's a little scary. And when you hear something out in the dark, you can't always tell who or what it is, you know. Like if it's my little brother, or a ghost.
Huh. What do you want? Am I afraid of the night? Me. It's just the sky getting dark, what's so scary about that? All the adults are happy about it, too, so if they're not worried, why should I be? I mean, it's not easy walking in the dark when you need to take a piss, but that's only cause I'm afraid of bumping into something. It's not like I'm terrified of some evil monster grabbing me when I'm not looking. Nope.
Hey, miss. There's something you want to say? Do I think the night is scary?
777,777 steps. God.
Of course it's scary. Even if you closed the curtains when you were indoors, it never got as dark as it does now. It's so hard to go to sleep now, not knowing what might be out there.
So they want lamps, I guess. Seems to be the case at least. Need some way to see in the dark. So I'm guessing some sort of like lantern or something along those lines.
Back already? So, what did our little ones have to say? That all makes sense, I'll admit. Even the heaviest curtains never quite shut out the light, so we haven't been sleeping in true darkness for a good long while now. At their age, it's all too easy for your imagination to run wild and put strange ideas in your head. Every little noise could be attributed to a slavering beast or worse. Right, then. I think we know enough to put our people to work. It's time for the dedicated artisans of the crystalline mean to come together and create new products to put our children's minds at ease.
Sounds like a wonderful idea. Wouldn't want to spoil the little ones too much. Sounds like a wonderful idea.
Up to now we've devoted the bulk of our resources and manpower to shoring up our defenses against sin eaters. But now that the danger posed by that menace is much reduced, I think we can afford to diversify our efforts. After all, it'll be the children who build upon our legacy in this new world of ours.
Apparently this quest cannot be taken actually until you have completed the Shadowbringers MSQ quest.
Besides, I imagine the solutions we'll develop will serve just as well to aid adults in living and working through the night. First order of business will be to inform the leaders of the respective facets, Iola, Thiuna, Bethric, Keshire, and Frithric. Brief them on the task at hand, and offer them whatever assistance they require.
So I guess we have 5 steps here, or 9 steps in total, so that means we've done 2, then there's 5, that's 7, so there's 2 steps after this, I guess?
The good captain returns. Come to rescue me from a life of monotonous toil and drudgery? Thank the gods for that. Precious few people are so skilled in the art of conversation as you, my friend. The children are afraid of the dark, but the dark affords such ample opportunities for the creatures of the night to hunt and, now that I think on it, that could well be the problem, couldn't it? On the other hand, if we can help the children overcome their fears, they will surely delight in these new opportunities to study countless nocturnal creatures. The question is, how best to go about it? Well, never you mind the minutiae. I'll come up with my own unique approach soon enough. No need for you to trouble yourself further. Shauna, how does this day find you? Is this a social call, or do you have a commission to make? I see. Indeed, the creativity of a child's imagination is unrivaled, and the darkness makes for quite the canvas. I'm sure they've thought up all manner of terrifying creatures. That reminds me, I've got to tell Naughty again to stop roaming about at night. If the children keep bumping into it, they're going to be too terrified to relieve themselves at night. Or so terrified they do it before they make it to the facilities. But back to this project of ours. Honestly, I think we can handle this all by ourselves. I know Catalyst asked you to help us out, but after everything you've done for us, I think it's past time we proved how far we've come. I mean it, really. Head to the stairs, have a cup of tea, or a pint of ale, even. Relax and leave the labor to someone else for a change.
So that's basically gonna be what all of them say.
Hey there, Shauna. To what do I owe the pleasure? Don't tell me you're getting sweet on me. Well. So Catalyst wants us all to pitch in and find a way to comfort the little ones jumping at shadows? Good for her. It's not as though I don't understand. Even big, strong adults like you and me have imaginations that can run wild, especially in the dark of night. No need to consult with the others, though. I'll take the lead in this. I've a mind to show you and her what we can do, so you just sit back and wait. You'll see, Shauna, the only thing more beautiful and impressive than yours truly is the masterpiece we'll forge for the children.
Hello, Shauna. Got business with the facet of fishing, or with me personally? Something to put the little one's minds at ease in the dark, eh? It so happens I might have come across something ideal for this very purpose. I'd need to cobble together this and that first, though it'd still be a largely natural solution, but one I'm confident the children will enjoy. Yes, I think this just might work. I'll not need long, though I will need to. Oh. I should say no more. Better to surprise everyone, I think. I promise you won't be disappointed. Well met, Shauna. How wonderful it is to see you again. Come to while away the quiet hours discussing Amaro husbandry? The children are afraid of the night? Interesting, very interesting. I wonder if some of the younger Amaro are of similar mind? I shall have to consult with Skip just in case. Wait, what were we talking about again? Ah, yes. The key factors which determine whether or not certain recessive traits manifest in a given Amaro. 'Twas a joke. When you give me that look, it's a joke. Rest assured that this project to allay the children's fears shall have my undivided attention. I should think myself more than capable of determining and crafting the perfect solution to their problem. I was a child once, after all, and indeed, I am arguably still a child at heart.
Speak with Catalyst.
Did you manage to speak with everyone? I didn't intend for them to develop individual solutions. It's sounding more like a competition than a collaborative effort. On the other hand, if they're so motivated to demonstrate their abilities, who are we to deny them? This is your fault, really. If only you hadn't gone and inspired them, ha. Anyway, let's call the children to gather in the rotunda for the unveiling. You'll wait with them too, won't you? I think the artisans are doing this as much for you as they are for them.
Okay, and head down there. Apparently that's also where the quest ends. Plaza.
It's so pretty. Course it is. For the finest smiths in all of Lakeland, all of Norvrand, I'd wager, a little project like this is less troublesome than breaking in a new pair of boots.
I like the light of this one. It's nice and warm. I see you are a young man of refined tastes. The light is the product of an alchemical reaction that can be sustained with minimal effort, generating a softer light that will not inconvenience the Amaro in our care.
I think this one's the best. Cute, isn't it? And if it stops working, you need only bring it to me, and I'll get it back in working order straight away. A glowing flower. I've never seen one of those. I'll bet you've never seen something so amazing before, have you? But this is only the beginning. If you like, I can teach you about all kinds of rare and wondrous plants.
Talk about things you've never seen before. How does it glow like that? Believe it or not, it's seaweed, a unique variety that glows in the dark. I first discovered it when fishing off the coast of Calusia.
Curious methods notwithstanding, what matters is that the children all seem delighted, don't you think?
My father looked so happy when he saw the night sky, so even though deep down I was scared, I didn't want to say anything.
It's not so bad, though, so long as we've got all those little lights up there and ours down here. It's like a whole new world when the sun's not out.
A new world, with new things to see and places to explore. And we wouldn't have it if the night never came in the first place, would we?
Wow, what are those? So many explosions. They're like flowers blooming. A little surprise I cooked up for the children with the Exarch's help, fireworks. And a taste of home for you, I'm told? The mean was all I had after I lost my own child, along with my husband. All the love I would have given them I poured into my work for the Christarium instead, hoping to fill the hole in my heart, or at least help me to pretend it wasn't there. Whether it was right or wise to try, I don't know, but seeing these little ones' faces lit up in the dark, I feel I can finally say I don't regret it. Those two would have enjoyed this, I reckon. But they'd want us to enjoy it for ourselves, too, as would all our other loved ones who couldn't be with us here today. Remember, Shauna, the best way to honor the dead is to live.
This is kind of between the Shadowbringers main and post Shadowbringers. Yeah, this is, I believe, I've already closed down the tab that I had opened with that, but I do believe that this was available in 5. This was available at the start of Shadowbringers and 5.0, but you can only do it after you've completed the last quest in the main MSQ, and of course have done all of the facets things. After that, you can basically get access to it. Bug finally finished with one of the hardest Temtem challenges. It's 20 of one Tem that will spawn like 5%. Ooh, that doesn't sound fun. golden meme. And with that, get the multifaceted title. That means we're also finally done with that. Holy fuck, that took forever. Holy shit, we've been going for 7.5 hours now. I started this after like a little over an hour. I think it was basically done with like the first, like the 3 things that I wanted to do, which was get the Stormblood, like mount, do like what 2 quests or something for like in Satnor to unlock the next area, then do 1 quest for Casadara, so that I could get to the next stage of the rev stuff, and then was that like 6.5 hours on this? Holy fuck, I did not expect that to take that long. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, 3 hours maybe just 2. I have no idea. Nope. Fucking cutscenes out the ass. That's a good insight though. Thank you. I think this is something that maybe not the most people have necessarily done simply because I'm pretty sure that most people that have started after Shadowbringers got far enough, they basically just went like, yeah, just ignore that. No reason to do that, but I'm done with this. Finally. I think it's just that we actually do that so it doesn't show all of them. If I'm not mistaken, if I scroll far enough down here, we now have all of these. We have all the ones from from Endwalker now available also. We have, because there's also ones for Endwalker, and then Honorary Academic. I'm not doing that right now. Fuck that. That's not happening right now. Cause holy shit, this was such a long stream. I'm so used to basically only doing like 4-hour streams, and now it's been 7.5. Oh god. Yay. The title. At least happy with that. So time to start ending the stream then, because unlike how it usually is, I'm gonna try and end the stream quickly because I want to get to bed. It's almost 2 in the morning. I'm tired. Okay. Let's see. Is there someone I can raid, perhaps? Do I have you? You've been streaming for though. Only 30 minutes. Go in. Her? So, issue rice and pancakes. I mean, hopefully, unless things end up not working out fully, I should be back tomorrow, or technically tonight, later today, with the others for like Jonas Cryptid and Angie. Oh my god. For some Stardew Valley. So yeah, unless of course it ends up getting cancelled for some reason. But hopefully it shouldn't happen. Because I think the only one who could potentially end up cancelling it would be Jonas, but we haven't heard anything from him yet regarding that. Let's see. Yeah, he hasn't. no messages in the chat, so should be fine. But yeah, hopefully I'll be back later today, technically tomorrow if you want to talk about it like that, but yeah. Yeah, if that doesn't end up happening, then I'll also be back just Tuesday for some more Elden Ring, unless I for some reason can't stream, but hopefully I can. Also, that stream is probably gonna be shorter than it has been the last 2 times, because the last 2 times I've done Elden Ring streams, I've had no school the day after, so I was able to just stream for a longer time. But that's not the case for the next, like, Tuesday next week, so it's only gonna be like a 4-hour stream. Yeah. Stream though, you're welcome. Thank you everyone for dropping by and watching me getting through this, because Jesus Christ, this wasn't an ordeal, I feel like. Not a whole lot of like action, just me running around, giving a ton of items away, and yeah. Anyway, I am thinking that we will go ahead and raid Pixnia. I think that's how I pronounce her name at least.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Woo!
It was comfy. That's here at least. But yeah. I'm basically thinking we'll raid Pixnia. She is currently streaming some Splatoon 3. With E_love_3000. So yeah. I'll just go ahead and raid her, and yeah. Hopefully I'll see you guys, I guess, later tonight. Or today, or if not, then Tuesday. Yeah. So yeah. Till next time, everyone. I'll see ya.